live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket, at him, he's bowled him! It's to taken! Crawley's left on the pad, they're up, he's out! Stephen Smith, it's a screamer!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. England versus Australia, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket live from Edgbaston for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. How often do we find ourselves saying something like this when it comes to Test cricket? With such a deep bank of history to draw on, there's forever something wonderful linking today to what's come before. And so it is this morning with 2005, on this very ground where that peerless series shifted into overdrive. On that occasion, Australia was set 282 for victory. Today, their target is 281. Back then, they were 4 for 107. This morning, they resume on 3 for 107. And on that Sunday morning, 18 years ago, they lost by 2 runs. Those words from Richie Benaud echoing around English cricket ever since. Jones, Bowden, Kaspervitz, the man to go. Today, Australia resume 174 runs from their finish line. And just as Shane Warne, with bat in hand, was charged with the responsibility on that fateful day, today, another Victorian, Scott Boland, will walk out as the unbeaten night watchman. And more important than him is Usman Khawaja, starting again on 34, having meditated his way to 141 in the first dig. In a side without loads of experience chasing in tests, the veteran's calm could not be more important. On afternoon 2, which feels an eternity ago, the magic dust on Khawaja's innings was his ability to deny England taking 2 wickets in a hurry, forming partnerships with each of the middle order. If they can do the same today, Australia will go 1 up. But if Stuart Broad can get on a roll, as he did so brilliantly in decisive Ashes spells at the Oval in 2009, Durham in 2013 and Trent Bridge at 2015, then that's a whole other thing. And having gotten rid of Marnus Labuschagne and Stephen Smith before stumps last night, he believes he can do it again. So an absorbing and brilliant test reaches its final stanza. All that's left now is for the Birmingham rain to stop and for the games to begin. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast with the rain still falling in front of our commentary box window, it's Damien Fleming, 2 times Ashes winner. He'd love to bowl on a cloudy day like this, and Bharat Sundaresan, who's been with me every day on this journey on SEN Test Cricket. Flem, to begin with you, we woke up this morning, we all raced for our rain radar, we saw the messages coming back from various meteorologists. The problem is, it's just not stopped yet. What's happening?
Hello, Bharat listeners. No, we're still optimistic. And I always go to you, Colo, because you're always optimistic. And you're telling me we're going to get enough cricket in here today. The actual covers on the actual pitch and run-up and in the sort of inner circle are fantastic, aren't there? One thing I will say, the rain 2 days ago, there was real pools of water. It's not as much here. The super soppers at work. So I'm optimistic that... and to be honest, it's been constant lightish rain, but it hasn't been really heavy, dense rain. In these conditions, it's not going to dry up quickly, so we are going to need the super soppers. But as I said, in those danger areas, they'll be fine. It'll just be areas in the outfield. And the game itself, you alluded to it in your opener, and well done, Colo. 174 runs, 7 wickets. Even last night, Bolo gets his highest test score, and they might be important runs, because I might not be backing Bolo to get 13 under the pump at number 10 later on today. So the longer this partnership can linger, it's such a win for the Australians, and delay, the stroke play of Heads and Carey to come in later on. On the other side, you did say these are beautiful bowling conditions, and we saw it early day 2, and England were absolutely superb, led by Stuart Broad. I mean, he's still in his peak. I'm seeing signs in this game where Jimmy Anderson, the legend that I love watching bowl, he needs good conditions like today. When it's a bit flatter, it's hard work, or his board just charged him, pumping up the crowd. Robertson a little bit too. I think he'll be good today, but on flat pitches he's a little bit benign. And it's Usman Khawaja. This could be, if he happens to bat through, one is he's the main man that would have won this game for Australia, but the rise continues. He's just ticked off England as an underperforming country, and now it might be one of his greatest victories.
I hadn't even considered that, Brad. If Usman Khawaja goes on and makes a century today, so twin tons in a game like this, it'll go down as one of the all-time greatest Ashes performances.
And if you're a great batter or a batter of any kind in Test cricket, like you speak about like ticking boxes, you spoke about Steve Smith having a big say in an Ashes win, but fourth innings run chases, very few batters in the history of the game, Flem, have scored famous hundreds and taken their team to victory, especially with a target close to 300. And yeah, he'll jump up to the pantheon of the greats if he can say Australia home. And you know, you speak about that middle order as Flem, and a lot of people have said, oh, Australia not very good at run chases. Australia haven't really got over the line very often in the last 10, 15 years. But I think the one advantage this team has is, or the batters who are to come, they don't have any baggage. Head, Green, Carey, first time they are in a position where they're in a run chase which is manageable. They're not batting to save the test with 500 on the board as a target. So those are positives, I think, if you are an Australian fan or if you are just a supporter of Australian cricket, you can hang on to. But yeah, Usman Khawaja is key because, like we've seen in the past, what Pujara does against Australia, you need someone at one end just killing the game off, in the sense denying the bowling attack anything and getting them to bowl that extra spell on the fifth day. It's always going to be difficult, especially with the fact that we don't know how many overs Moeen Ali is going to give us. So, you know, Usman Khawaja, the longer he bats, it's crucial.
It does make the scenario building piece of this pretty interesting, Flem. Like, we're going to lose a fair bit of time in all probability, because I spoke to Phil Long before about this, because of the rain overnight, and we've been sharing a room. I know he's been awake. There's been rain all the way through the night. It would suggest that it's going to be a longer clean-up than Sunday was, because the rain will obviously be underneath the turf, and they'll need to give it time to dry out. What if Australia only have 50 overs? What if they've had 42? You know what I mean? It'll require them to play in a more enterprising fashion than would be the case if they had all 98 at their disposal. It's a whole other thing when you turn it into almost a limited overs game with 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it'll turn into Ozball. Now, I have insights into the team, and they've been planning Ozball for certain scenarios to combat Bazball. And this may be the scenario. If they're given 25 overs, they'll revert to T20 cricket. Ozball will pop its head in, and Australia will have a famous victory. So there is so many different scenarios. I don't think it's till 11:30 that we start to lose overs. You know, we've got a fair bit of time. Even just watching the Super Soppers, it's not splashing up the water that we saw later on day 2, but it's still going to be very damp. The umpires are going to be comfortable that the outfielders, are not going to slip over. They're not going to be helped by the overhead conditions. It's not going to be sunny. It's actually not that breezy either, unfortunately. But, you know, if we don't get significant rain, it stops. You know, there's still so much time.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes, you know, a run chase, I still think it would have taken the Australians, you know, between 50, 60 overs to get these runs anyway. But the shorter the overs, all it will is increase the intent. And also for England, they may have to set more aggressive fields.
What did you make of that last night, by the way, Flem? Because, I mean, I know we kind of brush over the bowling things. They probably gave Australia 20 runs in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He was out there as night watchman for longer than ordinarily would be the case. And I get that. That's fine.
And he scored.
That's a decision they make. But they had 9 men around the bat for 20 minutes and conceded 20-odd runs. In a low-scoring, well, not a low-scoring, that's the wrong term, in a narrow chase, 281, where wickets are falling, it did feel like they were going all chips in just to get Boland, and they didn't bowl too many balls towards Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, I don't think they used the short ball very effectively. We saw a dismissed bolo in the first innings. He ducked a couple and then tried to ride it. Brody tried to knock him, through the gate straight away. But, I mean, we talked about in the first innings, Bolo's got a pretty good forward defence. I actually had my old English teacher, Rob Harrod, and g'day to you if you're listening, who then moved from Heather Hill High School to St. Bede's. And he just texted today that Bolo actually opened the batting for St. Bede's as a schoolboy. So no doubt he had the forward defence and not much else. I would have pushed him back a little bit more. And then you've got the options of, going nose at full speed for Yorkers or changes of pace and have him coming at the ball, and you've got catches in front of the wicket.
I was downstairs waiting to do my interview with David Warner, Flem, when Usman Khawaja and Scott Boland were walking off. And Usman Khawaja was trying to break the ice. He was asking him, trying to break Scott Boland to smile. And he was still you could see that there was relief, but I think he's still a little stressed. And it was only as they left the field that, I don't know what Usman Khawaja said, that Bolo finally broke into a smile.
Great man, Scott Boland.
Yeah. But with the rain as well, Colo, I think there are two factors to it, right? The other day it rained so much, the ground staff could not do anything while it was raining. Yeah. Today, like you said, Flem, they're already working on getting rid of whatever excess water there is on the covers and using the drainage facilities. But we've also seen in England, when it's rained like this, it just stays for longer than the heavy downfall.
I think Dan was talking about it, that you lose the side of the city, and we can see the buildings, no problems.
Yeah, we saw the other day as well that the first rain dump got dealt with quite quickly. They're used to it here, right? Like having days that are affected by rain is part and parcel of being an England cricketer, and that'll mean they're able to adapt pretty quickly as players when they
We
get
could be in Melbourne, couldn't we?
Yeah, right now we could be.
Right now.
The Ben Stokes captaincy, last thing I'll touch on before we go to our first break on SEN Test Cricket for today. Our first session will be brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if having a drink, to Drinkwise. Bharat, the captaincy of Stokes, we've had our eyes on it from the first moment of day one. We've already sort of mentioned the fields he's set. But having to potentially be patient today and not snatching at it, it can often be the problem for the side bowling fourth, that they press so hard for wickets that they lose their nerve a little bit. We saw that with Australia at Brisbane and Sydney a couple of summers ago against India. Your thoughts on what we can expect from Stokes?
Firstly, I think if someone's smart and they've been watching this test match, they can release one of those 12-month calendars with each month represented by one special field that he set. I mean, it's made for such wonderful pictures. We've all clicked pictures of the unique fields Ben Stokes has set. And from what we've seen so far in this game, he has never looked desperate. Or he might have been positions where, like you said, Khawaja always managed to put on partnerships. Australia never went, or England never went bang bang, as you would say. But he never really went one way or the other. He kept changing the field. It was almost like watching Steve Smith captain in India.
Right.
In terms of bowling changes and the field setup. So, and look what he did to Usman Khawaja. He was flowing beautifully yesterday at one point in the second innings. Then he brought the smiley field in. And ever since that, Khawaja has hung around, but he hasn't really been able to score fluently. So I don't see Ben Stokes at any point snatching at it, even though I know he likes to finish off cricket matches early. And he can't afford to do that either. He has a tired bowling attack who maybe would be appreciating this break right now. Conditions might be in the seamer's favour, but he doesn't have a spinner.
Play has officially been delayed, which we expected. That's just come through from the ECB when you were speaking then, Bharat. So we'll take a break. On the other side of it, Daniel Norcross will begin his conversation with Jeremy Coney. I haven't seen Jeremy's preview video from this morning on TikTok and Twitter, but I assume it's quite a good one.
I have. He's not retiring. The public want more.
Jeremy Coney on TikTok's going to become a thing by the time this series is complete. Australia 3 for 107 overnight. Their target's 281. Our coverage is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. Play has been delayed, though, at Edgbaston.
It's SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. It's Daniel Norcross with you, and our resident statistician, Phil Long, is here as well. As I'm afraid we look out on a rather gloomy scene here in Birmingham. You can't see very much in the way of buildings. There's a lot in the way of clouds, and there's a lot in the way of headphones and microphones falling off desks. There's a bit of that going on. It's that sort of a day, really. We are reliably informed that it's going to get better, and that there will be, before very long, a cessation of the rain. The ground staff are out there at the moment. They're using their brooms and whatnot, but nobody's really turned. I mean, there's some hardy souls. Phil, what would you say we're looking at here? About 150 maniacs have turned up in pouring rain to sit down.
They are the hardiest of hardy souls, aren't they?
I mean, these are the people who win you wars, aren't they?
They do win you wars. They've also bought a last day ticket.
Yeah.
And they're here, and they've come in.
You admire that, don't you? Because our listeners may not know, but Phil is one of the most careful men with money you could ever wish to meet. And he does not spend money he doesn't need to. He is a man who's actually asked for change in an Indian tuk-tuk when the cost of it was, in Australian terms, about 75 cents. and he was unwilling to pay the extra 5 cents as a tip. So, you know, he will hang around for 3 minutes while somebody rootles around in their pockets for that 3 pence or 5 cents. And you admire people who take the risk to buy a 5th day ticket, because, especially under Stokes' England, that's quite a gamble.
That's right, a massive gamble. But they went on sale yesterday, didn't they? I think people have used this opportunity. We heard Adam Collins speak before the start. It's all set up for this final day. The only thing I would say is, and you brought my attention to this, the Birmingham City view is limited, to say the least, isn't it? And I think that's a clue to where we stand at the minute as far as the weather goes.
Once you can see some of those really awful buildings, and you know that play might be about to start. It's one of the strangest things. If you normally, when you see horrifying architecture, it tends to make you feel a bit miserable. But at Birmingham, the fact that you can see it and you can make out the car parks in the distance, that means that play might be about to begin, or at least they can tidy up. What we did find the other day, and this is all positive news for all listeners and cricket fans, is that when it really bucketed it down, they were able to get out there really quite quickly. So it's a good drying ground. We are expecting rain to stop at some point within the next 15 minutes or so. There's no prospect of play, we're being told here, before 1:10. Yes, they'll take the early lunch. That would be the idea. So really, 1:10, that's 1:10 UK time, so 10 past 10 in Melbourne, and then you work it out where you are from that. You Aussies, you know who you are and where you live. And so if you've got things that you need to do them now. I would highly advise that. But be on your mettle for around about 10 past 10 Melbourne time, because play could get underway, and it could be very exciting, because as we look at this scene here of greyness, I tell you, this pitch and this venue has proved a very benign place for batters much of the time, but on the rare occasions when the clouds rolled over and the rain came out, Phil, it was tough, wasn't it? That 22 balls England faced in the gloaming, two for none, was
That's
it?
Right. I'm not sure. 2 for 2 off 22. I'm not sure if 22 balls have been spoken about so much in Ashes cricket history. I mean, it kind of focused this game, didn't it? No doubt.
Yeah.
And as you say, as you look out the window now, these conditions, should we play? We don't think the cloud's going to lift, do we? That's the thing. Even if it stops raining, it's not going to be a nice day. So those 22 balls are going to be times by however many balls we see today. It's probably going to swing about. And, well, England are going to fancy bowling, aren't they?
Jeremy Coney has joined me for a couple of minutes. Who do you think, or rather, how do you think Australia should approach that? Because we have seen that it was fairly awkward. Like, Khawaja's going to have a look first, isn't he? But if it proves awkward batting conditions, Travis Head having a go and trying to get that target down, is that the way you'd go? England would, wouldn't they? England would go hard at it. They would run towards the peril. Do you think this Australian team will do that?
Probably not, no. That's my sense. We just don't know how many overs we're going to have today, do we? It's quite a difficult one to answer, but certainly as the numbers decrease, the overs, therefore, just how keen are Australia to go for this, and are they prepared to lose this match as they try to win it? We know what England's attitude would be, but now it's the Aussies with the bat, and you don't want to lose the first test, but it's just a question of how many overs they've got. Will we get a one period of play with a number of overs, or are we going to have lots of little gaps with having to sort of come off the field and go, and then the slightly older bowlers they can recharge the batteries and so on. So that's a bonus, I think, for England if that happens. If we get one sort of period of play where a batsman can get in and make a difference, I think it's going to be quite tricky today. We've seen throughout this match, as you pointed out, that in these conditions it's a vastly different game as soon as we get heavy cloud, bit of rain around. The pitch has been covered and under covers for some time. So it's going to be difficult, because I also have the feeling that Australians don't play the moving ball that well.
Well, we've seen that before with the likes of Khawaja and Cummins. They have struggled against that moving ball. This pitch, ball hasn't moved a great deal at all. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there'll be no difference to the rain situation, but there will be a difference to the commentary box, because there will be Adam Collins alongside Peter Lalor. Very much looking forward to that. Stick with us here on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Our pre-game show is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, to Drinkwise. Adam Collins back with you. It's a bit of a sorry scene, I must say, out in front of the window here in our commentary position. It's still raining, not what the radar said. It has brought forward lunch. Lunch will be taken at 12:30 local time. That's 90 minutes from now. Play won't start before 1:10, which is still 2 hours and 10 minutes away. I've got Peter Lalor and Jarrod Kimber with me to continue our conversation before we start picking up some talk back in Melbourne and all the rest. Gents, waking up this morning, we were all very excited. Now this is a cessation in that excitement for a time, but it does mean that later on today it could be an exhilarating session or two where both sides will need to play in an enterprising way to find victory. Pete Lalor, your thoughts on how that might play out?
So the situation is we've lost the first session.
Yes.
So a maximum number of overs we can get in for today's play is 80.
That's not... Oh, we've lost 90 minutes. We haven't had...
Yeah, I'm told downstairs it's
right.
80. This isn't official, but roughly 80. Plenty of time to get the runs. It was 170 runs to get.
Yeah.
You've got Kawaja, you've got Head, you've got Green, you've got Carey. It's doable, isn't it? I think I was a bit more optimistic about Australia's chances last night when I see the conditions today, and I imagine if they do get on, that ball's going to be doing a lot in the air and probably off the surface early. And there's a significant factor that I reckon comes in when you play at Edgbaston, and I mean, it's obvious to you, Jarrod, you've seen a lot of cricket here. It's that Holly stand. Yeah. It's the crowd factor. The crowd factor is massive at this ground. We saw it last night when Broad had his tail up in that 40-minute spell where they got the wickets, and he was conducting them. And the sound howls, like we've got quite thick glass up in the press box, but it was really loud. I think it might be one of the louder grounds in the world, which is strange because the stands go back on that easy angle. There's not a lot of roof.
Would you say it's one of the most 15 most intimidating grounds?
Oh, no, not. I just had a message from Tim Payne asking whether he should go to bed or not.
I think when you're here, you do get it. It's not like a brutal situation, but you saw Travis Head struggling in the field, and every time he's been near the boundary, there's just been that little bit of pressure on him. So I do think it's quite a full-on environment. I mean, Leeds has the
Western Terrace is probably the most highly spoken of.
Yeah,
part,
but I would say this is louder.
I think it might be louder. My sense has always been that here is without denigrating the people that sit there, but it feels like the football crowd coming for their day of the year, which means that the football chants are more prevalent.
Yeah.
The abuse of the players is more acute, the players they know. Whereas at Western Terrace, when Stokes and Bairstow were batting together before lunch on that fourth day in 2019 and Stokes and Leach at the end, that was cricket. That was all cricket all
fans,
the time.
Yeah.
So there's a slight distinction there. But you're right, Pete. Like last night, and Broad knows how to play to that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He knows how to whip them up the way that Virat Kohli knows how to whip them up when he's playing and so on.
It's that sense of, Dennis Lilly at the MCG bowling to Lara
exactly.
and that last over. You're kind of bowling with the wind at your back, the wind in your sails. It really does lift you. They try to upset you when you're fielding. In fact, a few people from the Holly stand were sitting next to us last night in the Keg and Grill, which has failed to feed us 2 nights running because we get out of here so late.
Happened to us as well. It said on the wall of the pub, food till 10 o'clock, and then food stopped
2
at
nights running.
Not
a
ideal.
Sikh bloke too. I said, I thought you Sikhs were hospitable, and he's so shamefaced he gave me a free round of drinks. Win. A lot better than I did in Manchester last year. What was I saying?
You were talking about the stand and
somehow I got to the pub, didn't I? Yeah. Anyway, no, they were talking about how they were abusing Green and how good Green was, and they abused Smith and how good Smith was. They said, but Warner was a bit pissy. I'm not allowed to say that on radio. Warner was he was a bit prickly, which surprised me because Dave usually engages with the crowd.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He does until he doesn't like it, right?
Yeah, well, that's what...
you know what he's like? It's completely on his mood. If he's in a good mood, he will play to the crowd. If he's in a bad mood, he'll be...
I wonder why he was in a bad mood yesterday. He batted very well, didn't he? He looked good at the pit.
He got a straight one and nicked behind, didn't he?
Before we continue our conversation, I'm going to welcome our listeners in WA on SEN WA joining us for the first time. And the story, just to recap, isn't great here. Lunch has already been foreshadowed. It'll be taken half an hour early. We've lost at least 18 overs out of the 98 available. It's still raining. The rain has been consistent through the night and through the morning. It was very heavy a couple of hours ago, so they can't begin any meaningful clean-up until the rain stops entirely. So they're building in as much flexibility as possible by taking lunch early. Play cannot start here until 10 past 1.
Good news is Scott Boland's still batting.
But Scott Boland's still batting. The night watchman will resume on 13. His highest test score, Usman Khawaja, 34. They're 174 runs away from what would be a famous victory, given how behind they were in the test match when England made 8 for 393, declared in Australia with 2 for 29 early on day 2. I think that's a part of the story here as well, Pete, that Australia hung on so well to give themselves a chance in the second half of the match. And that was batting time through Khawaja.
Yes.
Never allowing 2 wickets to fall in quick succession after losing Warner and Labuschagne in consecutive deliveries. Those partnerships through the middle order, he put on 38 with Smith, which doesn't sound like a lot, but at the time felt like a lot. 81 with Head, 72 with Green, 118 with Carey. That was the trunk of the Australian innings. Khawaja part of all of it. It's that calm, that approach that he's able to take the sting out of things. If they can build an innings around Khawaja again, that'll feel more achievable. And Jarrod, what you've been writing about overnight as well, the fourth innings doesn't feel as daunting for sides as it did until a couple of years ago. There have been some notable performances that have made teams believe they can chase big scores, whereas before, scoreboard pressure might have been too intimidating.
Yeah, I think it's now at about 1 in 10 chases over 300 in Test cricket are being done. And I think the only other decade we've ever had anything close was like 7% maybe in the 1950s.
Right.
And I think part of the reason is that no one's made a lot of runs in the last couple of years in Test cricket. And so it's not like you're not having to chase 600 anymore. You might have to chase 400 or 450 unless you're Afghanistan against Bangladesh. So there has been a big change since Kusal Mendes and Ben Stokes did their chases. And a lot of that is you score quicker, right? Like, you know, you watch Bairstow. We've seen Bairstow do some of these chases. It's the speed at which they can chase now. And, you know, if Travis Head bats for 100 balls, like, that's it.
It's game over.
Yeah, any chase is done.
Is that all that sort of intense experience that most of them get in T20 cricket these days of of backing yourself, timing your innings? You know, the chase has become a critical part. They practice it, don't they, in the T20 to a degree of timing.
Well,
it's a microcosm of a test chase.
Yeah. No, I think it is white ball. I think white ball's played a part. I think you'd have to admit, if you've watched cricket for, as old as we all are.
I'm older.
Yeah, obviously, for you even more so. But the fourth innings, I don't think pitches degrade the way they did when we were young. Right, you don't get the Carl Hooper balls anymore to Nasser Hussain and all that sort of stuff. And so, you can be the greatest one-day player of all time. If a ball's going to run along the ground to you, you're not going to be able to do anything. That doesn't happen in the same way now, and they trust the surfaces a little bit more. I think pitches have probably better around the world than they've ever been in the fourth innings. I think that has to play a part in all these things. But if you're used to smoking the ball around and chasing it, 6 runs and over or 12 runs and over in a T20 game, you might look up and go, oh, it's only 280,
Yeah, that's right.
Travis Head for 40 minutes and we're halfway there.
But Australia felt on the back foot this whole game. I still think that they've had some wins, and you talk about those partnerships in that first innings, Adam. I also think the amount of time they put into England's bowlers' legs. I mean, they would have been hoping that England had to bowl all day today, but it's a long series, and already, Moeen Ali's dinged, isn't he? Yeah. And we know that Stokes is underdone, and the other two. Broad just looks epic. He looks timeless, doesn't he? But they've bowled a lot more overs than the Australians have bowled in this match. Well,
this is probably the only time in Ollie Robinson's life he's been used as an enforcer, right? And having the ball bounces. I know he goes to the gym twice a week now, and so things have changed a little bit, Colo. He's a bit fitter than he used to be, the gym freak. But essentially, he's never had to bowl bounces over and over again. He looked exhausted at times last night.
Bloody hard work bowling bounces.
Yeah, if you've never done it before.
That wicket he took was, to say it was against the flow of play, is the grandest of understatements. He was bowling half-trackers at Khawaja and Warner, and they were feasting on him. He went cross-seam and had one actually hit the seam. Yeah. When bowling cross-seam, normally you want to hit the fleshy side, maybe go on and hit a pad. And he just got a bit lucky. And Warner nicks off, and that's what they needed, that spur for the final hour. Yeah. The crowd are involved, Pete, your point before. Yeah. And it was one of those days where, 352 runs and 11 wickets across 90, well, not quite, it was 85 overs. They fell 13 overs short of the quantum, but across, 7 hours of actual cricket from go to woe, from the reverse lap from route to start through to the 9 fielders around the bat. with Boland, the night watchman, at the end. But in the middle of all of that, Australia hung in there pretty well. I mean, you think about the way that Pope and Root were batting off the top and the way that Brook came out of the blocks, the way that Bairstow and Stokes started after lunch. There were multiple points yesterday where it could have fallen away for the Aussies, and they've found a way just to keep things on an even keel, and they probably have their nose ahead, and that's a fair bit after where they were after, say, 4 sessions of this test on Saturday.
It was a mirror image of a kind of one-day innings of a team that gets to the point where it's ready to go, but loses the wicket. Gets to the point where it's ready to go, loses the wicket. Because had any of those partnerships gone on, you were guaranteed that the run rate would have gone up.
Would have flown,
would have really gone up steeply. England played relatively conservatively in the early parts of those partnerships and never really got to take off yesterday, aside from Root in the first couple of overs, which was ridiculous. But
well, Brook had about 1 over against Lyon, and I thought they were going to explode around that point. But then Lyon started to bowl really well after that. They did struggle a lot. If the pitch does flatten out, the one thing I would say is I thought that Cummins and Lyon were the 2 most important bowlers on the surface so far, and they don't have anyone anywhere near as fast as Cummins, and their finger has their spinner has half a finger. I should say.
And Lyon yesterday, just as we work our way to our next break and ultimately throw back to some talk back in Melbourne, Nathan Lyon's bowling average, this is one for the real hardcore, right, has dipped beneath 31 for the first time since 2012. Ooh. All that says to me is that as he advances in years and he's deeper into his career, he is still getting better. I mean, he's still at his prime. What is he now, 34, I reckon, Jarrod?
I think he averaged 26 in the World Test Championship cycle.
Well, there you go. So Nathan Lyon, who has had a roller coaster career in many ways, he's up to 495 Test wickets, and all things being equal, he'll take his 500th at Lord's next week.
Disagree. I don't reckon he's still at his prime. I think he's peaking. I think he's getting better. He's actually getting better every series. 80-odd wickets in that 2-year period World Test Championship.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I think he had 35 more than anyone else.
30 more than any other bowler in the Australian team. Yep. Just in charge of his domain, comfortable in his skin. We talk about that with Usman Khawaja a lot, but it's very much... And he's been a long time coming to maturity, Nathan Lyon, a bit like sort of modern kids, they're not still living at home when they're 28.
And good evening to Peter's kids.
Hi, Harry.
Also, I love the idea of Nathan Lyon being the master of his domain.
Very good, very good. On that note, it's 10 past 11 here. Just a reminder that lunch has already been agreed for 12:30, so they're going to lose 18 overs, according to Pete, who's been speaking to the ECB. So if they get on it at 10 past 1, which is just under 2 hours from now, they'll have 80 overs at their disposal to decide this thrilling test match. Australia 3 for 107, Khawaja 34, Boland on 13. Now, we're going to go back to the studio in Melbourne with John Donahoe and Paul Sebastiani after the break. They're going to take your calls. You can set the agenda, 1300 736 736. Text in as well, 0433 98 11 16. In New Zealand, 8833. And if you're in New Zealand, look at Jeremy Coney's video from this morning on TikTok. I'll be back throughout with weather updates, myself and Daniel Norcross at Edgbaston. In the meantime, the boys are going to talk you through all the latest in the world of sport. Our pre-game show is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise. And SEN Test Cricket is for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Stadium there, which is crazy, really. Well, you don't need a roof for rugby. It's perfectly fine. They love rolling around in mud, those men. In fact, it enhances their experience. So, I don't know why that... I mean, we could, I suppose, try and play cricket in the Millennium Stadium.
In a way, I'm happy with no roofs. See, what we have now, I was telling someone just now, I don't mind the rain at the cricket. It's part of what makes cricket different to all other sports, where we do stop for rain and we get time to reflect. It's reflection time. We can sit back and think about the whys and the hows.
We wouldn't be having this chat if it weren't for the rain.
Yeah. And on a serious note, because it's so condition dependent, I think once you put the roof in, then you'll always be tempted to use it, even if, say, there is weather coming or weather not coming. And if cricket is in a complicated sport already, and if the umpires don't have to take a lot of difficult calls already, think about that. At what time do you, and when do you decide, no, we're going to close the roof? It's not as straightforward as some of these tennis stadiums around the world and Grand Slams, which, for the longest time was a debate, right? Do we need roofs? And now they do have them. But with cricket, because it's so condition dependent, I'm just old school, but I prefer it to be this way.
And our correspondent Steve, he's talking in reference to Hobart and the football stadium that's going to be built there for the new team that's been given a licence, the 19th AFL club, from I think 2027 they'll be in the competition in the stadium to come a little bit later. Whether that should be used for cricket, I mean, Bellerive Oval has had so many improvements made to it. It is a beautiful cricket ground. And it has been a cricket ground that's now hosted an Ashes Test match, albeit one that finished in 3 days. They did a splendid job of that. I would hate to see Bellerive Oval, the home of Tasmanian cricket, had that taken away from them in the future on the basis of a new stadium with a roof on it. That would jar a bit for me.
Yeah, very much so.
And you couldn't build a roof on it.
No, we can't. You couldn't.
It's actually right. It's a lovely stadium.
Yeah, and the views that you get. I think it's all part of the... as cliched as it sounds, the charm of cricket, to be honest.
You know, why do we fixate over little things that go wrong? We got this far, 150 years of Test cricket, because by accommodating rain, it's okay.
It is.
We just get frustrated that we can't have everything that we want. Sometimes, at the point of cricket, is denial a lot of the time. Something that Ben Duckett could learn a little bit from, perhaps.
I didn't expect us to go that way
I
soon.
thought you'd want to.
And we got a message in from Chris at Adelaide. The hill at Adelaide Oval has its own character, and it's often where the Barmy Army loves to situate it themselves. It doesn't say anything further than that, but I think what Chris might be steering towards there is that you couldn't really put a roof on Adelaide Oval.
No.
Well, no, also, I think we were talking about like the Holly Stand and whatnot.
Quite.
Yeah.
And of course, you as a Melburnian, you've got what's called Bay 13 or something.
Which is kind of gone now. Like when I was a teenager, the whole thing, obviously Bay 13, well, it's not obviously, it was part of the old Southern Stand that was taken down after the 1990 grand final. So the 1990-91 Ashes series, when David Gower makes that ton at Melbourne, it's a construction site at one side of the ground. And the new Southern Stand, the great Southern Stand, now named the Shane Warne Stand, has been there ever since. And Bay 13 didn't, strictly speaking, live there anymore, but there was the old third man fine leg was what became effectively that. So in one-day internationals in their pomp, you would queue up, much as it would be for a Lord's Test match or something like that, and you would sprint to get territory in what was known as Bay 13. You'd lay across the seats. People would smuggle in any number of bottles of gin, God knows what. Oh, of course, not me. I was well behaved.
Of course.
And then the day would be a party atmosphere down there, and often be where the Mexican wave would start. Shane Warne walking out there famously in the 1999 one-day international between Australia and England with the helmet on and so on. But that's kind of gone away a little bit. So, one-day internationals don't draw crowds anymore. That game against England that we did, Bharat, earlier this year, well, that would have been late last year, rather, on SEN cricket, where there was probably 10,000 people at the G or something like that, partly informed by it coming straight after a World Cup and not getting a whole lot of attention beforehand. But the one-day international and the Bay 13 thing, unfortunately for now, has kind of subsided. But the hill at Adelaide Oval, on the other hand,
still is,
I mean, you're there, Bharat, a lot in a work capacity, so am I, but you live in Adelaide. That remains the place where you want to go for a good time.
Oh, very much so. And the England-India T20 World Cup semi-final, Daniel, you were there. That's where the Barmy Army was. And I remember once England thumped India at that game, the whole team walked towards the old hill under the scorecard and just spend some time with the Barmy Army. And that's the one spot which is always filled up. And, when we have Test cricket at the Adelaide Oval these days, we have the village greens on the other side where the members are. And a lot of people come to the Adelaide Oval and go straight there. They don't actually face the ground unless Travis Head is batting or maybe Alex Carey is batting, unless it is a South Australian doing something important.
It's the only ground in Australia where we have that, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're at the MCG, you're in the seating bowl. Sydney a little bit at the back, but Adelaide, it's like their Melbourne Cup or something like that, where it's a social activity. I was a member at Adelaide Oval for a long time before moving into journalism and broadcasting, and enjoyed days out the back. But they got, since the renovation, the horseshoe configuration means that you've got the what I call the football stand, the 5 Australian rules footballers who are recognised on the eastern side, and the western side with the 3 member stands. And at the end, you can still look straight down the guts and see the old cathedral, the old scoreboard, one of the most iconic scoreboards in world cricket, if not the most, and the hill. And I love the fact that there is still the trees, that there's still room for that in modern cricket when stadia is such a big part of the conversation.
I wanted to ask about that because I was fortunate enough to go to the Wacker in 2017. The last Test match they probably played that?
It was,
and they had a lovely grass bank, had real character. And then I got, even on that tour, they played the one-day international in the new stadium. And I just wondered, how does that new stadium, I mean, it has capacity, it's a great facility. How do you develop a new sense of identity within that. You know, I look at the Gabba and I look at the Optus Stadium, isn't it? And I just wonder, you know, what would become their Bay 13? What could be their hill? Because it's a bit monocultural, isn't it?
It looks like the Gabba, right? It looks like a 30-year upgrade on the Gabba, and acknowledging the Gabba's getting renovated for the Brisbane 32 Olympics. So that'll be a whole different thing when you get there, Daniel, in Ashes series in the future. I think there's one more Ashes series there before they knock it down and start again. But yeah, that is a challenge, I think, what you're describing there, the environmental challenge of having a bowl that all looks the same. How do you identify where the people might gather?
Yes, stand 5. How does that...
Bay 12, especially the Optus Stadium. I always feel I've covered pretty much every test match that's been played there. And it feels like cricket being played in a footy stadium. Right? It is a brilliant footy stadium. I've never watched a footy game there, but even watching it on television, it looks like it's made for Australian rules football. But you put a test match in particular there, and we saw that Australia-Sri Lanka T20 World Cup match, which was half empty. I mean, some people felt it was the Justin Langer effect or the Justin Langer impact.
That's right. They didn't come to the... That's right, I remember that. People didn't come to the T20 World Cup game because they were angry that Justin Langer got sacked as coach.
Because they're fiercely protective of their own, aren't they, in WA?
I mean, the gymnastics required to arrive at that conclusion.
But, you know, it's not dissimilar to the West Indies. I mean, the West Indies in days gone by, you know, the Guyanese would be infuriated if
Cummins, no goings,
That's you got it.
Yeah.
No Cummins, no goings. I mean, it's similar kind of thing.
Let's refer back to our screen. Other texts coming through. Mario wants to know who the fastest bowler Jeremy ever faced was. He's not with us at the moment, but we'll get back to you on that.
Colin Croft might have been
take that on
close.
notice.
Sylvester Clark.
Well, he faced Tomo on debut, didn't he?
He faced Tomo,
Yeah, he made his test debut against Lillian Thompson in 1975, I think. Jeremy is a younger man before coming back later in his...
Very quick, Dan. He was very quick indeed.
Rhino in Perth. Absolutely love to hate Broad and Anderson, but credit where it's due. To still be in England's test team and performing is crazy. I expected them to retire years ago. Absolute cricketing legends. Couldn't agree more, Rhino, that their longevity, and Broad, who was... I would say he was the fourth seamer in the pecking order for England a week ago. Like, we all thought Mark Wood would play here. We thought it was a selection mistake. Yet Broad has been the most threatening bowler on show from England. And as we know, he saves his best performances against Australia in England. He's a phenomenon. And he was, believe me, very close to retirement 12 months ago.
Oh, he was about to go
to the other place.
To the other place.
To the
House
other
of
place.
Lords, yes.
The other place being television full-time.
Yes.
And the reason he stuck to it was because he just loves playing in this particular dressing room. And James Anderson, you and I have both spoken to Jimmy about this, Daniel, that I'm not saying he would have retired necessarily, but he is like a young man again in terms of the enjoyment he's getting out of cricket 20 years on.
I mean, there's a couple of things to say about Jimmy. 4.5 years ago, at the end of a disastrous Ashes tour, 17-18, he came on commentary with us for the BBC, and he was doing one-day internationals. And he was really grumpy the first time we met him. And I thought, this has got to stop. So I said, right, we're taking him out. We're taking Jimmy out. We're going to go and get a few babies inside us and find out what the problem is. And eventually confronted him. Said, Jimmy, why are you being so grumpy with us? He says, well, because you keep on talking about my age on air. I said, well, of course we do, Jimmy, because you've been around for yonks. You're 35. You're not. It's not as if you're going to come back and do another tour in Australia. This was 4.5 years ago. And he said, well, why wouldn't I? I said, well, because the pitches don't suit you. Australia are monsters on their own turf. You can't lay a glove on them. It's exhausting. I've just seen you bowl in 45-degree heat in Sydney, a 9-over spell, pointlessly, when Australia were 350 ahead in the second innings. Why would you put yourself through that? He said, well, why would I want my last memory of playing in Australia to be as bad as this? And that was an insight into his dedication, his motivation to keep going. And 4 years later, at Headingley last year, when we were staying in the team hotel, I said something similar to him. I said, Jimmy, this stuff about baseball, I mean, it's all for show, isn't it? It's all for the papers. And he fixed me, and I said, no, I've never had more fun playing cricket in my life. He is, as you said, a man reborn, rejuvenated. He's like a kid again. I mean, I'm not sure this pitch would have made him feel too much like a kid in the last few days. But, yeah, he'll retire. He told me he'll retire when he feels he can't keep up his standards, and he thinks he's bowling better than ever. And his stats bear it out. Average about 21 in the last 2 or 3 years. Under baseball, averages under 20. Ridiculous.
Yeah, Hadley-esque career, really, and beyond. He's older now than when Hadley retired. We're going to try this. We're going to try and take a call.
Ooh.
Peter in Paran, do you read us? Not a great sign. This is... Whoa. I can hear something. Peter, you there?
Yes, sir.
Fire away, Peter and Paran.
Good evening. How are we?
Good evening. We couldn't be better.
Are we going to see him play today?
Are we going to see any play today?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Very much so.
The rain has stopped. I think it's reasonable to say. We now get, as Daniel, you're pointing to Birmingham City.
I'm pointing to Birmingham, and there's a reason for this. I wouldn't normally point to Birmingham, but what we can tell from the weather is how bad it is by what we can see of the skyscrapers in front of us, and they are now actually very identifiable. We can see the windows of buildings quite some distance away, so the clouds are lifting. I think the rain has actually stopped. The clearing up's going on. The umbrellas have come down. I would think, we could be out there in about an hour and a half with a bit of luck, maybe even earlier.
Got a message through from the ECB, as you were saying there. The umpires are about to walk out, but not for an official inspection. So I can see Murray Erasmus. Hello, Murray. And Ashan Raza and the fourth official as well. So they'll begin the slow process of making sure the outfield is fit for purpose. But we know from the experience on Sunday, Peter, that once the rain has stopped, it'll drain quickly enough that we can get on. I mean, the earliest they said they could play is 1:10. That's not realistic, given that's only 52 minutes from now. But even though we've lost 18 overs already by that stage, the expectation is that there will be enough time to find a winner today. Thanks for your call. We might go to a break, just working through this. We'll take a break. We'll take some more calls. We'll get to some text messages as well, and we'll take a beat. When we return, we'll bring Damien Fleming in as well. This is SEN Test Cricket, the first test live from Edgbaston. Thanks to Macca's. SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you here at Edgbaston, where the rain has stopped. The umpires are talking to the ground staff. They're taking lunch at 12:30, 10 minutes from now. So getting that out of the way. The earliest they can start is 1:10. That's not realistic, but the probability of getting on, I would say, in the next couple of hours is pretty high. So we'll take some talk back through the course of the next half an hour or so. Damien Fleming is somewhere out the back. Damien Norcross is looking for him. We'll read through a few texts between times. Would Todd Murphy be a chance to play in this series? He would have been a great fit in this test match. I'm not sure who that came from, but Bharat, you and I had this very conversation on our preview video. If you go back and look at what Bharat and I said before the test, we both arrived at the conclusion that might not be the worst shout. Now, the lived experiences that Australia have done not a bad job with the ball throughout, restricting England on day one on an absolute road, and yesterday taking all 10 wickets. But Todd Murphy playing at some stage, if the wickets are like this, you couldn't rule it out, remembering that Warne and Tim A played such a crucial hand in tandem back in 1993.
He was the last man in to the nets on the eve of the test match, and I was just watching him bat, and then that's when the thought came to mind. He had the same swagger he did on the day before the Nagpur test. I was like, wait, is Todd Murphy playing? And Ryan Pierce, wonderful photographer that who's followed Australian cricket all over the world, he was around, and I put the idea into his head, and he just packed up his bag, and he's like, all right, I need to take everything out and take a picture of him. And at that point, look, you knew they weren't going to do it, but it didn't seem like that bad a shout, because you knew what the surface was going to be like, Adam, 2 days out from the test. And it has played true to form. So, and the only way Todd Murphy plays is the presence of Cameron Green. And back when Shane Warne and Tim May played, maybe you had a bit of Steve Waugh going for you. But apart from that, and you'd say Steve Waugh in the mid-90s to Cameron Green. Now Cameron Green, the bowler, has definitely superseded Steve Waugh.
And they also had in that series Mark Waugh bowling.
Yes, exactly.
Medium pace. So they had
pace.
two medium pace options that were complementing Hughes and Rifle. McDermott at the start, but then subsequently Hughes and Rifle, who did a power of work for Australia in 1993. AJ in Elwood. The SCG would be the only ground you need to worry about for a roof in Australia as far as rain is concerned. You're not going to get any complaints from Collins and Sundaresan on that. Michael, why can't we have an extra day, a reserve day, to get a result if there's rain? Now, I think that is an idea that time is coming. Scheduling's a nightmare. But we see a reserve day in the World Test Championship final. It hasn't been, well, it was used 2 years ago, it wasn't used last week. But I wouldn't be surprised if we end up in a situation, and I'm not saying I would advocate for this, where test matches are played over 4 protracted days with the fifth day there is a reserve day. I wouldn't be completely stunned if we end up playing 98 over Test cricket played over 6.5 hours rather than 6 hours, which technically speaking is the configuration of a 4-day Test match. They've done a few of them on those terms in the last 3 or 4 years, and day 5 might be where the flexibility lies. Again, I wouldn't advocate for that myself. I love a day 5, but who's tonight? I can see Damien Fleming coming in the back of the box as well.
Beautiful.
We've got a message from an anonymous correspondent. The Bellary Test, Ashes Test was the best I've been to in a long while. Makes me so sad that we no longer have Test cricket there. I don't think it's a case of not having Test cricket at Bellerive. It's more the fact that the World Test Championship only requires series to be played over 2 matches. So Australian Summers, for the foreseeable, are having 5 Tests, 3 and 2, or when India come out, the full 5, or England, of course, the full 5 as well. Damien Fleming has jumped in next to me. Good afternoon, Flemo.
Well, it's getting better, isn't it?
It is.
Colo,
yes.
Bharat, listeners, bright conditions. I don't think we're going to see the sun, but it stops raining. They mop it up. Optimistic.
It has stopped raining, I think. It's finally, even that little drizzle has gone away. Saw the umpires and even Andy Pycroft, the match referee, walking around like a jail prison warden, like he always does, and had a little chat with the ground staff. So I think maybe by 2 p.m. local time, we might have play.
A message that relates to our previous segment here, Fleb. We were talking about great, iconic places to watch the cricket.
Yes.
Holly Stand, the Old Bay 13, the Hill at Adelaide, for example. Here's Kirsty was explaining last night to a Victorian country lad at what stage of your life you transitioned from the Hill to the Village Green at Adelaide Oval. As a good Northern Adelaide girl, I have fond memories of my first Test summers on the Hill, but I'm now very much at home in the members. You played some cricket, did some coaching in Adelaide, Flem. You'd appreciate that.
Yes. I mean, what they've built that up to at the Adelaide Oval is so unique, isn't it? I mean, they could just sell tickets for the Village Green, the outside area, and with those tickets, you actually can't go into the ground. I'd still think they'll get an extra 10,000.
Easy.
It's like the Melbourne Cup Carnival all in 5 days. But the Hill, to field in front of the Hill, actually Phil Tufnell's out the back. Reminds me of a catch he took in front of the Hill, and he was such a popular overseas player. It was the only time I got nominated for Classic Catch in Sydney. McDermott bounced Darren Goff and he got a top edge, and I took what you'd say is like an AFL hanger, down a fine leg. You beauty, got nominated. How good's this? But I come up against Phil Tufnell. So Tuffers in front of the Adelaide Hill, it just takes a regulation catch, right? But it's Phil Tufnell. So he wins in a landslide. And that's what I love about the Hill. Even starting as a Victorian player, used to cop a lot down there. Sure. But you could certainly try and win them over. And they certainly enjoy good cricket and good cricketers.
While we've got Flem with us for the next 15 minutes or so, send in any questions or any calls for Flem specifically as well about his illustrious career as an Australian player, what he's seen along the way. 1300 736 736 on the text 0433 98 11 16 in New Zealand. 8833. Message from Josh in Perth. Hey boys, listening on a freezing cold Perth night on the couch with my hot chocolate and Uggies, waiting to hear Kawaja and the boys get the job done. Aussie. Have a great call. Thank you, Josh. Well, hopefully you won't be that deep into the night because play will resume at a civil hour. But I couldn't rule out this being one of those nights where play, remembering it's the final day, so the 7 o'clock cut-off means nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Once we're on, we're on. We play the overs in full. Over rates mean nothing on day 5. So that's an extra element to consider here because they have been going slow throughout.
And the sun's out till, 8:30. It's bright enough to play cricket. I hope we don't go till 8:30, to be honest. But it is possible. You're right. From the point they start, obviously we've started losing overs from 11:30 onwards, and it's already an hour since that happened. But yeah, once play starts, the normal customs of like when play finishes go out of the window, and we will see through to the very end of this game, whichever way it goes.
Question here, how would we rate Johnny Bairstow's keeping in this match out of 10? It'd be a pretty low number. I do think that they're going to be forced to make a decision about Folks and Bairstow, just because, if you go through 5 Test matches, Flem, and you've been in these series before, if you don't feel comfortable with the bloke down the other end taking the ball in the gloves, it's got to affect the bowler's confidence, doesn't it?
It has. My worry is just how Johnny's moving. Yeah. It started well. He took a really good catch to dismiss Labuschagne, and then it's really regressed from there, hasn't it? So, and it's not like folks can't bat either. You know, he's a competent. He's scored Test hundreds, hasn't he? So, I think they can fit both in. I just think if we do get quicker and seaming pitches as well, the wicket keepers are going to come into play a lot more. So, what I've seen from Duckett so far, I can't see him being a consistent run scorer against us. So I'm not sure who will open, whether it's Pope or somebody.
The sort of the hipster answer is Stokes, because Stokes,
they have talked it up.
Because Stokes is such a technically competent player, has a great sturdy defence, even though he's not played that way too often. Although yesterday he did. Whether he might be able to do.
Well, that would be the Bazball solution, wouldn't it, to do something different? So that could happen. No, I think it is going to be too costly for him. I'm calling. I don't think Johnny doesn't look super fit. He doesn't look super flexible. Even that one that he didn't go for, his weight was on the right foot, which is okay as long as you press off it. But he didn't move. So and then you don't want to affect his batting. Because his batting, you know, he could be the difference between the teams with his batting.
It took them so long to crack the code with Johnny Bairstow. Has the magical 2016 where he makes 4 Test tons and the most runs in the world. But between times, his career is so fallow and last year him coming good at number 5, backed in by Brendan McCullum, that famous phone call where he said, "Don't worry, mate, I know you're at the IPL, but you're batting 5 in the first Test and you're playing every Test match." Did the world of good for him and his confidence. And having got that so right, to move him down 2 spots in the order and give him the responsibility of wicket keeping. I mean, I know none of this is perfect, but they're probably good problems to have for England, all told.
I still consider him the godfather of baseball. It all started with him last year, the innings he played against New Zealand. Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes were talking about it, but it was Johnny Bairstow who made the difference and showed the rest of the English team that it can be done. And that's been a debate that's gone on for so long in English cricket, right? When Josh Buttler was still a major or integral member of this Test side. The last Ashes, Johnny Bairstow makes that 100 at the SCG. But right before that, it was a question of, like, do they leave out Buttler and do they leave out Bairstow and stick with Buttler, or go the other way around? Because Bairstow always got the gloves when he played alongside Buttler, if you remember, or for large periods. He wanted the gloves. And I've spoken to Ian Healy, I'm sure you have as well, Flem. He always felt that it's unlike with bowling and batting, he felt that when he was keeping really well, he wasn't batting as well, and the other way around. So I think keepers do think differently, don't they? With Johnny Bairstow, will he benefit from not having the gloves? Historically, he's wanted it. So I think that might also go into the consideration. He did take 3 straightforward catches yesterday. So when the ball is coming at him, he seems to be okay standing behind. But standing up is a problem. But how much spin are England, or we're going to see from England moving forward? That's a question also that will be taken into consideration.
Over the loudspeaker, they're confirming lunch is being taken at the moment at 12:30. So now a 40-minute interval, and we won't be far away, I reckon, from an inspection from the umpires as well. You got your finger out there?
Nah, I just saw Pat Cummins walk towards, padded up and walking towards the indoor centre.
Okay.
My prediction earlier today on radio was Pat Cummins scores the winning runs. Ashes hero moment, it's coming up.
Did it on debut the last time Australia chased 300 to win a Test match way back at November 2011 in Johannesburg. Michael in Reservoir is on the line. Michael, do you hear us first and foremost?
Yes, I do. This question's director Flemo. Do you think Flemo they should have went with Mitchell Starc, and how could Mitchell Starc change that he's leaking boundaries? And do you think he's trying to bowl express all the time, or what's your thoughts on Starc with his bowling?
Yeah, it's a good question, Michael. It's been the same question throughout his career, but it's the X factor. I would have played Mitchell Starc in this Test match. I just feel like with Bazball, they like to line up predictable fast bowlers, and they use their feet or your ramp. I think to decide to ramp someone like Mitchell Starc, it's a lot harder because, you know, he's not sure where they're going. So he's not as predictable. Also, in swinging conditions, he's our best swing bowler with the new ball and old ball. And then even yesterday, their tail just hung around, probably 30 runs more than what could have happened.
Added 42 for the last 2 wickets.
Yeah, well, there you go. You take 42 off this total, and I'm backing Australia all the way. Mitchell Starc, they call him the mop. internally, but there's a positive to that, is it just gets rid of the tail really quickly. And also he deepens our batting, doesn't he, Michael? And Cummo batted really well in the first innings, but I like Stark at 8, Cummins at 9, and then there's going to be a bit of floating between Boland and Hazelwood and Stark through this series.
Stark's numbers have got considerably better in the last 4 years, Bharat. I mean, I remember you wrote pieces in 2019. Oh, by the way, there's a bit of a roar. I might try and turn the effects mic up here if I can. See? The little roar you can hear around Edgbaston from those who are in. The first cover has been removed. At the far end, the city end, the cover that is over the top of the bowler's run-ups is being taken away. So lots of work to do, but heading in the right direction. Bharat in 19 used to write about Starkey getting his smile back. And he was smiling over the last couple of years. He felt really settled in his place in his career in the side as well. I wonder what it'll do to his confidence being omitted this week or being overlooked in favour of Hazelwood and Boland.
I think the Mitchell Starc of 2023 will handle it much better than the Mitchell Starc of 2019. And we've spoken so much in the last few days about Usman Khawaja and such a great place he is in life. I think we can say the same about Mitchell Starc as well. You know, just his priorities in life, the decision to not go to the IPL the last 2-3 years so that he can spend time at home with family. And also his bowling is developed as well. And I've seen him so many times, Adam, when you cover like the women's Ashes for the last time, or when the Australian women played the Indian women in a test match on the Gold Coast. He was there with the team helping out. And not just helping out with the bowlers, just helping out in the fielding drills. And he just seems to be in a really happy place. And, you know, you remember Mitchell Starc from back then. He could be slightly grumpy and snarky in press conferences. That Mitchell Starc seems to have gone away. So, and even looking at his body language in the last few days, every time he's brought out a drink or his interactions with with some of the English players, I think he realizes the decision making, or he understands how it what must have happened. And it's also a different coaching setup. Back then in 2019, he was told very clearly by Justin Langer and Tim Payne, look, we are concerned with you leaking runs, so we want you to be a defensive option. And I think that kind of confused him. He came back and bowled well at Old Trafford. But even that home summer, and then he had the tough home summer against India. But now he just seems to have been given the freedom, like a lot of players in this Australian camp currently, to just go be himself. And it has worked.
Thanks for the call, Michael. You can keep your calls coming in. 1300 736 736 on the text line. 0433 98 11 16. Here, a message from Anonymous. Make sure you put names on your text. I can't understand why a reserve day isn't available, given we're on the precipice of one of the great days of Test cricket, and it may not happen. Well, never fear. Since that message came through, that cover has come off, but we have touched on reserve days already, so I'll take that as a comment, as I will this other anonymous message about a favourite early Ashes memory. Lily caught Willie, bowled Dilly, and I've been hooked ever since. I love those early formative memories of watching Test cricket. The first moment of Test cricket I remember, Flem, was when, it was, how's this? I'll try and test you on this. What happened the ball before Merv Hughes took his hat-trick?
Well, the ball before
Merv Hughes completed his hat-trick. Well, Merv's hat-trick was the first ball of the second innings for the Windies.
The ball before, well, that would have been, I think, poor Henry. Getting hit in the head by Kirtley.
Henry Lawson, Jeffrey having his jaw broken by Kirtley Ambrose. My first memory of Test cricket.
Are you thinking then, oh, maybe I don't want to play Test cricket?
He's not faced Kirtley.
That was a brutal
that
ball,
followed by
wasn't
Merv taking the hattie. I was.
Then you're back.
I was back in business. Tim saying, "Hey, Adam." Oh, one from our part of the world, Flem. From one Dandenong lad to another. Yeah. Tim. How many Tests will David Warner play in this series? I'll direct that to Flem, another man of the southeast.
Well, at this stage, he's playing them all, isn't he? It's funny in England, I'd love to see the stats on Australian openers since 2001 and what they're sort of averaging. And even England players in Ashes test matches at home, what the average of that is. I can't remember openers being really dominant. So I'm sort of decreasing my expectations from opening batsmen here. And I think if Dave can average around that 30-plus mark, I think that's a tick for me. So a 40 in the first innings against India, failure here, then a handy 30-odd. if that trend continues, I'm probably playing him the whole series. I think top order runs are going to be really crucial, and also the old, we don't talk about these days, just blunting that ball for our middle order is really important. So no, he's ticking over. I'd say he'd be getting at least another 2 test matches.
It felt like him getting through a Stuart Broad spell last night was pretty important. He ends up getting out in a really odd way, a cross-seam delivery from Ollie Robinson, a bit of extra bounce, a tiny bit of deviation against the run of play at the time. But Warner, remembering that you're spot on, Flem. Like, look at Mike Atherton. A great England opener, averaged 38 because half his test cricket was played here. And the numbers since 2018, 17, 18, they fall off a cliff for openers in this country because typically, and this isn't a typical England pitch, but typically the first hour of play against the Dukes ball's a nightmare.
Well, I'm trying to think of the last time we had a really dominant Australian opener over here. I think Simon Kadich had a good series 2009, and then Watson come in and did well. My tour of 01, Haydos no runs.
Chris Rogers probably the last one.
Chris Rogers is 2 series.
And it can't be a coincidence that he played 15 years of first class cricket over here, right? Like you had to get through those tough times.
We're not saying a lot of names though.
No, we're not.
And then from England's end, I don't know what Alistair Cook's record is like in Ashes in England.
Never made an Ashes 100 in England.
Wow. So it's tough work. So, yeah, I'm decreasing my expectations. A 30 would be a pass for me.
I'm going to take one more text. It's an indulgent one for you anyway, Flem, before we go to a break. Stephen Sunbury, can Flem please tell us his hat-trick story? That'd be great.
How long? What time? No. How long do you reckon?
Why don't you give us the 3-minute version, then we'll take a breather and reset.
No, I'm not doing that here. I only do unfortunately, I only do arenas now.
All right.
I don't do unplugged gigs like the here. No, it's 400 or 500 seaters. The hat trick. Mate, you don't tell Mick Jagger to just punch out a little satisfaction.
It's a really good point, Stephen.
Are we comfortable with that, Colo?
No, I think it's quite a satisfactory answer. You've done well there, Flem. Joel in Perth, I'm enjoying the rain show. Can you imagine if Boland sees out the first hour of play, makes 50 and Australia win? The Scott Boland story is absurd. It's unbelievable in the literal interpretation of the word. The way he came into the side, the way he started, the contribution he made in the World Test Championship final and all the rest. I think we've got some news coming through from the ECB. Just bear with me a sec. There's an official pitch inspection taking place now.
Oh, beauty.
Which, well, it can't be the pitch, though, because there's still covers on that. But the groundsman is with the 2 standing umpires plus the 4th official who'll play a role in that deliberation as well. So this is looking pretty good. I mean, overhead, you can see Birmingham City. That's been Daniel Norcross'
clear as
all week long.
Brightened up.
It's brightened up considerably. It'll be tough conditions. The lights will be on when Australia go back out there. So, and that'll be Scott Boland batting. I mean, as we say, if he's out there for half an hour,
former opening batsman for St. Bede's, we've found out. So I think he'll go back into that frame of mind. I'm opening up. It's private school cricket.
With the pitch inspection not far away, I think this is the right moment to take a break. We'll try and take some more calls if we can afterwards. 1300 736 736. Text us 0433. Don't go anywhere. You guys stay there. We'll chat. Why don't we chat together?
Like
yes, I am here. I've got info for you. You might have already read this out to our dear listeners. At 1:20 p.m. is our official pitch inspection, and all covers bar the hover cover have left the ground. And I tell you what, looks a different day now. It's still overheads are thick, so Anderson and Broad will relish the chance to bowl on this when they get their new Dukes. Well, I say new Dukes, the ball is 30 overs old, but we know the Dukes ball in the right conditions can swing for a lot longer than the Kookaburra. So they're going to be a handful early on, but the good news is that only the hover cover is left, and that'll be the last piece of the puzzle. The umpires will come out in 13 minutes from now. How it normally works is there's usually a couple of inspections in a situation like this. They'll do an initial inspection, they'll commission a second one, then we'll get a play on time. So we're moving quickly in the right direction, Baz.
We totally are, and even the whole cover seems to be. It's interesting how they plug it in, right, Adam? There are these 4 long cables at each end that they kind of dig into the surface. 2 of them have come off. The other 2 will come off as well. And I think we'll get our first look at this pitch, which we have seen and criticized and spoken about a lot in the last 4 days, very, very soon. it does look like a different day. And just on that cloud cover as well, Adam, it looks a little different to day 3. So if you are listening to this in Australia, don't fret yet. It's not looking as bad as it did when Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett walked out to open England's innings in this, open England's second innings. And I can see from where I'm stood, Ricky Ponting and David Warner having a long chat about what else but batting. Maybe they're talking about the Delhi Daredevils or Delhi Capitals as they call these days, Adam. But you can see them in the corner. It's all about technique and head position. And David Warner sounded very, very confident when he spoke to us last evening, Adam, about his batting. And, Pat Cummins is returning after his lengthy hit in the indoor nets.
Here he is.
Was it 45 minutes ago when I said he went in there?
Might even be an hour ago that he's gone over there. So he's been in the indoor school doing his thing. It's interesting here, fellas, how parochial the Birmingham fans are, the Edgbaston diehards, that all of the various criticism that we've levelled at the pitch on days 1 and 2 and 3, early on in the test match when it was more of a talking point, just how flat and low and dead really it was. People getting stuck in on social media saying it's not such a bad pitch now, you got a great final day. This test match has been great in spite of the surface, not because of it, in spite of it. And it's due to the fact that both sides have played creative, interesting cricket. It's, as Jarrod Waitley's described it on his program, a competition of ideologies in many ways. Australia playing far more conservatively and batting time, which worked well as an antidote to the way that the Bazballers tried to speed the game up on day 1. And now we have this brilliant denouement where if it goes to plan, especially with time taken out of the game, it'll be Australia chasing a target, not just batting through the day, but chasing a target with some overs taken off. And England striving for 7 wickets and knowing they've got limited time to do it.
It's Bazball versus the Uzi block, right? Like the
Uzi block
has blocked England and kept them at bay throughout this test match. He did it in the first innings. He's doing it again in the second innings. And he's doing it the old school way. Seeing off the new ball, picking off boundaries whenever they are in line and length. So we spoke about this even in the build-up, you, me, and Damien Fleming. It was going to be a clash of cultures, the new and the old. Australia on one hand saying, do we really need to reinvent this sport? England on the other hand saying, no, we are saving this sport. And it's already, in 4 days, you can see how it makes for a fascinating mix.
I do think it's retrofitted a little bit, the idea of we're here to entertain and save the sport. I feel like they really wanted to play this way under Stokes and McCullum, and that became quite a good media line, if you like.
It did, yeah.
But now they believe it. Now they believe they're the saviours of Test cricket or something like that, which might jar in Australia, fellas, where Test cricket's so popular. But you've got to remember that cricket has become a minority sport over here, and that's a sad thing. It's not played enough, anywhere near enough in state schools. It's more a private school game. The way the players are filtered through the system, when they get to what we would call Year 11 and Year 12, most of the capable cricketers are funneled into the private system, and that is the pathway through to playing professionally, and so on it goes. Whereas the 2005 England team that was so successful against Australia, and the 1981 England team that's often held up as one of the greats on the basis of their stunning comeback in that series against Kim Hughes' Australians, they were mostly government school, state school kids, whereas now that balance has shifted, and that's an emblem, not of any sort of culture war, it's an emblem of the way in which cricket isn't a catch-all sport over here at the moment. That's why the 100's such a big deal, and why so much money and time's been invested into that new product, because it's a product the BBC, the public broadcaster, have invested in. It's on telly again, whereas television for Test cricket on terrestrial television, free-to-air, finished, ironically, with the final ball of the 2005 Ashes. That was the last series that was on Channel 4 over here before everything moved to Sky, and Sky have been instrumental in funding English cricket since. They do a brilliant job. I work with them as well, but there is a bit of a disconnect between those who can afford pay television and those who can't. And it's a bit blunt to use that as the only measure, but again, it kind of typifies the way that series like this and an England side playing this way can have a restorative effect for Test cricket around the country.
Absolutely.
And if you put it in a global context as well, Adam, people always talk about, India ruining the world of cricket, India taking all the decisions for world cricket. One of the main reasons is cricket has no competition in India. It's on all television channels. It's yes, even if it is behind a paywall, it's so cheap in India, even for those who can't afford a lot of other things, like they can still afford to watch a game of cricket.
Right.
The internet is spread all around India. You can watch cricket on your phone, and with the Geo app and some of the other apps, it's all free.
Yep.
And you compare that to England and Australia. I mean, the former rulers of the free world of cricket. Cricket is fighting for relevance, right? Let's face it, even in Australia, I've been living there for 5 years. I can see it. I mean, it becomes relevant seasonally. Yes, the Ashes are on. Everybody cares about cricket. I mean, look at our text lines blowing up and people staying up wanting to know if I should stay awake. It happened, like, we were in Sri Lanka last year. I'm not sure whether the same level of excitement. We were excited to be there. I don't think it was the same. It comes alive in December, like my old theory. Unless you're in a singlet and wearing thongs, is a cricket season.
It's funny. I think you're right there. It's interesting hearing your observation, being someone who's come to Australia more latterly, whereas I've kind of gone the other way. I've not lived in Australia for 8 or 9 years now, or something like that, and I still feel like when I get home, cricket is everything, because the comparison to here, you meet another cricket person over here, fellas, and you're like, oh, wow, you're a cricket person? Let's be friends, let's get a pint. You like cricket too? I mean, it does sometimes feel that way, whereas, of course, at home, it's the soundtrack to the summer, and that's reflected in the level of interest on radio, television, online, and so on. And so I see it slightly differently, that it's inoculated in Australia by the cultural interest that it's always had and always garnered, and that goes back to before Federation, before 1901, how important cricket has been to the national psyche. But we had a national men's cricket team before we had a nation. Indeed. In if you want to use that as the reference point. But over here in England, it's a little bit different, and around the world there are other challenges in the direction of travel in places like South Africa and the West Indies, who toured Australia last summer and really struggled, and that's not in isolation. That there's a lot of factors that are feeding into that, and that, for a lot of us who follow the game at a global level, it's quite scary and sad.
Yeah, it is scary and sad. But as we've seen in the last 4 days, the doomsayers around Test cricket have always existed. I mean, you pick up newspapers and you read books. I'm reading a book called The English Cricket, which was written in 1976. Also tells you a lot about the kind of books I read. It doesn't go with my personality, does it? But and it was written by a professor. Beautiful book about the origins of Test cricket. And as we move through the different centuries, you realize the death of Test cricket was being spoken of pretty much soon after it started. Yeah. And it's every decade people have felt that, it's going to come to an end. I think it's also to do with humans as a whole, right? You want the world to end when you're around. Like, let's face it, a lot of people talk about, the world's coming to an end. Like, basically what they're saying is, I don't want the world to continue without me, indirectly. But I think Test cricket will live. And India, England, Australia, India and Australia, that rivalry has become like as close to has come as close to the Ashes as anything else. And from moving forward, they'll no longer play 4-match Test series. They're going to play 5-match Test series. So the number of tests they'll play is just going to increase. The problem is the other countries, like you said. And again, my views are very progressive. Why should we keep... or why should we stay stuck to the whole idea that everybody should play a lot of Test cricket? Maybe the time has come, because sport is a business. If you're not making enough returns, what's the point? And hosting Test cricket, hosting cricket matches around the world is getting more and more expensive as well. So it's not as easy as South Africa should play 4-match Test series, New Zealand should play. Who's going to pay for it, and what are the returns? I mean, that cannot be ignored either. So Test cricket, as we say, is reinventing itself like it has so many times in the past. Different teams have done it. The West Indies did it back then. India tried doing it. Australia did it, the famous Australian team that Damien Fleming was a part of. And England are doing it now.
It makes the distribution of ICC revenue that we've seen mooted in the last few weeks all the more egregious. Anyway, that's I won't go into that. Boys, back to you in Melbourne.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, the text line is humming, and we can give them some hope, please, Colo, because people are saying, do I need to go to bed? Do I need to wake up? Or
No. If you're going to bed now, you're not going in hard enough. You've had your chance to have your cups of tea. We've done the same thing over here. There is going to be cricket this afternoon.
Yeah, love it.
There's going to be a result. One side is going to win. This will not be rained out. There are 3 results possible now. Australia could win, England could win, or a tie for the third time in Test history. You heard it here first.
And my advice to everyone listening is, chuck away those cups of tea. And if you have an unopened, if you have a bottle of wine that's already open, don't go for it. Go for an unopened bottle of wine, because the whole covers are going
off.
away.
Oh, yes. This might be music. I'll turn it up for you. That should be music to your ears at home. That is the sign that we're not far away, and you can take your breaks and then you'll get back to us and we'll have a start time for you, I hope.
Beautiful. We can hear it. Yeah, fresh bottle of wine.
Sensational
Anything you can
stuff.
recommend, Baz, from the South Australian hills?
The Pinot Noir.
Drink-wise, as always, out there. Great to talk to you two. We'll come back to you guys in a sec. And, Paulie, a good insight there into English cricket and how it all operates as well. But, hey, positive signs, my friend.
Yes. Well,
Positive
it's
signs.
been building up to this.
Yeah.
The weather has cleared up and the grounds keepers have done a good job, a great job, as they always do in England. So you and I will get to a break. We're going to chuck these cans off so we can get back into some cricket action.
It's pretty good news and unexpectedly soon. The resumption's going to be in 45 minutes from now, 2:15 local time. So
Nice.
we were thinking maybe, 2:45, 3 o'clock. But, I mean, we've said all day that the drainage is good. The players are out kicking the football around. The England side have got the soccer ball out. The Aussie side are yet to emerge as yet, but the sort of practice wickets are being set up and so on. So they'll go through the motions. They'll do their thing. And, yes, the good news is we will be back and we'll have a 2:15 restart. Just doing the maths in my head, that means that post-lunch, which was meant to end at 1:30, 45 minutes on from that equates to 10 overs. So I reckon 70 overs is realistic.
So is
Maybe
it
68?
Is it 7 o'clock, as you said yesterday, Colo? Is that the final? No matter what, they can't play past 7 o'clock?
No, different on day 5, so they have to get the overs in. So the over rate won't be a factor, and light won't be a factor either. It's improbable that they'll get bad light here at this time of year. Tomorrow's the longest day. They could be playing at 9 o'clock. Not that they will, but they could theoretically still be playing here at 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So
And
I think what they'll do is they'll have... Again, so just thinking this through, if there's 45 minutes, I think equates to 11 overs, and we're down to 80, so 69, 2 sessions that break set up together. I've got Flem with me here as well, actually. Why don't you...
Hello, Flem.
Flem?
Well, actually, he's not quite here yet. We might bring him in just a moment. But yes, the good news is that they'll have enough time for two meaty sessions. And now Daniel Norcross has had the rain app out again just a moment ago, and he thinks there might be a chance of more rain around 5 o'clock. We're likely to get one more little bout.
Okay.
But nowhere near what we saw when we woke up this morning. So, and the other thing is the sun's actually out as well. It's not quite burst through the clouds entirely, but it won't be the same like horrible overheads that we were thinking about this morning, Flem. We were sort of waking up earlier thinking, well, if it's as gloomy as it was when they came out for that 22-ball session a couple of days ago, that Anderson and Broad will be an absolute handful. And look, they probably still will be, but they won't have quite the same amount of cloud cover overhead.
No, it's certainly not. And that's great for the Australians. I thought it was going to be a lot more gloomy, like you said, Colo, and the ball was going to move in the air and off the seam. We've seen in this test match, I think, Anderson and Robinson are definitely less effective when the ball's not moving. I think Broad's been superb. And with Mo and Ali probably going to be less a factor in these conditions. Ben Stokes, how much will he bowl? If he does, he's a threat. But how bad is his knee? I'm certainly more optimistic about the Australians' chase, seeing blue skies. No doubt the pitch would have sweated a little bit because it's been under the covers for so long, but it's getting mowed now. It's getting a bit of sun. It's getting a little bit of breeze. So for the Australian batsmen, these are good signs. And even that opportunity, Colo, not that it looks that damp, but get a few balls to the boundary early and just get a bit of moisture around the seam and get moisture on both sides of the ball so it's harder to shine up and swing. So this is very good for the Australians.
So the session times have come through as well, fellas. So it'll be 2:15 till 4:30, so 2 hours and 15 minutes, and there'll be 20 minutes for tea, and then they'll play from 4:50 until 7 p.m. So that's 52 overs plus the last hour. What that means is 67 overs all up. But the last 15, they'll, as is the custom, ring the bell, and that's when we know we're into the final hour of play, and you can't, you have to bowl those overs. So barring any extra rain, there is the possibility of 67 overs to be bowled across 2 mega sessions to complete this test match.
Yeah, close. We're very close. Colo, we've got just 2 points to raise. Now, just for our listeners here down in Australia, light won't be an issue if the sun stays out because it does stay light for a lot longer than it does down here, down under. So light is unlikely to be an issue, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, 7 o'clock at night. They won't finish by 7 in this scenario, by the way. There's no way they'll get 67 overs in that stretch of time based on over rates in the modern game that we know. But, I mean, even if that blew out to 7:30, that's a non-issue here unless I suppose there was heavy cloud cover deep in the day, that might be so. But if the sun's out, or at least halfway out, they can keep playing and playing and playing.
Yep, no doubt. And Flem, have we still got you there? Flem's still there?
Yeah,
Flem,
definitely.
we had a text come in before, and Donna's and I were going through the wet ball and who that would advantage. What's your take on that scenario with how the conditions have played out?
Yeah, just said it just before there, boys. You know, once, particularly with the seam, you want it pronounced and dry. So if moisture gets into that, it'll deaden that to a degree, flatten it. And then for swing bowling, you actually want one side as shined up as possible and the other one rough and dry. So if water happened to get into both sides of the ball, it's going to make swinging the ball really tough. It obviously, gets rid of reverse swing, these type of conditions. So it should be new ball swing. So if the Australians could just, Usman pull a couple of balls to the boundaries before, big bolo, a couple of inside edges down to fine leg. Bolo might go big today, boys. That's the call.
Flem, this is the thing I just said before. I'm starting a campaign. If Bolo's in after 5 overs and he's 30 not out, I think we're upgrading the statue to gold, and he's going in at the MCG. It's going to elevate him to legend status.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so... he's such a beautiful person, Bolo. I think Bharat was talking about he was down on the boundary, and even Usman was just trying to get him up, get a little bit of smile, but he was just so much in a zone. It was so loud here. I'm hoping you get a good effect through the mics here on SEN that... it was like the bounce of the ball at the grand final, every ball. And he's coming out as a tail ender, averaging 3, higher score of 10 not out. Slightly embarrassing dismissal in the first innings. And he did such a good job. And also, you know what he did, boys? He scored.
Yeah.
13 runs. I wouldn't be backing him at the back end to get 13 at number 10 under pressure. But one is it built a bit of a partnership. It kept Usman away from the strike. And if he gets that big front foot straight down the pitch, okay, for another half an hour, 40 minutes, deaden the ball a bit more for Head and Green and Carey, that will be a monster job for the Australians.
And if he weren't to succeed and gets out early, they can't let that allow England to build momentum either. Like, getting the night watchman out will obviously receive a huge response here in the crowd, but that'll be when Travis Head needs to consolidate with Usman Khawaja. And look, Travis Head and the way he plays, he'll naturally tick the board over, but Khawaja's role in all of that, in taking the sting out and absorbing maidens if needs be, and just making sure that England aren't able to take a couple of quick wickets, because if they do, it'll feel like a very different test match.
Yeah, absolutely. Colo, I know we've got to get to a break, but just paint the picture for us. Has the crowd been in all morning? Have they been sitting there waiting and just, waiting for the rain to go away?
I suspect they've been waiting in the pubs, fellas.
That's true.
They've been filtering in. Birmingham has a lot of pubs, not right near the ground, but within striking distance, a couple of kilometres down the road. So it feels as though people have been reading their own weather apps and reading the tea leaves, and the players have been out on the ground, and the crowd have followed suit. The Australians have got the soccer ball out as well, actually, doing some keepy-uppy. That's usually what the England players are doing, not the Aussies, but I can see the Smiths batters, Labuschagne and Warner, having a laugh with the colleagues downstairs and doing their thing, and the England side, a few of them doing a few throwdowns or close catching. Now, what are they doing over there? Yeah, that looks like they're doing some catching practice. Johnny Bairstow, that's what it's there for. Bairstow's doing some keeping on one of the practice.
Bolo's walking out to the middle.
Yes.
Oh, there he is.
He's just been in the nets, no doubt.
He's been wearing the sleeveless jumper over the top of his training
Go out to the middle. He's going to visualise where he's going to ramp. He's going to visualise him when he goes over the top. He is up today, lads.
I love it.
For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan and the cricketers. They're nearly here. We've been waiting a long time, Flem. We've been at the ground for hours and hours. So have they. The rain has cleared. The covers are off. The hover cover is actually still at the side of the square, but the stumps are in and we're but 4 minutes away from the resumption.
Yeah, we are. I'm actually interested. England's peripheral bowlers, Ali and now Ben Stokes, still bowling out in the middle. So someone like Ben Stokes should enjoy these conditions. We know he's a gifted swing bowler. He's got that little bit of extra zip when he wants to bowl a bouncer or that fast in-swinger. David Saker, the former Victorian player, has been a fast bowling guru in Australia and with the English team for years now. That's good signs for England. It just gives them more options. But I'm just intrigued to see how much the ball does move. This pitch has been undercover for a long time now. It's been very, very dry, so I don't know how much moisture will come up, but we've seen on previous days and these occasions the ball has moved, so it's going to be a testing first half an hour.
And you make a really good point about Ben Stokes at Trent Bridge in 2015. It was he who swung England to a fantastic position on the third day. He can do it, and the fact that he's warming up right now as well, it would suggest that we'll see him early on. The England team are now all making their way over to their captain.
Actually, they're all going to have a bowl.
Yeah.
Anderson and Broad now. I think I've seen it that late before. 4 minutes away for play.
Moeen as well is over there. That'll be a part of the conversation as well, I'm sure. Jerusalem starts now. James Anderson and Stuart Broad under cloud cover, albeit nowhere near as thick as we thought it might be. The sun hidden behind a cloud at the moment, but not that sort of thick, muggy environment that it was 2 days ago around this time of day.
Will you be tempted to just start with Ben Stokes? I mean, you'd want Anderson and Broad, you'd think, in these conditions to go, but...
Well, maybe from one end, because my worry is he's warmed up. How's his knee going to go when it cools down and gets through? But, you know, you'd still have a lot of faith in the veterans, Broad and Anderson. They've been warriors for a long period of time. They've been great Ashes players. I think Stuart Broad could be almost rivaling Joe Root and Khawaja for player of the match if he continued to take wickets today. But it's just intriguing, and also that element of the night watchman. The covers are just going to take out these stumps.
And the bowlers.
David Saker's not the fittest moment.
It's not far away. David Saker was within a metre or so of being taken out by the hover cover that's making its way
that
off
reminded
the
me
ground.
of Austin Powers, you know, when the security guard was trying to outrun the roller. Come on, Sakesy.
So umpires Erasmus and Raza nearly all the way to the middle. The hover cover's nearly gone. James Anderson still having a bowl. We're not far away from seeing Usman Khawaja, who'll resume on 34. Scott Boland on 13. It's 11:13 p.m. on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Where else would you want to be other than listening to the radio? With your full immersive experience, you can turn the telly down, turn up the radio, sync it up. Couldn't be easier. And stick with us throughout what promises to be a compelling final stanza of this test match. 67 overs available for Australia to knock off the 174 runs for victory. A target of 281. Memories of 2005 where they were set 282. As for England, 7 wickets to take. They took 3 in a flurry before the close of play last night. David Warner, Marnus Labuschagne, and in the last quarter of an hour, Stephen Smith. The latter of those two caught behind from the bowling of Stuart Broad, who was on fire. And surely it will be he and James Anderson, an expert in these conditions, to get the first bite of the cherry with a ball that's 30 overs old.
It's funny, right? Whatever level play of cricket, some things never change. As the Australian opener or the Australian batters were walking out, all the English guys walked up to them and said, "Who's on strike? Who's on strike?" And Uzi Khawaja had to tell them, "No, it's me."
Looks like it's James Anderson continually around the wicket. I would have thought, I've been saying it all test match, to be able to come over the wicket, particularly if it's swinging, he angles across the left-handed Khawaja, but he's got that delivery that swings back in. Around the wicket, it's really tough to get an LBW, but hey, let's go. Let's get ready to rock.
Huge roar for James Anderson. What a career it's been. Bowled 7 overs last night, none for 32. Had a drop catch. Khawaja dropped on 5. That was by Johnny Bairstow. It won't go in the book because he didn't touch it, but it was Bairstow's catch going between him and Joe Root at first slip. Root still there at slip, Crawley at second. Beyond that, backward point, conventional cover mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. So a fairly conventional field all told. As you say, Flems, we'll start round the wicket to Khawaja, batting in the short sleeve jumper. We're nearly ready to go. A final day that promises so much. A first test match that has lived up to the hype and more. The final chapter begins here. Anderson round the wicket. First ball of day 5 to Khawaja. Defends out towards mid-wicket. Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, the Drinkwise.
Yeah, his only wicket in the game came from around the wicket when he got rid of Alex Carey. Did trouble him in that spell before going through the gate. But he's also been really grumpy and grumbly bowling around the wicket from that end that he's coming in from, Flem.
Yep, certainly. He's been kicking just past the stumps. Real dusty. Dropped short. That's as short as I've seen Anderson bowl probably since his early career.
Anderson in, closer to the stumps. Khawaja leaves, close to the off stump on the basis of length. Through to the gloves of Bairstow. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. The lights are not on, interestingly.
I don't think you can afford to get any shorter than that. That's actually just that short to good length. If you're shorter than that, the batsman has a lot of time to play, or as we see with Usman, who sets his weight back, he smashed a couple of those with pull shots through the leg side. Why not get him to drive? 2 slips are there, ready to catch a nick.
Anderson passes umpire. Erasmus bowls here and defending Khawaja right at the middle of the bat. He'll have to do a lot of that today. Good deliveries, defended away, soaking up pressure.
And they have left that gap open in the covers, or they did before that delivery. So maybe that sucker ball is coming, Flem. They do have the 2 slips, inviting Khawaja to hit between mid-off and covers. Fine-ish, square-ish.
Bit darker again, Flem. Cloud cover thick. As Anderson gets to Khawaja, bowls here, and takes him off the inside edge. First runs of the day. Alongside the square leg umpire, they'll get a couple. Moeen Ali around from fine leg. Khawaja up to 36. He's faced 85 balls. 3 for 109. The board finally ticks over. 3 for 107 for eternity. For an eternity overnight, or so it felt.
Yeah, it has. They're the sort of shots you see in English conditions, don't you? Just a thick inside edge, well run between the Khawaja and Scott Boland. We haven't seen an excessive swing or seam at this stage. So far, so good for the Australians.
Silence as Anderson approaches. Bowls here to Khawaja, full and straight and pushed out to mid-off again. Good from Usman.
He doesn't overcommit. That's a good ball, isn't it? What you were saying, you know, or if you want to, there's a gap through the covers. If you want to go hard, Usman just checks his shot.
Stuart Broad warming up at mid-on. Got the sun hat on.
He's going to crank him up the Holly stand, isn't he?
Don't you love the silence? Everybody watching attentively. No noise. Everybody knows how important this first half an hour is. Anderson to complete the first over of the 5th day. So Khawaja close to the stumps and pushes again out to mid-on. Broad does the fielding, gets his first touch. 3 for 109. The target's 281. Khawaja 36, Boland 13 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sale on now. This first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, and our coverage, of course, is for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's.
It's just the way you were describing it, Adam. Almost feels like the start of a Wimbledon final. Where the silence leading into the noise just after the shortest played of the rally is done. As soon as Stuart Broad got his hands to the ball, they rode. What have they been up to? The Holly stands, you wonder.
Well, it's packed now. The very fact that it's a day 5 sellout. You don't see that too often in Test cricket. Phil Long's with us as well. Longy.
Yeah, we mentioned Scott Boland last night, his highest Test score. His other job was to project Usman Khawaja. He faced 19 of the 27 balls that were out there last night.
Outstanding night watchman work from Boland. Even if he was a little bit nervous in the final over of play with Broad going past the edge on a number of occasions. It'll be Broad against him here. Very dark. I think they're going to have to put these lights on, Flem. It's gotten a lot darker in the 5 minutes they've been back on the ground.
And there are these weird dark clouds merging from all around over the ground. And when Wiz has England at 56%, makes sense at this point.
Australia at 37, the draw at 7. They must be building in the rain forecast there, because 67 overs, I can't
I don't think
see much of a scenario.
Unless it's more rain.
So Broad's going to start with a silly point for Boland, a position we saw used last night, a leg slip and a couple of slips. One man back at fine leg, and that's his lot. So again, the crowd brought to a hush as they roar in Broad. He bowls here wide of the crease to Boland, who plays with soft hands for runs. Through the cordon, out past gully, down towards the rope it goes. Duckett with work to do, drags it in. Good piece of fielding. Khawaja wants the third and gets the third. Well bowled, well played. Scott Boland up to 16.
We saw a lot of this when he was opening the batting for St. Bede's. Always got a big stride forward, and he just runs the ball. He opens up the face, head right over the ball, soft hands. This might be the rise of Boland up the order here.
We've seen him do so many special things, and you're right, there was such a classical opener shot, just guiding the ball, soft hands, beautiful.
So for Khawaja, a different field with Broad in operation. So they're going to start with two back. Deep square, fine leg, and a deep backward point. So they're giving him that single in that direction out to deep backward point, which is a shot he plays so well.
But his stop ball is generally trying to go away from Khawaja.
Broad round the wicket to Khawaja, arrives here wide of the crease. Khawaja defends into the onside. There won't be a single to Anderson at mid-on. Races around towards mid-wicket to cut it off.
All that area, and he does find out Jimmy Anderson.
Remember the days when Jimmy Anderson was a very good slips fieldsman. Going a long way back,
Fantastic.
but he's been at mid-on and fine leg for about 10 years now. Enjoy the silence.
Yeah,
it's not going to last if there's a wicket falling here. There was a nice little tweet from Tommy Deason, our colleague from the Sydney Morning Herald, saying, would they consider another night watchman if one fell early, given the first 10 overs are going to be so difficult with the moving ball under leaden skies. Khawaja waits. Broad approaches and bowls. Khawaja leaves. That's a ball that swung after passing the stumps, Flem, away from the left-hander.
Yeah, it was wide, though. And often you don't get a good indicator on how much it is swinging when it swings wide. You really want to be committing the batsman to a stroke and moving it both ways. They're working really hard on this ball. That's good discipline. Joe Root really shining up this ball. Beautiful seam from Broad, and this is the change from 2009, where it's predominantly wobble seam and cross seam in. He's actually swinging the ball both ways.
Crowd now fired up as Broad bowls to Khawaja, and he plays with soft hands off the front foot to mid-off or to cover by the time Stokes cuts it off. Again, well bowled, but Khawaja perfect so far.
That's just good cricket.
It's beautiful. Yeah. I said earlier during when we were making up time for the rain that it's been Bazball versus the Uzi block. Flem, and was the Uzi block has won so far. 1.5 innings at least for now. But it's strange not seeing the smiley field for Usman Khawaja. We got so used to it in the last couple of days.
So no real catches in front of square. Broad up to Khawaja, bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone, watched it all the way into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow.
So that was the attempted in-swinger, and it started wide and just hinted. So for Stuart Broad, I'd be really pumped here. The ball is going both ways. What I need to do is just really work on my line.
And Stuart Broad asked for a change in field, Flem. He brought in the deep backward square leg from the boundaries, asked mid-off to go into a short mid-off position.
Now they're back. The two catching covers are now in position. Robinson and Stokes have shuffled in for the last ball. Broad to Khawaja, bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone, an outswinger attempter. Lets it through to the gloves of Bairstow again. Khawaja 36, Boland 16 Australia. 3 for 112 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas, and McFeast is back at Maccas this session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise. And a good evening or a good night to all of our listeners in New Zealand at SENZ. They're here thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can text us, as Jeremy Coney wants us to always know, 8833.
He's big on that. He is really inspired by doing those videos, those promos. It's not going to dampen. It's only going to get bigger. Once TikTok he's going to trend big time.
Anderson gets his first crack at Boland, so a leg gully goes in. He delivers here. Boland, edge, out to backward point. Squared up nicely. Duckett does the fielding. Oohs and ahs from the crowd again. No run.
He looks more comfortable bowling to the right-hander, James Anderson. That looked like an away swinger. He's got a beautiful in-swinger as well. So Scott Boland, he's done such a great job. Just keep getting forward, Bolo, and wait out for that odd bouncer. I think his best method is when he ducks the bouncer and doesn't try to ride it. In between that, get on the front foot, provide a full face of the bat.
So we get this crowd just so quiet, waiting for something. Can Anderson ignite them here? He delivers to the night watchman, Boland, who on leg stump turns into the onside and will get a single past mid-wicket. A misfield from Robinson. Far from the best in there. So Boland gets to 17 with the 1. 3 for 113. They all help.
I don't think he's walked out thinking like a night watchman this afternoon, Flem. I think he's rolled back the clock in his head. He's walked out first day of the test. I'm an opening batter. I have another opener at the other end. So that was good running between the wickets. Twice, even the way he turned around for the second run in the first over. Good intensity.
Back round the wicket to Khawaja. 2 slips behind the wicket. Bowls here. Khawaja from the middle stump line out to mid-on where Broad will do the fielding.
A rotational strike would be ideal for the Australians, because you can see that both bowlers have got to adjust significantly from around the wicket to the left-hander to over the wicket to the right-hander. And that gets annoying when you're bowling, because really you just want to get one batsman stuck down one end. Just keep working on your line, subtle changes of pace, and swing, and hopefully you force a big shot. But just even a rotation, a strike releases the pressure.
Can Anderson go through the gate? That's what he's trying to do on the angle. Bowls to Khawaja, plays and misses. That's the one that Anderson gets just to drift away after hitting the seam, and that brings the crowd to their feet. They know what that can mean. When Jimmy Anderson gets a player coming forward and missing with the angle bat, that often means the wicket's not far away, and they know it. Watching it back here, the scramble seam?
No, I think it was just a normal in-swinger, which is an away swinger to the left-hander, and then it just died.
All of our replays for tyre power, your tyre experts.
So, as the modern-day batsman saying that swing bowling is easier to pick up than the wobbled seam. You can't adjust your shot, but what happens with swing bowling sometimes, you might bowl the in-swinger, but it doesn't keep going on with the swing.
Adjustment to the field. Extra man on the offside at cover. Anderson bowls, Khawaja leaves. So that's a fairly good sign there, isn't it? One ball's moved away, and straight away, square legs jumped in the mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's jumped over to extra cover. So they want him driving in that direction.
And that's what we saw from Ben Stokes in the first innings as well. He doesn't sit on his heels as captain. He's always thinking he doesn't mind changing the field 3 or 4 times for the same batter, the same bowler is on. But even that ball that beat the outside edge, Flem, maybe slightly shorter than what Anderson would want.
Anderson to complete his 9th over. Bowls here, and Khawaja from the middle stump line flicks out towards Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. There's no single. End of the over. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, Hughes Shale on now. Australia 3 for 113. Khawaja 36, Boland 17.
The Sydney Marathon is back and making history, featuring an all-new course, 7-hour extended cut-off time and candidacy club rewards program. Now the Sydney Marathon is set to join elite international races as an Abbott World Marathon Majors candidate event. Plus, SEN's very own Kane is tackling the run. Up for the challenge? Join Team Kane. The first 200 runners to register with the code word Team Kane get 20% off their entry. Register for the Sydney Marathon now at sydneymarathon.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas, and McFeast is back at Maccas. And the session for Drinkwise, remember, if you're drinking to drink wise. Broad at our pavilion end. Sun's back out. Good sign for Australia.
Yeah, there's a bouncer at some stage.
Man back at fine leg. Leg gully as well. Broad bowls to Boland, who plays with soft hands into the gully. Haven't seen the short one yet at Boland.
No, well, they haven't built up enough balls in a row, have they, to set it up? So that was just I think it was an attempted bounce that didn't get up. You're either forcing him to go back, get his weight back, and then you're going forward, or the reverse, bringing him forward and then surprising with the short ball. But if you're going to do that, I think you need a bat pad catching.
Suddenly, a
I
very
think
nice
mid-wicket's wasted to Bolo.
Yeah. Can he get it up him? Bowls here. It's full and tempter, and Boland just leaves it alone. Full enough that he gets a good look at it.
Yeah, minor win for Scott Boland already. He's got rid of the silly point or the silly mid-off, who's been there for pretty much all his innings when Broad is bowled. That's where he got out in the first innings. He's got rid of that. A take.
Yep, nice leave. Make them bowl a good ball to you, Scotty.
So Broad under the Birmingham sun. First time we've seen it like this all day. Good time to bat in theory. Broad bowls and Boland goes back and defends out to mid-wicket. It feels like so much hinges on this first 10, 12 overs. They get through one spell of Broad and one spell of Anderson. And it's Robinson and Moeen Ali.
Yeah,
Ben Stokes.
How many spells has Stokes got at him?
Yeah.
Big bolo, don't premeditate. He thought that was going to be a short one. He went back and got surprised by that it wasn't a bouncer and the lack of bounce. And he was good enough in the end to get bat on it, though. But just watch the ball, back your natural instincts. If you're confused about going forward or back, get forward.
Boland 17. Broad bowls closer to the stumps. Another tempter goes over the top of the middle stump. It's the off cutter, but not full enough and not short enough. He's not asking necessarily the right questions of Bowler.
But having said that's the line that Marnus and Smithy are nicking. So this is very good from Bolo.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's like a la Greg Blewett, that lead. Is the bat going right up?
Jimmy Anderson drops back behind square, just in front of square, I should say, in front of the Holly stand, who give him a rousing ovation. Anderson recognises it with a polite clap. So telegraphing the short ball, 2 deliveries left. Backward point as well. Anderson, Broad delivers, and Boland plays into the gully on the bounce. And the crowd go up, very much a crowd catch. It was hit into the turf about 5 metres away from the night watchman, who's still there on 17.
That swung a long way, but it was from the hand and it was too short. When you're bowling your in-swinger like that, you've got to bowl a length that's making sure that if the batsman misses it, it's hitting the stumps, or you've got a big shout for LBW.
So the crowd are singing Broad in now. As he arrives and delivers, and Boland plays with bat right next to his pad. Perfect defensive stroke to complete the over. He's faced 28 balls. He's doing his job. Australia 3 for 113. That's on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
A big game tonight. 80,000 in the house. Crowd excited. Siren goes. The umpire holds the ball aloft. Hold on. What's he holding? Is that a yellow boot? He can't bounce that. He's grabbed a yellow footy boot instead of a ball.
If only that umpire had phoned New Vision Clinics. Having performed over 30,000 procedures, Dr. Noel Alpins helps people see clearly and give the boot to glasses. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Our first session on day 5 for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, our coverage for Maccas. So McFeast is back at Maccas, and on our screen between overs, Ollie Robinson is off the ground. All out shots for tyre power, your tyre experts. And Ben Stokes took his jumper off as well. He may not be far away from getting into the attack. Anderson continues, city end, bowls to Khawaja, turns it into the onside where mid-wicket does the fielding. Would you use Stokes first up ahead of Robinson because of the swing factor, Flem?
I'd be more than comfortable. More than comfortable. The way that, in particular, Broad's getting to hoop, if Stokes didn't have the injuries, if he wasn't as good a batsman as he is, he could have been a fine swing bowler at Test cricket level. I thought he bowled himself too late the other day, and he still had impact.
Yeah, he did.
But he would have had massive impact when in those humid, swinging conditions.
Anderson in. Can he get some movement to Khawaja? That's full. So full that Khawaja can just prod his bat at it. Almost Yorker length out towards cover where there won't be a single. He's 36 from 98 balls. Very similar strike rate to the first innings where he made 141. And that's the dream sequence for Australia, isn't it? Khawaja bats for a couple of hours, a few hours, all the way through. Dare to dream. Yeah. Twin centuries or something like that. It would make it one of the truly great Ashes performances in these circumstances.
We'll be talking about it for years.
That's what's there for him, and he's laying the foundation again. Yet to play a false stroke this morning. Played and missed to a good one. Anderson in. Kawaja from middle stump, out to mid-wicket again, no single. Anderson just throws his head back a little bit there as well. Some frustration.
I think he's
creeping in.
getting frustrated.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is why we love the Ashes. There'll be some heroics today. It's just which and how many individuals are going to be part of that.
Yeah.
Some guys are going to miss out with wickets and runs, but someone's going to do something special if Australia win with the bat. And on the other side, if England win, it'll be a special spell or a ball that gets momentum going for the English.
So Anderson, City end, bowls to Kawaja, and Kawaja looks to drive, hits it in the middle of the bat, but straight out to extra cover where the captain Stokes, no longer wearing a jumper, does the fielding. So they're 168 runs away. A reminder that we're 67 overs today, so not really thinking about required run rates and that kind of thing, but 62 after this, 168 runs. So it's nothing intimidating about that unless they lose wickets.
Fine. Yep.
They can just have Kawaja do what he does at one end. In head and carry, especially, you have two very quick, fluent run scorers.
Just one run from the last 16 balls. Kawaja's faced 100 deliveries. Anderson here, he leaves alone. Not a concern in the world. Into the posture quite early. His feet are moving nicely, like a boxer. Might have been a criticism of Kawaja earlier in his career, Flem, that his footwork was a little bit on the late side, but Kawaja version 2 has been immaculate on that front.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you just want to get your feet set in a strong position early and let your top half come through. Watch the ball.
So dot ball pressure from England building. Anderson, his last delivery of the over. Kawaja leaves alone again, closer to the off stump. Much better ball from Anderson to finish. 35 gone on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Australia 3 for 113. Kawaja 36 and Scotty Boland 17.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas between overs. We saw Ollie Robinson come down the steps and back onto the field. That's on our screen for Tyre Power, your tyre expert. So we'll see Robinson soon. He moves over to mid-on. Stuart Broad readies himself to go again. 2 slips a gully and a leg slip for Boland. Got to get rid of the night watchman. Short ball to start, accurate, ducks it, hostile, good. And Boland equal to it, Flem.
That's gold, isn't it? We've been, I reckon the Holly stand have been expecting one good one. But I love Bolo a bit better when he plays that type of shot than the dismissal in the first innings that they happen to be replaying on the TV right now.
On the basis of that, I thought they were going to bomb him last night. They kind of didn't. They tried to nick him off, despite having all the catches in close in that ring. It's Broad to Boland. He's faced 29 balls. Wide of the crease, short ball again. Gets around the corner for one. Easy as you like. Inside the line, technically correct. He's 18, Australia 3 for 114.
Well, you talk about Usman's footwork. Bolo's has been sensational. Yep. You keep waiting for tail enders, and it's not always a fear factor, but technically sometimes they get themselves inside the line or outside the line and play away from their body. But no, he's been really solid. And that was a short ball where I reckon in the first innings he wouldn't have been sure whether to duck or ride it, but that time he got inside the line and just whipped it for a single. It was very good batting.
So the catching covers are back with Kawaja on strike. Robinson and Stokes. Broad bowls, Kawaja, short ball, sways out the way, wants nothing to do with it, fair enough as well. Right on the money again from Broad, second bouncer of the over. The other thing with Boland, Flem, is that the fielding side, after half an hour of play, whatever we're up to now, it'll start to get to the point where they're like, gee, if we don't get rid of this bloke, we've got a problem.
Yeah,
he'll play himself in.
But even bowling, right?
Yeah.
The expectation is you're a gun. You've taken 500, 600, 700 wickets. You just knock them over. So it actually becomes really frustrating for you bowling-wise. And then sometimes you get away from your stock ball. You try and create too much.
So the challenge for Broad is Kawaja now. 2 back on the leg side, a deep backward point as well. He bowls here, Kawaja on leg stump, down to fine leg. Wants 2, but I don't think there's any chance of that. Ben Duckett does the fielding. Kawaja to 37 with the single. 3 for 115. Back to Boland. But he's bowled the 2 bounces in the over.
We saw the Greg Blewett leave in the last over, Flem. We saw the Steve Watt tuck around the corner, get off strike. He's playing the greatest hits of Scott Boland.
And the sun back as well.
Yeah, it's nice. Just bake that pitch.
The test matches felt radically different with the sun out. I saw some criticism.
It was a beautiful day yesterday, wasn't it?
We saw some criticism online about, oh, what are you guys complaining about? The pitch has been great. It's been a compelling match, 4th day and so on. Well, there's broad bowls here to bowl and 2 slips in a gully wide of the crease, and he plays inside the line of it. He was flirting with it. And then the bat came through a la Justin Langer back towards the leg side. I'm not sure whether he might have actually played and missed it. That we'll get a second look here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Genuine player miss, Flem, or
But also what Stuart Broad did there, he jumped a bit wide of the crease. So whether Boland thought that it was going to be the big in swinger, and you lose your off stump a bit, particularly if you're tail ender, when they jump a bit wider. So well bowled from Broad.
Just to finish my point, this has been a great test match in spite of the surface, not because of it. So the crowd chanting for Broad, clapping him in. Last ball of the over at Boland, delivers here on leg stump. Corden go up, but it's bat on ball. The deep backward square for another single. He's going to retain the strike. Boland up to 19. 36 overs gone, Australia. 3 for 116 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Kawaja down the other end on 37.
Calling all tradies. Are you ready to work smarter, not harder? If your ears perked up, then today's your lucky day. Simmons Homes is looking for trades of all kinds, and as the great Australian builder, can offer you a solid pipeline of work, extremely competitive rates, 7-day payment terms, and the sweetener, they'll take care of your invoicing. It's a no-brainer. Search Simmons Careers to get the ball rolling. CDPU 49491.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. The session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink to Drinkwise, Anderson to go again. He's bowled 3 overs so far today. 2 slips a gully for Boland. The leg gully as well. Delivers here. Boland leaves alone outside the off stump. No concerns whatsoever. And that'll annoy Jimmy.
How good was that shot of the last ball? The way the bat came down perfectly when it needed to. Lovely wrist work. Shot of the morning for me.
No, it's been a great start, hasn't it? There hasn't been too many demons. I haven't seen a lot of seam. It's been in the air. And if you're a fraction short or fraction wide swinging the ball, I think the pitch is too slow to really even trouble a tail ender.
Anderson in the sun to Boland. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Bairstow does well away to his left. Phil Long.
Scott Boland's highest test score. It's now his longest test bat. 33 balls was his best before, which he also made batting at number 5 against England at Hobart in the last Ashes.
So does he average more at 5 than anywhere else?
He's a number 5, basically, yeah.
Can you give me some first-class longest innings for Boland as well, please, Phil?
He's got 2 first-class 50s.
Yeah, I reckon
top score 51.
Yeah.
Dare to dream. 20 would feel like 50 here. He's on 19. Anderson closer to the stumps. Boland down the leg side. He gets something on it. 4 more. Is it bat? Is it pad?
No.
It's pad. It doesn't matter. So it'll be leg buys in the book. But Boland did the right thing, getting inside the line. Anderson radar off.
Don't start me on leg buys. I've been trying to get them banned for years. It's a batsman error. You've got to bat. Bad luck, no run. Back to the bowler.
3 for 120.
Get rid of the leg. What does it add to the game?
Nothing. Archaic.
I think Norcross has got a different opinion to you. They should go to the batter, I think, from memory. Is that right? Yes, he's sticking his
without
thumb
hitting the bat. You're called a batsman, but you can get runs. But okay, right.
Well, talk about competing ideologies through the week. Right there, summed up. Boland's faced 35 balls now. Anderson again. Only 1 man back for the short ball. Delivers here. He turns him into the onside. Nice shot. Clipping away. Perfect timing. Who is this? Mark Waugh.
Yeah, Mark Waugh.
Okay, we've seen Blewett, Steve Waugh, Mark Waugh. What's next? What is next? And not to forget, yes, he's tiring the bowlers, frustrating them. Also the ball, we saw once it goes past the 45 over mark, it gets so soft, this Duke's ball. On this pitch in particular, there's really nothing you can do with it. Very useful partnership, this.
Won't be far away from the end of Anderson's spell as well. Boland facing him, wider of the crease, down the leg side. South caught behind, but no one's really that interested, only the crowd. Not even Bairstow, who's the most enthusiastic appealer. So
I hate
Anderson
to say it, it's poor bowling, isn't it? That's 3 down the leg side now from Jimmy. And he's been frustrated. For me, he looks like he might be just falling away a little bit, muscling the ball.
We've got a good look there on the replay of the shiny side. That's for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. That is the in-swinger, traditional in-swinger side the ball should be going. It's just that he's not getting the
he's not getting his line right.
So he wants to hit the stumps. That much is clear. He completes his 11th over, and Boland cuts him away out to deep backward point. Work to do for Moen Ali. He will collect it just inside the rope, but that was right out the meat of the bat. Boland keeps the strike again. He's up to 20 from 38 balls. The target's 281 Australia. 3 for 121 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sale on now, changing commentary after the break.
This month at Lobster Cave, we've got an excellent end of year deal. Grab a voucher and we'll double the value. Why not buy now, use later, but still double your value? Think catering, gifting, hospitality and more. BYO wine, no corkage, valid for 3 years, only at lobstercave.com.au.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Jarrod, Kimber, Jarrod, Kimber and Jeremy Coney are alongside me, Daniel Norcross and Phil Long in the back of the box as Australia make their serene progress to inevitable victory is how it's feeling like at the moment. Will anything come along to change the game? We've had 31 minutes, we've had 7 overs, and we've had very few alarms so far. Jeremy Coney, what have you witnessed?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jarrod.
Hi.
Everybody. Well, 20 runs to Boland, that's the first thing. I mean, that's really over market value, I would have to say.
By about 18.
Yeah, so that's excellent as far as Australia are concerned. No real terrors, I don't think, this morning. All of us were feeling there might be some demons, certainly in the air, and a little bit from the surface of the pitch. There's been a wee bit of swing, but it hasn't been really threatening or late swing. And not so much through. I just think one wobble ball beat Khawaja, didn't it? And that was about it.
Jarrod, have you got any, you take a look at the quick viz data, is there anything come through yet? Is it too soon for that sort of thing? It'll give us ideas of swing, deviation, whatnot?
It's not swinging like it was last night. I did see something come through, but essentially what happened was Khawaja got an inside edge very early on, and it went right out to the hollies. That's the wettest part of the ground. My guess is from that point forward, they've got a couple of balls away in different places. Plus, Stuart Broad was throwing the ball before and dropped it, which was quite funny.
Right, silly bit off, and short leg is in. Broad is in, bouncer. And it's ducked by Boland, and it's about time there was a bouncer. I don't quite understand why they didn't hurl it at his head yesterday.
I think they bowled one earlier, so yeah, it's probably only the second one. But once that ball started going out, it was noticeable how much swing was disappearing, and it's just a little bit softer now and a little bit wetter.
So they'll be looking to get it changed. There'll be lots of agitation before
yes,
long.
There will be. And Edgbaston is kind of an upturned saucer, isn't it? It's sort of ball runs out very wet outside the boundary and for the first 10 metres inside the boundary.
That's why they invented the brumbrella here.
Yeah, it took them forever to put it on and forever to take it off, isn't it? Broad in, Boland drives out edges and is gone. The first wicket, and it's Broad who's got it. A ball in the channel. Boland perhaps playing a slightly more ambitious shot than his talent allowed. Got an edge through to Bairstow, a regulation catch. And that's the breakthrough, but it is the night watcher, and Australia are now 4 down for 121.
Yeah, I mean, kind of reminds me of the old Clint Eastwood quote, a man's got to know his limitations. Not sure driving a short broad ball on the up is what they needed from Scott Boland, but he's done his job. He's got through the early part. He put England on the back foot a little bit there, and he's not got an expansive amount of shots to him. He probably could have just defended that, but either way, the most interesting thing from an England perspective is that that ball did move in the air.
It did. We saw on our replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. We've just been saying there's not been much movement. That one did a touch, didn't it, Jeremy?
Enough, and drew from the length it was, drew the drive, didn't it? Attempted drive. Villainous little edge. Through it came. But Boland's done his work, I agree. I mean, I think that he will have calmed some nerves in the Australian dressing room, saying to them, look, this is not impossible out here. I can bat, you can bat better.
Do you know, it's Broad.
And better than batting at number 10,
yes.
I would say,
Do you think
under
he's
pressure.
Agitate his way up to 9 next time?
We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, you know, if you're
I don't
batting
think
in
you'll get another bat yet.
Yeah, if you're batting in a chase like this, it's much better to come in as a night watch than it is as a tail ender, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Where you could get you're remembered as the guy who made the mistake, or Anderson taking the final wicket or anything like that. So no, he's done well.
He's not, though, managed quite to match Alex Tudor as a night watcher, which was on this ground, I believe, against New Zealand.
It was.
Broad gives a thumbs up to the crowd. He's excited and he's pumped. He's taken 3 for 34 in this innings to go with the 3 in the first innings. 6 wickets in the match for a man I think we've all been saying on commentary felt very much like the bloke who would give way if Wood was going to play, and he's out-bowled Anderson. He's out-bowled Robinson, but Robinson's had some pretty good returns. He's got 4 wickets himself.
Now, who is that? That's Anderson that just went up and got right in Head's face. They were almost nose to grill,
headspace,
if you will. And Anderson was having some conversations. I think he was setting the field, but he was setting the field so that Head knew. Yeah. But very close, like a close talker.
Short ball attack.
And it's his first ball. For his first ball, we've got a fine leg, a deep backward square leg and a deep forward square leg. And a man catching on the offside. The helmet on, must be Ollie Pope there. There's now, oh yes, our resident fly slip. It's Moeen Ali this time. It was Lurch the other day, and he looked extremely confused at poor old Crawley. He didn't quite understand what he was doing. Moeen's been moved slightly finer still, and he'll know what's coming, because there are no slips. You've just nicked someone off. The ball swung a bit. Yeah, no slips, thank you very much. The crowd are really getting into their work, and they've got a lot of work to do today if they're going to get England over the line on this placid surface. That is the job that they have assigned themselves. Gully, silly point. Here comes Broad, into Head, who gets up on his toes, pushes it to the ground on the bounce. It's fielded by Pope, but he can't take it cleanly as he looks to throw the stumps down.
Extravagant jump, wasn't it, from Travis Head? Trying to get on top of the ball. There's the little edge from just, not much of a movement at all from the pitch, I don't think.
I think it swung in, didn't it? Was it just angle?
Angle, I think, more.
If you're Australia, Jeremy, and you obviously know that Head has a slight problem with the short ball, are you too worried about them banging this ball into the pitch for 10 overs to see?
There's Broad. And that's not so short. Look, it's played well by Head. It's hopping about a bit as he bumps it into the onside. It doesn't inspire confidence because he sort of plays these shots with both feet off the ground, which you don't really want to be seeing. But
he gets
but didn't get up at all, really. But then I suppose the length wasn't quite short.
Even the back of the length balls can cause him some problems, but this is slow, so the lack of pace, it means he can't get out the way, but he might take a few on the body. But if they go at this for 5 or 6 overs, it is going to soften the ball and soften the Broad.
Exactly. How long can Broad keep doing it is the question.
Broad at the top of his mark. 2 close catches and a lot of deep catches. In he comes. And bowls short again, up on his toes again. Goes Head, pushes into the offside, fielded by Pope. No run.
Not quite the life, not getting it up high enough at the moment. Travis Head, you wouldn't call him a tall man, I don't think, and he's able to just leap up and play a backward defensive stroke quite comfortably to that height.
Got to get it up armpits.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Up around that shoulder height.
More lower rib maybe at the moment, belly button. It needs to go up the body.
Steady. This is where England are missing Mark Wood, because he could do that hard for Broad on this. In he comes, last ball of the over. Banged in short, he's gone for it, his Head. He gets a thick under half of the bat. And why is he not run? It's got all the way out to deep backward square. Confusion between Khawaja and he at the end of the over on the Beaumont tiles. Huge sail, scoreboard. 4 for 121.
Hey guys, Ryan Pappenhausen here. The all-new Amarok has arrived and is now the head and shoulders leader in the ute segment. Test drive at the new home of Amarok and the only destination for your next car, Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
In Spanish, La Cabra means the goat, and in English, the goat means the greatest of all time. And now you can experience the goat-tasting food of the Mexican people at La Cabra's newest location in Mornington, or visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And on the replay stream with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, we saw just how pumped up Stuart Broad is in his wicket celebration, celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And he was absolutely going some. He was punching the air. He was really trying to get the crowd whipped up. Anderson is out of the attack, and Phil Long tells me after 40 minutes, 10 runs off the bat.
And 4 leg buys. So 1 for 14 off the 8 overs.
4 leg buys, which should have gone to Boland's tally, in my view.
Maybe more importantly, Anderson's being yanked quite early.
Well, do you think?
I think he was bowling poorly and he's been taken out.
That's exactly. Perhaps not early enough.
Yeah, well, yes.
No real swing for him, was there?
Robinson starts in from the city end and is tucked into the onside by the left-handed Khawaja. There are now 2 left-handers at the crease as Head comes on to strike. He's worked that out there for a single. 4 for 122, Khawaja to 38.
I think if Khawaja can actually, I think he's if there is some component that Australia really needed, is this kind of zen-like, serene Khawaja that we've seen throughout the match. If he can sort of anchor this, or whether it's anchor or whether it's just sort of hold tight at one end while the rest of the other batsmen can bat around him as well. If he gets another 30 to 40 runs from his starting point of 34 today and get into the 60s or 70s, he's done his little bit, I think, for Australia. And the rest, like Head, who play more aggressively, can bat around.
Robinson's going to be round the wicket to Head. He's got 2 slips in pace, different field than that he has to Broad. And this is outside the off-stump. Had a little shape off the pitch. Goes into the keeper's gloves. There's no run. So Broad, they're happy with Broad trying the short line of attack. But with Robinson, the only 2 guys out are a deep square and a long leg stroke fine leg, really. That's all. We don't have quite the same crazy tricksy field.
No, I mean, they've already done it with Robertson. I think twice in this game they've made him bowl the short pitch bowling. I know he's a gym freak now, but he's not the fittest person in the world, and that's not what he does. I just don't see the point of him coming in and hitting the middle of the pitch.
Oh, I agree. He's in now to Head. And Head drives nicely with a little flourishy whip of the bottom hand, and then Broad throws in the most wild and insane throw, unnecessarily from mid-on, while the batters hadn't crossed. But I suppose he's trying to inject some energy, and in the end it's pretty well. Was it Bairstow in the end got round to it, or was it Lurch who did it? It might have been Lurch.
Yeah, I think Crawley came around. It was a terrible throw, and he didn't.
It was abysmal.
He didn't apologise because he wanted to look alpha to Head, so he strutted away as everyone was darting behind.
Robinson into Head, and Head punches off the back foot but can't beat the fielder in the covers. And there is no run. It's Harry Brook out there in the covers.
Quite nice timing from Head, though, the last 2 strokes. And getting over a ball and hitting it just wide of mid-ons. No run in either shot, but that gives you a good feeling as a batsman early on if you can just feel the bat on the ball nicely and you mean to hit it in the area that you do.
They brought a fielder in for that, actually.
Oh, Duckett's gone back. Duckett's gone back down to deep back the point. The fielder in at catching point. He's always driving his head. Doesn't get quite the contact he wants, and it rolls out into the covers in front of square, and there's no run.
I think it's quite important that the Australians don't try and block this out. You know, I don't think they'll be quite capable of that. I mean, the sun is coming out, folks. It is. They'll be pleased to see that. But I just think they've just got to play their normal little games, and they'll get these runs if they're not dismissed.
Yeah, I don't think Head looks
He'll
like
he'll just play as normal. He's quite an attacking, aggressive player.
Robinson round the wicket into him. He drives away from his body. He's fielded by Brook in the covers. That's the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Australia 4 for 122.
Did you know that right now you can rent long-term from Budget?
What? Trucks?
And utes, buses, 4x4s for as long as you need. A week, a month, half a year.
Half a year?
If you need it.
Sounds expensive.
Great rates and way cheaper than buying them.
But what happens if I don't need it anymore?
Give it back. Long-term rentals, they're the way to go. Head to budgettrucks.com.au to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's. Big fan of the McFeast.
I see you was a McFeast man.
Yeah.
I went to a place called Big John's last night.
Oh, yeah, you're a big
John. I've never been to Big John's before. It's a Birmingham institution. I say that there's about 4 of them, but if you're ever in Birmingham. Yeah, it's a franchise.
It's in a really beautiful part of town as well, isn't it? It's on a 4-lane motorway.
It wasn't as romantic as you'd think.
Was that what you were looking for?
Broad into Khawaja, who thinks about playing at 1 in the channel, misses, and Broad is performatively anguished by that. Oh, it was so close, he thinks. It wasn't really. Khawaja made just a late decision to leave, which was a good one. But he's box office, isn't he, Broad? I mean, you know, Smith is as well when he's batting, when he's sort of living each shot. Broad kind of is a slightly different way of going about it, but he lives each ball and slightly attributes more menace to the ball than perhaps there was initially. You know?
Now, that is true.
He runs in now, slip, and crazy field on the offside. And swings a touch, actually, away from Khawaja. Pleased to see they're coming over the wicket to him at last, and he defends it to the offside.
Pretty early swing, though.
Yes.
A swing that you can see almost from the bowler's hand.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't awfully threatening, but I'm just trying to find signs of movement.
Well, you can see you can see the ball if you're an international player over the first 3 meters of its travel. After that, you're just making an assumption based on your knowledge, right? That definitely swung in the first 3 meters, so he had a very good chance of seeing that one.
Here he is again, right arm over Broad, and Khawaja lets this go by similar to the previous ball, only not played at this time by Khawaja. Yes.
Usman Khawaja's faced 429 balls in this Test match.
Hello.
No Australian has faced more in a Test match at Edgbaston.
Wow.
Steve Smith was the previous 426 last time round when he got the 200. Yeah.
So he's miles ahead. 492 balls.
429.
429. I'm sorry. Right. I mean, it's almost Rahul Dravid-esque, isn't it? That series in I want to say would have been 11, I think. Yeah. As Broad is in, and Khawaja gets on the pads. It rolls out into the onside. Don't think there's any bat on it. Wait to see the umpires signal. It will be a leg by, and it is a leg by. Another run denied Khawaja, but added to the total. 4 for 123.
Did Broad appeal then?
I think he did, yes. I think he did. It's ridiculous. Miles outside leg stump. But Dravid in that series felt like he faced pretty much half the balls that India received almost. Now we're just seeing a replay on our replay screen. And there's a little bit of movement. Not a lot. Not a lot. Enough to take the outside edge. That was to get rid of Boland. Broad in, head faces up, short banged in, and head ducks his head, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. So we're back to this field. If you've been listening, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep forward square, and a fly slip, who's down the line of sort of on the diagonal of maybe third slip probably. Gully, cover, and Pope coming into sort of almost a silly point. You don't see that every day. Broad comes in to completely over. It's short again and is whipped away, but only as far as Anderson at square leg. And there is no run. The Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Australia 4 for 123.
Need a mobile plan that doesn't compromise on data? Mate! Switch to Mate and get double data on selected plans for 6 months. Like the Soulmates 5G plan, usually with 120 gig of data, now doubled at 240 gigabytes. Simply enter the promo code TRYMATE on sign up. So what are you waiting for? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I had a cup of tea that wasn't fit for an Englishman today.
Not from a McCafe, though.
Oh, not from a McCafe, no, from upstairs. As Robinson starts a new over, goes across the bows of Khawaja and through to the keeper quite low. Bairstow takes no run.
So what do we have? 10 overs today. 33 overs basically from each end, isn't there? If it's for the. I think Broad can be given one more. He's sort of shaping as the main man, isn't he, at the moment, who's able to just do a bit more.
Stokes is going to have to bowl.
Stokes, I think, comes next at this end before Anderson coming round.
Moeen just took his jumper off, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Robinson rocks and rolls in, and it goes again across the bows, almost identical, through to Bairstow again, keeps low, no run.
I'm not telling you that so you know what he's wearing. What I'm saying is he might be warming up.
Well, he might be. So far,
what else can he take off?
I mean, he changed hats, you know.
All spin of note has taken place from the City end. So, I mean, what could happen, I suppose, is that an over of Stokes, an over of Moeen, and then Robinson switches
swap,
to the
switch them
pavilion
round.
end here.
That's right.
Could do that. Or Anderson could have a burst from this end.
Yes, but I think Stokes from this end first.
Yes. Robinson in, and is defended very comfortably by Khawaja right off the middle of the bat. It's not only has he batted a million balls, he's never really looked particularly troubled.
I thought that first 4 overs that Stoke bowled in his first spell from the southern end of the ground, I thought it had a bit more nip than some of the other bowlers, you know, and that's where he got the wicket of Smith, wasn't it, during those 4 overs?
Back,
That one, I talked to cricketers about that ball. They said it didn't move very much, but it kept a little bit low.
Yes.
Yeah. But the thing with Stokes is, when he slows down, he does usually get a lot of movement. Doesn't always control it, but he gets a lot.
Robinson in. Khawaja again with that little flourishy flick of the bottom hand. Works the ball to mid-wicket, where Anderson Fields applies some sweat to the ball. And there's no run once more.
It also means that he can have a go at the short ball if he wants to when a head is facing as well. So there's...
I don't think he'll bowl it.
No, well, okay.
Only because...
I don't...
Yeah, I'm not saying...
It's an option.
Yeah, I don't he might bowl surprise bounces, but I think if he bowls, let's say 3 overs of short balls...
I'm not suggesting that at the moment.
You just a surprise one, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Robinson in. Khawaja defends from the crease. The field's getting ever closer. It's a little bit like the film 12 Angry Men. The ball's pushed out of the covers and there's no run. You know, when the jury and the walls move in closer and closer and closer. It's imperceptible while you're watching the film. They start quite a long way apart and it becomes more and more claustrophobic as they get closer to their verdict. And it's almost as if the England fielders are sort of moving forward about 8 inches after each ball. In that fashion. Where's Henry Fonda when you need him? As Robinson runs in. Khawaja lets another one go by. He's untemptable as Khawaja. He must be a terribly difficult man to, if you are the devil, to sort of lure into your iron
spell.
Yes, he doesn't. No, he won't have it. Just won't have it.
I think the easiest way is just to make it cold, because he's had that sweater on pretty much the entire game, and he was doing a warm-up before with 2 sweaters on and a beanie while there were people walking around him in shorts.
I mean, it really isn't that cold.
It is not that cold, although Travis Head's got a jumper on as well. So it's not cold, though.
I mean, they might be used to warmer conditions, but they shouldn't. I wouldn't really say they are. I mean, I went to Australia for the T20 World Cup and I was frozen stiff. I've never watched cricket in a colder place than Hobart. Although I don't suppose you go to Hobart that often. Here's Robinson. In, this gets a thick edge. Suddenly turns Khawaja around as the ball squirts to Crawley, lurch at cover point. And there is no run. There's been no run off this over so far, am I right, Phil?
I think there was a no ball we missed.
Ah, I did wonder.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been going on a while.
Just bowling a little wide, Robinson, isn't he? Got across the bows of Khawaja. I think he wants to bring those pads into play a little bit. He's got a fine leg, so probably the worst you could get is a single. You might miss one.
He's in now. This should be the last ball of the over. Khawaja lets another one go by. It was a feature of that over. Didn't really trouble Khawaja too often. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles. Scoreboard, Australia 4 for 125.
Here's 4 key areas the ATO is drilling down on this year. Record keeping, work-related expenses, especially the Home Office, rental property income and deductions, and capital gains from crypto assets, property and shares. Also, in a significant change, the Australian government is no longer offering the low and middle income tax offset. Book your appointment with an ITP tax expert. ITP knows all the latest rules to help you claim the maximum legal refund. Go to itp.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. And 2 no balls so were in the last
super
over.
delayed no balls. It did go on and on and on that over, didn't it?
Yeah. Well done for finding them. None of us saw it, eagle-eyed as we are in the box.
Well, we were looking at sweaters for a lot of that.
Yeah. Broad still into the attack. He's bowling to Head. Head gives himself room and he goes for a clatter. Well. Well, that so far is by Maccas. I'm loving it moment. Because he's given himself room outside the leg stump and looked to flat bat and smash it back past Broad. And the ball just dribbled off the inside half of the bat back to Broad. The outcome was rather like a sort of impotent dream, but
that was a terrible shot. Not the. I don't mind the idea. Yeah, no. But he was moving while he was trying to play it. His best chance of doing anything there was hitting it back onto his own stumps.
Here is Broad. In once more. Short, goes for it, pulls it fine along the ground for the most part, down to fine leg, and the field will now change as they trot through for a single. We're in the second session here on SEN Test Cricket. Our second session's with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise.
I don't think that the pitch, I mean, the pitch is so slow.
So
I mean, it's quite hard to time those hooks. That's about the only way you might hit one up in the air.
You'd have to get very good contact on it to be caught.
Yeah.
And unless manage to hit it straight up.
So I don't think really Head should feel too concerned about this sort of short attack. He didn't look concerned. The fact that he gave himself room outside leg, he thought he had time to get out there and just smash it and bunt it down the ground, as Robinson did once in his innings.
Saw Harry Brook do that against Neil Wagner in New Zealand, didn't we?
Several times.
Yeah. Broad into Khawaja, because a full delivery which he drives straight to Corley at short extra cover. Very full. Almost Yorker length, one might say.
Slightly overpitched, wasn't it?
Slightly. That's what I said. Almost Yorker. Bottom of the bat.
I hope the Aussies aren't feeling pressure of the run rate here. They're not really moving around too much, but they've got plenty of time. It's like a 50-over game and then having a few extra overs tacked on the end. And you only need 2.5.
And it's panning out perfectly for them. The ball's soft. It's 41.5 overs old. And they could get to their target easily before another new ball was called upon, as Broad is in. Driving is Khawaja, but he can't beat his packed offside field. A nice connection, but can't get past Harry Brook, who fell to his right and fielded. We've got a very square, shortish point. And the man in front of square. Oh, another no ball. We saw that one. Well done, Jeremy.
Well, they don't need to score, Jeremy. They don't need to score at all at this point.
We need to bring in the klaxon, don't we, for these no balls?
But it's a huge no ball. It's an absolutely huge no ball.
Yeah, Indian cricket's the only one that does it. They have the horn, don't they?
Yeah. I think they should have the Benny Hill theme tune myself. I think it'll be more fun. As Broad is in to Khawaja. That's nicely worked up to mid-on, but Anderson is there. It's full ball. And I do like the way he plays those shots. There's an element of finesse and elegance, isn't there, to it?
Yeah, he's a hand player, isn't he? But and sometimes it takes him, for me, watching, he doesn't quite catch up with the front foot enough, you know. But it takes him a little while to do that. He's just starting to get over that front foot with the bat at the right time, not getting it out in front of that foot. He lose control. Was that another no ball?
No,
just indicating round.
Indicating round.
We're eagle-eyed now.
Yeah, we're all over it.
Yeah. It's almost like we're commentating a game of cricket on the radio. Broad is in around the wicket. That's defended by Khawaja from the crease. There's a hint of shape. And it comes back up the wicket to Broad. There's no run. Now, what was that all about?
It didn't sound good.
Didn't sound good.
You don't usually get a announcement in the middle of an over in a test match.
But they're not stopping, so I don't think it can be that bad.
No, because the umpires would have got a message, wouldn't they?
Yes. That was a very unusual moment. If anybody heard it, it sounded like Alex Tsitsipas to me, but I don't know why anyone would say that. Broad in, around the wicket, full, and it's flicked away, and Broad can't believe his misfortune. He thought he'd got through the defences of Khawaja with that Yorker length delivery, but instead Khawaja's picked up a run, a fortuitous one perhaps, and at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 4 for 128. That's all it is, it's 4 for 128.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
The alarm that we heard was the fire alarm.
Oh.
So at this stage, it doesn't look like there's any major problems in the ground, but we'll let you know if there is. And the World Cup qualifier, Netherlands made 315 and Zimbabwe chased them down. They made 319.
Robinson starts a new over to Khawaja, who defends on the front foot with languid ease and grace into the covers. There's no run.
Sikandar Raza made 100.
Yeah, you'd think that the West Indies and Sri Lanka would be the obvious two to select there to go through, but Zimbabwe could upset that.
I was watching them during the rain break, and they were chasing that very easily. Really? And Sikandar Raza made 102 or 54. Ooh. The only batter that struggled was Joy Lord Gumby, who made 40 or 55.
Lovely name.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit, Joy Lord Gumby.
Sounds like a
Joy Lord Gumby.
Bit of confectionery.
Robinson in and advancing his Khawaja, using his feet to get the pitch of the ball. He drives it up to mid-off. There's no run. He's one of the great names in cricket. You can text us on 0433 98 11 16 in Australia and in New Zealand, Jeremy.
88 33.
And let us know
your great names in cricket.
Your great names in cricket.
Yeah,
Colin McCool.
We've had Napoleon Einstein.
Oh, that's a
You've
good
come
one.
up with Colin McCool.
I love Colin McCool.
Christopher Mary Kugelheim.
Christopher Mary Kugelheim. Okay.
Does Bob Kunis count as a great name?
Well, it's neither one thing nor the other, really.
Right.
So, I know. As Robinson is in, and this is misses the off stump by a fraction. I don't know. Did it come in much more than with the arms? A little bit of movement.
It certainly moved in because you could tell by the way that Bairstow didn't move and then suddenly had to dive to his right.
Oh, yes, it really did.
And it went afterwards, didn't
It
it?
swung later after it's pitched.
Our replays here with tyre power, and we saw on the screen that that did do a little bit.
Bairstow, what's this? It's not a dive as much as a fall.
A fall, yes. Well, we've all been there. Slip in place, point, cover, extra cover, all getting closer, those three angry men. As Robinson is in, this is easily defended by Khawaja. Back of a length delivery, not quite full enough to trouble him. There's no run, so yeah, they're encroaching ever closer, those three on the offside. 4 for 128 the score. The immovable Khawaja is looking entirely at ease and very unflappable out there at the moment. But England have had most joy with the very full delivery at him, haven't they? He's actually looked more discomforted in this match. It's been very rare. The very full ball. Robinson into him, and that turns Khawaja around ever so slightly as he pushes the ball out to the offside, and Lurch does the fielding.
Well, it's interesting, though. I mean, England keeping this very tight at the moment. Difficult to get shots through that offside. But batting clearly from the pitch and from the conditions is not impossible at all. That's really the sort of summary, I think, that...
Yeah. Oh, far from it, isn't it?
Not hard to bat on, but not always easy to score on.
Correct. And it should get harder as it gets slower.
Robinson in to complete the over. Right arm round the wicket, outside the off stump, through to the keeper. There is no run on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard after 43 overs. Australia are 4 for 128. We'll have a change of commentary on the other side. Adam Collins.
Hi, bank.
Hi, the fixed rate is about to end on my home loan and I just checked my new rate.
Most suckers don't.
Well, I'm glad I did.
Congratulations! Happy new rate!
I'm not celebrating. My new rate is horrific.
Terrific for us!
Are you popping champagne?
Oh, sorry, gotta go. The conga line is starting. Wait for me, Barry!
If you want to be the one celebrating, go to athena.com.au and switch to the lender that gives a buck about you. Athena, love us and leave us.
Star 21 offers a new approach to your enterprise mobility strategy and delivers tailored mobility solutions that best meet your business needs using Telstra's 5G mobile network. Call 1300 Star 21 to discover the difference.
This month at Lobster Cave, we've got an excellent end of fin-year deal. Grab a voucher and we'll double the value. Why not buy now, use later, but still double your value? Think catering, gifting, hospitality and more. BYO wine, no corkage, valid for 3 years, only at lobstercave.com.au.
Happy birthday, Essendon BMW. They've just turned 5, and to celebrate, they've got exceptional opportunities across the BMW range. Head down and celebrate with them today and see why their team service is second to none. Explore their new and demonstrator range, including their selection of electric vehicles. Your ultimate driving machine awaits at Essendon BMW, celebrating 5 exceptional years. Book an appointment today at Essendon BMW, 1 Centro Circuit, Essendon Fields, or essendonbmw.com.au.
Brought in, Boland drives out, edges and is gone. The first wicket, and it's Broad who's got it. A ball in the channel, Boland perhaps playing a slightly more ambitious shot than his talent allowed. Got an edge through the Bairstow, a regulation catch. And that's the breakthrough, but it is the night watcher, and Australia are now 4 down for 121.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. That was the 4th wicket to fall in the innings, but the only of the first hour and a bit. Scott Boland, the night watchman, faced 40 deliveries for his 20. Australia were 4 for 121. They're now 4 for 128. Travis Head, quite the interrogation early on. He's faced 13 deliveries for 1, but almost all of them have been short balls with a field to match. Khawaja has taken his overnight score from 34 to 39, so in no hurry whatsoever. He's faced 118 deliveries. Adam Collins taking up commentary for the first time today. We've got Peter Lalor with us. Bharat Sundaresan jumps back in as well. And Bharat, during that drinks break, you saw something.
I certainly did. Ollie Robinson and Travis Head were walking away, and Robinson said something to Travis Head, and Anderson pulled him away. There weren't any smiles involved, and now I just see Robinson having another word with Travis Head, and then just gave Usman Khawaja a pat on the back. And you can see they're still having a little chat. I'm not sure what this is about.
He's lippy, isn't he, Robinson?
Yeah.
Maybe, well, just before the drinks break.
He's right up with him.
Yeah, and Travis Head was giving him back whatever Ollie Robinson was giving him, and then Anderson physically just pulled him away, almost to take, forget it, let's go away.
Robinson's standing there with a grin on his face, no more than a couple of metres from Khawaja. He's got the ball in his hand. He's going to give it to Stuart Broad. But, yeah, that's a interesting way of going about it from Ollie Robinson after the mini little blow-up a couple of days ago. The send-off to Khawaja in the first innings. After Khawaja strummed 141. Batted for a couple of days.
Which Nathan Lyon dismissed to say, it's all just stuff that happens in cricket. I kind of like the emotion of it. So I don't know.
Well, it was never about. It was never about. I don't think the send-off as much as it was looked daft, didn't it? Because of what Khawaja had done. Anyway, we move on from that. The sun's back out. Broad's got the ball in his hand again.
Well, there was a security alert went up just before the drinks break. All security were asked to return to their positions and be on red alert. Now, I think it might be a fire alarm, but
4 back, throw on the leg side, 1 on the offside to Head, who gets it over the keeper's head for 4. Indeed, it might have been catchable if Bairstow was a foot taller. Jumping to his right, 4 runs added to Head. He's 5 from 14, so the first time he's been able to really make any contact with that hook shot. Had a couple of goes at it, not without risk though. Australia 4 for 132. Talk us through it, Bharat.
Yeah, Stuart Broad will think it's a mini victory for him. Was not in control at all. Got the top edge of the bat. Flew well wide of Johnny Bairstow and quite high, like you said, Adam. But Stuart Broad will think, okay, I have him uncomfortable here. Travis Head has looked a little edgy last over, tried to make room and smash a ball, but nothing on it. Such a slow pitch now. Not a Travis Head kind of pitch.
First boundary of the 5th day.
First 4. Broad delivers and gets underneath it here, Head. Another bouncer that was inevitably coming his way. So a fly slip, fine leg, deep backward square, deep square. Got a short leg, that's Ollie Pope. Couple of mid-wickets.
Well, the English journalists are telling me this morning that, Ben will keep the field up. Ben Stokes will keep the field up no matter what's going on. Well, he's got 4 back, and he's had 3 or 4 back for the last half an hour.
That was that code red again. It was stewards to your positions or to your posts. Code red. Someone put to me that it might have something to do with the protesters that have been at events in England in the last year or so. Broad delivers here over the wicket. Head cutting, but straight to Robinson at cover. The man who's been getting into him through the drinks break saves 4. Head really should have done better with that. That's his best shot.
It tells you about the slowness of the pitch, though. He had to jump into it, into that shot, try to create some force, some power with it. And, I mean, he brings in the inside edge onto stumps. If he does continue trying to do that, Travis Head, such a handsy player, relies a lot on his hand-eye. But when there's no pace of the pitch, it is not very easy.
So Broad away from us. Gets up to the crease and delivers to Travis Head. It's full, and there is the inside edge you referred to, Bharat. It ends up a short leg on the ground, but inside edge that he was not in control of, and the crowd sense that there's something building here as well. 2 balls left in the over. False stroke to start the hook shot, and watching this one back here for tyre power. Inside edge through his legs.
Just the Yorker curled back in slightly on him.
Yeah.
The gap was open. He just got the bat back down on it. They're inviting that cut shot with the field, but clearly not inviting it with the lines they're bowling. They want him to hook.
Cloud covers back. Short leg set deep. Broad bowls here. Head takes on the short ball. Doesn't beat the man at square leg. So they've got the umbrella field. Trying to cut off both 1 and 4. It was Ben Stokes, the captain, that saved probably 1, maybe 2 in that direction. So bolstered on the rope they are.
I did ask Travis Head about the fields that England have been setting to him when he spoke to us on day 1 or day 2, and he said maybe I didn't play the short ball really well against India in that World Test Championship final, so I kind of knew, and I know David Saker really well, and he knows my game inside out, so I wasn't surprised that they would set a field like this for me.
Sun returns again. Broad to finish, delivers over the wicket to Head on the hip, gets it down to fine leg. He'll keep the strike with the single, so he's through that. Head 6, Khawaja 39 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Australia 4 for 133. Their target's 281.
This is Ben Reid. The biggest concern for property buyers right now is the fear of overpaying. So some buyers are letting exceptional opportunities pass them by. Ian Reid Buyer Advocates know how to secure the best value homes both on and off market. Speak to us today and take the fear out of buying property. You won't miss an opportunity and you won't pay too much. Call 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Buyer Advocates.
Buy your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Going to have, by the looks of things, spin by Moeen Ali from the Birmingham City end. Just going back to that point from the previous over, the ECB have been preparing for protesters to be part of the action at some point here. The Just Stop Oil protesters that have interfered at a number of sporting events as part of their civil disobedience campaign in the last 12 months or so, and they've prepared a second wicket here somewhere too, Pete.
They have, yeah. Just before we get into that, see, they've got a fielder back straight away for Moeen Ali.
Yes.
Yeah, that sort of very straight mid-off is back on the rope where Usman Khawaja's been hitting him over his head a lot. Travis Head is on strike at the moment.
It's a straight hit.
Yeah, that straight hit. They'd offered that to the Australians all through the first innings, but last night and this morning we're seeing that it's not on offer, really, is it?
Harry Brook in that position, not allowed to move. Moeen bowls, Head pulls, gets it over mid-wicket. Might just break the shackles there. Moeen Ali dropping short to begin. Head into double figures from his 20th delivery. 4 for 137.
Story of Moeen Ali's performance through this Test match. It's not to criticise him because he's underdone, but there's been a 4-ball too often, and often it's that warm-up ball, especially in these comeback spells since the first day. Yes, the prepared pitch. Second pitch was prepared at the Oval, and I've heard that a second pitch is prepared here too in case of protest.
Moeen bowls, Head goes back and carves out in front. A point, gets plenty of that. Might go all the way for 4. Diving stop put in by Duckett. Saves a couple. Good fielding, well-timed dive. 4 for 137, so Head who was stuck on 0 and 1 for a long time. He's up to 12 from 21.
Amble 2 runs then these two. They are, but really, David Warner and Marnus, they'll be looking for 3 there every time.
Moeen in, wide of the crease, head goes back and edges, pass slip. Towards the rope it goes, work to do for Stuart Broad on this occasion, and he won't get there in time. It's a massive diving effort. He might have dragged it back.
Yeah, he has done well.
Oh, the veteran's done really well. If he's kept that off the rope, he's had to sprint and dive and crash his body into the Toblerones. I don't know whether they're even going to check it upstairs. They're happy with that on field.
I think they should. It looked really close to me. No, it's 4. It's 4. It looked like a 4.
Yeah, I think they'll end up giving that as a boundary. So his left elbow touches the rope first, and it'll take a few replays for conclusive evidence, I reckon, because the ball does leave his hand at almost exactly the same time. He's waiting on the signal. No, 4 runs, umpire Erasmus. So head moves along to 16. Australia 4 for 143. They're more than halfway there. 138 to go. Bowls again and edging a bit off the front foot and to where Gully might have been but isn't. So Travis Head making runs quickly but giving chances as well. Moeen Ali feels like he's in the game here on this 5th day track.
Oh, that has turned actually. He's landed that one. First one of the over he's really landed.
10 runs from 4 balls. Moeen delivers. Head from the leg stump line. Jarrod, it slid. Head's not moving initially. He'll have to, though. Straight into the waiting hands of the former captain. Moeen Ali's done it. 10 runs from his first 3 balls. But with his 5th delivery, a really important wicket. Travis Head had one spin across him. Moeen Ali operating round the wicket. Fine piece of bowling, bounce as well. Joe Root does the rest. Australia lose their 5th wicket with a score on 143, and Travis Head's unconvincing innings is complete at 16. Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, you saw it coming with Travis Head. He's never comfortable playing spin off the back foot. His hands always stray away from his body. And there was sharp turn for Moeen Ali, but Travis Head almost got squared up, hence getting the edge en route to Joe Root at first slip. But you saw it coming. He looked very restless in the middle. The short ball tactic, I think, got to him. And even in this over, he did put away a boundary. Nearly got another one, but just did not look convincing, like you said, Adam. And yeah, it's a wicket that England needed, but it's a wicket that England saw coming.
Pete, this test match, whenever it settles into anything resembling a rhythm, something happens. Yeah. That's why it's been compelling viewing across, 4.5 days now. And just when Australia goes beyond halfway from 2 balls prior, Head 16 runs, the bulk of them since drinks, makes way for Cameron Green.
Yeah, they're 5 down on the scoreboard, but let's remember that one of those was the night watchman, so it's not quite as bad as it seems, but it's pretty bad because there's this man Green and then Alex Carey to come, and after that the Australian batting falls off a cliff.
And that was the strategic or tactical decision they made when picking ahead of Mitchell Starc, really. Cameron Green, who batted really well in the first innings, got a beauty from Moeen. He was bowled for 38, but did his job on a tough day where Australia needed to drag it out as long as they could.
Did he bring up his 1000th run in that first innings? 1000th test run?
Yep.
He did, thanks Phil. Yeah.
So for Green, they'll start with catches everywhere.
Yeah.
A slip, a short leg, waiting to see where Stokes puts himself, possibly leg gully. Moeen Ali with the blister on the finger, it hasn't denied him. Hasn't stopped him giving it a huge rip there. Our replay for Tyre Power showed that. Beautiful side spinner. There is the leg slip. That's Stokes. Moeen in the game. Last ball of his 8th over. Delivers here. Green forward. Defending to mid-wicket. End of a successful over for the home side. Australia 5 for 143. Khawaja 39. Green yet to score.
Book a same-day service at Chadstone Toyota and get the full package, including the aircon combo offer for $199 and SUV and 4x4 vehicle services for $320 with small passenger vehicles for $260. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. T&Cs apply. I want a feeling Toyota.
Bring.
Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15 with first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Moeen Ali receives a rousing ovation on the western side of the ground after taking a wicket in his first over. Travis Head, the kind of guy, if he bats for an hour, can break the back of a chase. We saw that at indoor earlier this year. Well, he's been and gone for 16. And with that wicket, they get a look at Cameron Green at 7. Usman Khawaja, meanwhile, down the other end. A model of patience so far, just 5 runs this morning. He's been batting for 74 minutes since the resumption. I wonder whether that fall of wicket might change his approach ever so slightly. And Jimmy Anderson is back, Pete. New spell from our broadcast end.
Yeah, to take a wicket in this innings.
One slip, bowls to Khawaja, round the wicket, 2 back for the short ball, leaves alone outside the off stump.
I think Jimmy Anderson is back as much for Cameron Green as just replacing Orrie Robinson and Stuart Broad from this end. Hasn't played a lot of cricket against Cameron Green, but he does have the ability to hit the ball to come in so sharply, and Cam Green early on is still susceptible to that LBW. Great piece of bowling from Moeen Ali. What a story this could be.
3 men back again.
The catching cover. Deep backward point. Anderson bowls, Khawaja full and driving out to that man at deep backward point for 1. Moves him into the 40s from his 130th delivery. 5 for 144, and Anderson gets a go at Green. He foreshadowed.
He does, and Pete Lalor, I think one thing I've learned is I don't think the English journalists have any idea about what Ben Stokes is going to do and not going to do. Much like a lot of us, even though they've been watching him for 12 months, I think there's a lot of guesswork there. Their guess is as good as ours.
Now, what's Green here? He'll take block on off stump, won't he? Anderson coming over the wicket.
Cameron Green, he made his first test ton 2 tests ago in Ahmedabad. This surface similar to that, but the conditions very different. Dark overhead now as well. Just how Anderson likes it with the Duke's ball.
Never detect any hint of nerves from Cameron Green. He looks like he's just a kid, sort of having a bit of fun, doesn't he? But I did note when he took the catch down on the boundary rope yesterday, he signalled that his heart was a flutter standing under the crowd getting to him a bit, I reckon.
2 catching mid-wickets. Anderson bowls to Green. First ball beats the edge. Ever so close. Anderson throws his head back. He knows how close it was to England going bang, bang as they must. They need to get 2 in a hurry here. They weren't able to do so in the first innings.
And this is exactly why Anderson has come back. Cameron Green so conscious about being hit on the pad, being beaten on the inside edge of the bat. Just played at one slightly away from his body. It's a late movement for Jimmy Anderson, but Cam Green could have left that alone, but didn't.
Anderson, the master of his craft, bowls to Green here. He defends him down the pitch. There's the catching mid-wicket just on the edge of the surface. A mid-wicket a fraction squarer. Stokes a catching cover, so 3 men in front of the bat and 2 catches behind the wicket.
Yeah, masterclass from Jimmy Anderson, right? The first one went away. This one was the one aiming for his pads, zeroing in on his pads. Cam Green, the bat coming down exactly when he wanted to.
Green, as you say, batting on off stump. Anderson away from us to the crease, bowls here and goes past the edge again. 2 times in 3 balls. Anderson rubs his hands through his hair. He's been here before.
This is where Cameron Green is most vulnerable. He's looking to get that bat onto the ball. He's not looking to play any positive shots. I think you'd see later in the innings he'd be looking to drive that through the off stump. But at the moment he just thinks he wants to start quietly, feel the ball on his bat, feel the bat on the ball, whatever happens. And it's a high risk option at this point of the game.
Anderson being held at top of his mark. Seeing the replay back, one side's very shiny, one side's very rough. They've got the ball just how they need it for Anderson to get it to talk. He bowls again to Green, and Green edges through second slip for 4. Don't think it would have carried anyway. Soft hands are applauding Anderson for keeping it full and giving himself a chance. Green off the mark with that boundary. Ends the over. 5 for 148. Khawaja down the other end on 40.
The world's fastest sport is back at O'Brien Ice House. So get your skates on because it's time for another Melbourne derby as the Mustangs battle Melbourne Ice this Friday. Don't miss a second of the action out on the ice as these teams battle for hometown bragging rights in Australia's best competition. It'll be tough and fast. Mustangs v Ice at O'Brien Ice House this Friday. The home of Australian ice hockey. Skate over to o'brienicehouse.com.au.
Moeen to continue. Usman Khawaja takes his guard again. His first time against spin today. Phil Long.
Yeah, nearly 85 minutes played today on this fifth day. Usman Khawaja's now faced 49 balls for the 6 runs he's added.
So very similar to the first innings. He's
Plenty of
happy to
time.
consolidate and help take pressure out of the game when wickets fell. Can he do so here? Moeen round the wicket to him here. He's got Rudit slip. Khawaja goes back and finds deep point for an easy single. That's the definition of taking sting out of the game when he's able to rotate the strike like that. 41 for him, 5 for 149 Australia, and the target's 281.
Yeah, and he would have seen how Travis had played Moeen Ali, just going at the ball. When you're playing on a pitch so slow, even though there is some sharp turn occasionally, it's best to play it as late as possible, and that's what Khawaja has mastered in the last few years. Plays it so late. Interesting to see how Cam Green approaches this. They have a straight stop fielder for him as well. He likes to go straight over the top.
Moeen to Green, slip, short leg, close to the stumps and defends. You're right, Bharat, that Green on a number of occasions used his feet to Moeen and hit him straight where that man is. That straight hit Harry Brook.
Has a natural advantage playing the spin. Can get so far down the wicket with that long stride.
No one back on the leg side. Likes to sweep from time to time, Green. Moeen here, Green well forward. We saw him sweep happily in Sri Lanka last year on a snake pit at Gaul. An important innings.
Never done it before, had he?
No.
I think he, learnt the shot that day.
Yeah. There's so many things you see with Cam Green. He learns on the job.
Yeah.
It's like a school kid at university.
Speaking of the sweep, deep backward square goes back halfway for that shot. Moeen bowls, Green forward. Out to Ben Stokes at catching mid-wicket. Goes a little bit straighter as well, the captain.
3 good balls from Moeen. 4, sorry.
This is building beautifully, bubbling up. It's Australia's turn. They need to win the next half an hour at least, if not more. Big gap at cover. Moeen bowls on leg stump and into the onside it goes again, and they have one more attempt in this over. To think that the storyline around Moeen Ali only added to the squad this time last week. Hadn't picked up a red ball in 21 months.
I'll be there, mate, as soon as I pick up my OBE. Just driving by the Palace on the way.
33 overs in the first innings, couple of wickets including Green through the gate. Blister on the finger, bowls here, Green defends. 47 gone, 5 for 149. Khawaja 41, Green 4, and that's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
50 overs remaining in this test match. 132 runs needed for Australia. 5 wickets for the home side. As it feels right, there will be a result today. It won't be a draw, barring an unexpected downpour. And who knows, it might even be a tie.
Sun's out. Beautiful day to play cricket right now. Let's see if the ball's still moving in the air.
Anderson, his first over was good. Bowling here to Khawaja, turns him into the onside, not far away from Ollie Pope, moving away to his left on the bounce, no run. So 2 men back for Anderson on the leg side. Fine leg, deep square, deep backward point. That's Moeen Ali.
Yeah, Anderson wouldn't mind Khawaja getting a single early on. He had Green where he wanted him. His first spell, he was so grumpy with himself. Every time he walked back to his mark, it looked like someone who had missed a bus for the second time. But at the end of the last over, it looked like then he ran to the tram stop and the tram left as well.
He bowls best angry, doesn't he? It's like Tomo bowled best when he had a hangover.
Anderson round the wicket in here. Kawaja, back of a length, defends to cover. What's that great piece in the Wisden Almanac about a decade ago that Christian Ryan wrote? Jeff Thompson is angry. And proceeded to write about a grade game in the early 70s. When
Him and Lenny Pascoe bowling.
Yeah, that's right. You've got it.
Tomo Pascoe Ward.
If you're listening, Christian, good evening to you. I'm sure he is.
I'm sure it's grown. It's got bigger over the years, the telling of that day's cricket. But boy, oh boy, it sounded frightening.
Oof. And the joy that Lenny Pascoe talking about it as well. Yeah. Both of them.
1:45 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of Australia as Anderson bowls to Kawaja and turns him to square leg for one, which I don't think either side will mind because Australia bring up their 150 for the loss of 5 wickets. Kawaja 42 of those, and Anderson gets half an over at Cameron Green, who he beat a couple of times in 3 balls in his previous set from out Birmingham City End. He started off today, sorry, my apologies, our Pavilion End. He started at the City End. He's been spun around and getting something to happen.
Yeah, he got the first one to leave Green, the second one to come back in, another one that left him, the last one getting Cam Green to play away, and the second slip is standing really close. Ben Stokes is well ahead of the wicketkeeper and moving one more step to his right.
Yeah, so Stokes backing himself to jump in front of second if required. Anderson pausing.
Has to be up, doesn't he? Because they're not carrying.
Catching cover as well. He's away and he bowls to Green, who's forward and driving straight to mid-off out the middle of the bat. Made a lovely sound.
It did, but the head was falling over. And Cam Green generally is so conscious about where his head is early on. And even though he got to the ball, it was a really full ball. It was a half volley almost. But again, he's so conscious. He knows what Anderson's trying to do. Trying to cover his pads. One of the main reasons he's standing on off stump.
I don't think there's been a slips catch in the entire test match, Separate, apart from before behind the wicket with Joe Root off the spinner. But in terms of seamers, Anderson delivers. Green back of a length leaves. It's the in swinger over the top of his off stump, but too short to bring it into play.
And we've seen with Cam Green, at times he can get stuck early on in a test innings, and that's when he looks most vulnerable. And this isn't, like, speaking of being a school kid at university, look at the pressure he's under, or look at the situation he's in. Run chase, imagine if you can lead a run chase in an Ashes test. Take your home or take your country home. You can be a hero, Cam Green. They're still awake in Perth.
They sure are. Round the country, all eyes on Anderson bowling here. In swinger again, nearly gets through. Green thrusts the bat down in the nick of time. Jimmy Anderson's on here. This is an important spell. Over complete, 5 for 150. Kawaja 42, Green on 4.
Well, he's playing those from the crease. You know, taking block on off stump. He's a walking LBW chance, isn't he?
He is. That's exactly what is happening. That's the play. Jimmy Anderson is zeroing in on those pads. He's targeting those pads of Cam Green. And Cam Green trying to avoid it. This time played back to a ball maybe he could have come forward to.
It's just like a car that needs to get in gear, isn't he, Cam Green? Because once he's in gear, he's a beautiful, simple cricketer, and he will be playing with confidence through that offside. But at the moment, he just looks tentative, hanging around, waiting for the ball to get him, frankly. Moeen that man back again, taking away the long drive from Kawaja.
Moeen
out.
New over bowls to Kawaja. Full toss, bangs it away over square leg. That'll help. Thanks very much. Out to the boundary for 4. He's 46. Moeen first ball of the over, misses his mark there. 5 for 154. The score as Damien Fleming joins me, Adam Collins, and Pete Lalor as well. Bharat Sundaresan makes way, and Phil Long's with us too.
Osman Kawaja's first boundary of the day.
How many's hit the innings?
Rank full toss. Stinking delivery. Should have been hit for 6, really.
That's his 7th.
7th for. A couple of those in the first over. One that went through the cordon off Anderson. Moeen delivers. Kawaja, better line and length, tucks him around the corner. Should be 2 there. Root has to do the tidying up from slip. They get through. So Kawaja to 48, assuming it's not a leg bye, that is. All clear on that front. 5 for 156, Flem. They're getting closer, but wickets remain the problem.
Gripping cricket, isn't it? Every ball just feel like it can change so quickly. Usman seems to be the most composed cricketer out there. And he's got an important job to do with young Cam Green.
Well, these are beautiful conditions to bat in. Sun's out. Chance to make a hero of yourself.
Straight hit in for Khawaja. Doesn't use his feet. Chips it out towards mid-on. It doesn't carry the journey. A rare false strike for Khawaja on 48.
Don't want to be gifting wickets to Moeen Just stuck in the pitch a little bit, I think. He wanted to whip it through that gap in mid-wicket. Got top edge.
Back here for tyre power. He tried to flick it, maybe behind square even, but ends up at mid-on. Moeen in the game. Round the wicket. Khawaja stays at home, turns around the corner. No single.
Well, one thing Moeen is doing is he's getting turn. You know, he's not landing it consistently, but he's getting a bit of rip, as we saw.
So he's a threat, isn't he?
Travis Head about
exactly.
it.
So Moeen to finish. Got protection at deep point as well. Khawaja goes back and edges into the turf. So one ball to come after this. That was an inside edge. 2 false strikes in the over from Khawaja. Wouldn't mind a second look at that from television if we get it. We're behind Khawaja here. Here we go. So what's happened here, Flem? Oh, he's been dropped. He's been dropped.
Do you reckon he got a nick?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Wow.
I think there's a deviation there.
I thought he from behind.
He was off balance. So last ball here of the over. Khawaja around the corner to find leg. Not taken. I think that's a drop catch. We'll get another look during the break. 49 overs gone. 5 for 156. Khawaja 48. Green on 4.
Roofers, plumbers and builders, are you fishing for a great flashing supplier? At Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre, they make flashing products for the roofing, plumbing and building industry. Curves, tapers, chimney and window flashing, barge, vent ridge and more. They turned 567 tonnes of Australian steel into custom-made flashing last year alone. That's almost 50,000 rainbow trout. Drop them a line. Visit rscentre.com.au. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. James Anderson away from us. 2 slips, catching cover. Bowls here to Green on 4, delivers and Green drives. Past cover. Nice shot. Length through it. Didn't overhit it. Gets at least 2. Duckett does the fielding. It will be 2. So Green to 6. Australia 5 for 158. That leaves them, what are we now? They're 123 away from their target. You always know with television, Flem, you'd know this from working in TV for a long time, when it flips from runs to win to wickets to win or vice versa, and Sky haven't made the call yet. They haven't decided whether it's runs or wickets to win.
Till tea?
Tea is to be taken at 4:30. Bowling here again is Anderson, defended into the offside. So
yeah,
39
just get it
minutes
under
from
100 as you go to the break.
And that'll flip over to runs on the broadcast.
Anyway, with that drive from Cameron Green, we see just starting to move up the gears. Wasn't completely convincing, but I'd rather see him just doing that than sort of feeling around outside that off stump to Jimmy's bowling.
Yeah, it's a half volley. You've got to hit it.
You do.
What I noticed with the outfield, you know, it was racing, and then the closer it got to the boundary, it really pulled up.
Oh, so it didn't pick up speed on the way to the boundary?
Nowhere near as fast as day one.
Well, be a bit of damp out there.
Wet.
So this is the contest England want. They want Anderson to Green. 2 slips catching cover. Anderson, our end, bowls here. Green soft hands. Well played. He's playing himself in here. Out to backward point it goes, Flem.
And he looks solid.
Playing that under his eyes, isn't he?
Yeah.
So that's the difference too, not feeling for it, feeling outside his...
And I felt like with Anderson, he's really been searching the whole test match. He's never been happy where he's been landing. And that's another ball where he's... And just scuffing where he's landing a little bit here. So Broad's been up the whole test match. I think Moeen provided enough. You know, even that last delivery, it wasn't an edge in the end, but Usman played for the turn that it wasn't there.
So 2 in the cordon. Anderson, wider of the crease to Green. It's a tempter outside the off stump, and he lets it go into the gloves of Bairstow. So at the start of this spell, when Green was brand new, of course there was natural nerves and tentative movements and all the rest of it. Now he's seen how many balls? 17 of them. Anderson's no longer as threatening.
But I hope that was a deliberate ball from Anderson, because that's not a bad idea every now and then. But you want to be actually attacking the stumps, getting them playing the ball. Then you throw that wide one. They have a go at that, and they've got to fly third man. They've got a couple of slips in place. But Greenie just watched it go by. Very composed.
Up to the task. I'll drive them if they're closer. That, no. There's plenty of time to get these runs.
Yep, exactly.
Anderson in a cloud cover again. Up to the crease. Green leaves alone in the channel on about the 5th stump line. So this has been, with the exception of, since the head wicket, they've been able to do as we described earlier, Flem, just take some oxygen out of this. And that's largely due to Khawaja, but now Green's playing his role too.
Yeah. I thought Usman was very good for Travis Head and Cam Green in the first innings when they first got out there. Greenie in particular showed signs of nerves, but he looks in his zone now. Use that, the big width, get forward, drop short. We know he's a very good pull and hooker.
Anderson's last ball here, and Green plays outside the off stump and gets one behind point. Nicely done. Gets to 7, keeps the strike. Australia 5 for 159 at the end of their 50th over. Their target's 281 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Just 35 minutes from the CBD, the stunning landscapes of the Sunbury wine region invite you to stay and dine at Marnong Estate. This historic 1,200-acre vineyard offers the perfect family-friendly escape with views of Macedon Ranges. Perfect for your next special occasion, romantic getaway or cozy winter retreat. You'll enjoy 1 or 2 bedroom luxury cabins with breakfast for 2 or family stay. You'll also experience authentic Italian dining at Cucina 3064 and signature restaurant La Vetta. Welcome to Marnong Estate. For bookings, visit marnongestate.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. And the Mick Cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Khawaja 48, not on strike though. And just between overs, we're seeing Moeen Ali get some attention surely on that spinning finger.
And we're seeing the ball get some attention from Murray Erasmus and his calipers. But I think it's passed through.
So just a little delay here. Not that it matters on the 5th day. A reminder that every over will be bowled, and it's unlikely that light would be a factor either. There's still 47 left, so more than half a day of cricket. 122 runs for Australia, 5 wickets for England. So the probability of getting that late into the night's pretty slim anyway, unless there's more rain.
Now, Nathan Lyon tried an analogy about how difficult it was for Moeen Ali to be bowling with that thing and without the practice. He says like a singer who, hasn't warmed up and has lost his voice. I'd like to sharpen it up a bit. Now, I suspect what Moeen Ali is doing now is like just trying to sing when you've got a sore throat. It must just hurt every delivery. That's quite the raw patch on that finger, isn't it? And they have very limited in their options of treating it.
He's still a threat because of his unpredictability and he's turning the ball.
And he's hit the high notes once already, getting rid of head. Bowls here to Green. Sharply spun delivery, placed to backward point, no run.
I know, it's nice. I saw what you did then. Yeah, that was good.
No, there's definitely some high notes left, but there's some...
He might have a few bum notes too, where the voice cracks, aren't there?
The crackling voice for those full tosses.
He might have to get there via falsetto. Won't be rich. Moeen bowls and Green gets forward and defends. Might be time for us to get off commentary in a second.
I think so, yeah.
So target's 281, 122 away. Australia adding 52 runs in this afternoon session, but losing Boland and Head. Moeen bowls. Green goes back in the crease towards mid-wicket with the flick. Stokes does the fielding, no run. There are only one man set back on the leg side, and that's a deep mid-wicket, and the straight hit just on the onside. Backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Short leg, backward point. Big gap in the covers. If you fancy it, Cam. Moeen bowls here, and Green steers. Outside part of the bat. Soft hands, probably an edge. They'll get 2, but along the turf it goes, and Robinson does the fielding. Always 2 to Robinson. Green up to 9. Australia 5 for 161.
And he runs.
Yep.
Take him.
Don't mind that.
Outside edges, or thick edges, inside thick edges. Usman's had a few of those.
Soft hands, playing them down. Yeah. They're never a chance.
And if it's moving, you're not always going to hit the middle of the bat.
So Moeen in. To Green it goes, and he hits it back to him, but on the bounce, no run. So we've seen Australia win the first half an hour. England won the second half an hour. Australia have won the third half an hour. Went about 30 minutes until the tea break here. So much going on. Moeen bowls to Green, and that's spun. Fairway back to the right-hander. He defended from the crease. And that's the end of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break with Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney jumping in for me and Peter Lalor. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Australia 5 for 161. Khawaja's 48. Green is on 9.
Calling all tradies. Are you ready to work smarter, not harder? If your ears perked up, then today's your lucky day. Simmons Homes is looking for trades of all kinds and, as the great Australian builder, can offer you a solid pipeline of work, extremely competitive rates, 7-day payment terms, and the sweetener, they'll take care of your invoicing. It's a no-brainer. Search Simmons Careers to get the ball rolling. CDBU 49491.
SEN Test cricket from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee for an Aussie. Now then, Anderson is still in the attack. He's beaten the edge a couple of times. He's caused some problems for Cameron Green. Moeen Ali nearly took the edge of Khawaja's bat, but Johnny Bairstow didn't exactly inspire confidence when he dropped the ball, even though there was no edge. As Anderson is in with one slip to Khawaja, who comes forward and immaculate defence into the offside. He has been immovable. Well, not literally immovable because he was out in the first innings, but it took a while. And I feel like when we've been watching Australia bat, we've been watching Khawaja bat for pretty much the entirety of that time. Phil Long.
We didn't say that up, Dan, but that is perfect timing for you, because that is 462 balls that Usman Khawaja has faced in this test.
Yes.
Since 1938, only Bobby Simpson has faced more in an Ashes test match in England for Australia.
What, even in an Ashes test?
In an Ashes test match for
So
Australia in England.
I'm assuming that was Bobby Simpson's 3-1-1.
Yeah. Bradman was 34 and 38.
Anderson in wide off, stopped through the keeper, no run. But did he not?
He lost. It was a 4-year tour.
In 1948, he batted a bit,
For
didn't he?
4 years.
But not for as many balls.
Not in one Ashes test, no.
Long boat.
And Steve Smith feels like he's been batting for a million years in
Steve
England.
Smith, 426. He's gone past him. He's just gone past Mark Taylor, actually. He's 219
yes.
in 1989 or 460.
Bit of a left-handers thing. Batting a long time, Australian openers.
Yeah. Well, Gary Kirsten, the South African, was the worst for it. How many balls did he face in that innings that nearly destroyed Andy Zaltzman's marriage?
Well, Bobby Simpson in 1964, 749 balls in a test.
That must have been scintillating.
That was his first test 100 too.
Wow.
There you go.
Anderson into Khawaja, short, and it comes ballooning off a bit of thigh. It goes fine. Wait to see if there was any bat or glove on that. Looking for the umpire's signal, as it's fielded about a yard inside the boundary by Harry Brook. And the Australian crowd rise because Usman Khawaja has picked up a half-century to go with a century made in the first innings. The 37th time he's gone past 50. 15 times he's made it to 100, and one of those times was in this match. We've just been talking about him and his...
Well, I reckon he's had RSI in the last 18 months raising that bat.
And if you if you recall in India, he was batted for the longest time in terms of time and balls for his innings there in Ahmedabad.
Anderson bowls a short ball, which is evaded by Khawaja. So the keeper, no run. Yes, he batted a long time in Ahmedabad, didn't he? We enjoyed watching that.
Well, enjoyed.
Yes, I mean, that was an absolutely...
You'd enjoy this one more.
Oh, yeah,
in
much
an
more.
Ashes test match.
Yeah. No, that Ahmedabad was a condemnable pitch.
Yeah.
I preferred the condemnable pitch of indoor to the condemnable pitch of Ahmedabad.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
rate them,
if you're gonna do it, give me indoor, not Ahmedabad.
Yeah, his 180 in Ahmedabad was 611 minutes, 422 balls.
Whoa. Yeah, that was hard going. Anderson in, he plays slightly away from his body, Khawaja, pushing the ball into the offside, fielded in the covers, just in front of square.
I imagine you wouldn't need to have much net time when you're batting that much in a game.
Yeah.
Do you want a net?
Or do you want to stay in, Nick? I don't know. What do you do, Jeremy, when you had long periods of good form?
Oh, you still go through your little routines. Maybe, you don't want to get net rash while you're playing quite well out in the middle.
Oh, that's painful.
But, I think you'll find most of these guys will do the similar things each day and develop a habit.
Yeah.
Anderson comes around the wicket again to Khawaja, who comes forward up the middle of the bat, push defends up to Broad at mid-on. There's no run. 5 for 163 on the Beaumont Kyle scoreboard.
See, I think the Australians have been shown how to play on this pitch by Khawaja. And if we think how he has played, and he's got obviously the success, it's been to play very straight when the ball is straight. This can be quite a difficult pitch to play on as it gets lower and slower. What you do get then is LBWs when you try to play square. You get drag-ons when you try and do something. The only time he's looked uncertain as when he tried to flick one about an over or two ago through a sort of a vacant mid-wicket, and he nearly got a front edge that went towards mid-on. Do you remember that stroke he played? And that's the only time you can't play through those areas. And that's the problem, I thought, with Head, when he was just a little bit trying to do too much. It's quite a pitch where you have to just, I'm afraid, accept scoring isn't going to be totally easy.
Moeen Ali starts a new over from the Birmingham end, and Cameron Green comes forward, a big loping stride, and pushes the ball up to mid-on.
Also, what he's done, Usman Khawaja, though, is he's maximised every half pitcher.
Yeah.
With pace, Anderson, and spin from Ali. He's hit it for 4.
Moeen in again, and this is tucked into the onside of a sort of thick inside half of the bat, and it goes to mid-wicket, where Stokes, who we've still not seen bowl,
no.
fielding.
And he had a big warm-up.
I heard.
Bowling to...
So, yes.
Yeah.
Bharat
David Sake was watching it, so we thought maybe he'll start.
I thought he should have been on down this end.
Moeen is in. That turns quite sharply, but it's a little too short. Green's able to push off the back foot up to mid-off.
Interesting how Green also has moved from a leg stump guard in the first innings to almost an off-stump guard here. So he's getting, particularly to Moeen, he's getting closer to the ball, pitched outside off-stump.
Moeen in once more. That was a risky shot, because that did turn a bit. The dive from Anderson at mid-off can't stop the ball, so the very straight, long arm is to move to his left to field. One more to the total. Green into double figures, that's 10 now. 1-5 for 164.
What it means is that he can get closer to the ball. He doesn't have to thrust towards a ball outside his off stump, and if it beats him in length and has time to turn inside the inside edge, there's at least a pad there or something there to prevent it carrying on towards the stumps.
And a long
as
stride.
He was bowled. Absolutely.
A long stride. Tall man, 6'7".
Moeen Ali's coming around the wicket to Khawaja, and works his ball at the onside. Bairstow scurries away from his vantage point behind the stumps and collects.
See how Khawaja waits for it, and it's on about a leg stump, but he waits for it and just tucks it, you know. He's not trying to push out at the ball too much. That's what Head was doing, pushing out at the ball.
Gee, they're cranking up in the Holly stand.
Yeah, they are.
They really are. Moeen in once more wide of the off stump. A bit worried there with that ball from Moeen. It's a classic ball, his fingers hurt. He's just trying to get out of the over and get through it. It's left alone, there's no run. 5 for 164 at the end of the over. We've got 25 minutes to go to tea, and there's some bucket hat wearing, raucous bearded fellows who are doing their very best impression of a Ben Stokes for a good night out, and it's all happening out there in the Holly stand. It's a few clouds are just coming over. There's no threat of rain at the moment. There is a threat. There is no threat at around about 6 o'clock. So we'll just have to keep a little eye on that. Hopefully we'll be lucky. But Australia, I don't think, should be too perturbed. They've scored 57 runs. They've only lost the night watcher and Travis Head. They've still got Alex Carey to come. Pat Cummins.
I think they've got to get to 200 here with this pair.
We've got a slip in place for Green. A backward point, 2 catching covers. Stokes has come quite straight. Stokes has been very meticulous with his field as Anderson runs in to Green, and Green comes forward and defends solidly. There's no running. He's such a sizable presence. You can't see the stumps at all as a bowler. Fleming does that hurt you? I mean, I'd imagine you want to see something of the stumps, don't you?
No, I want, with the taller players, I'm happy for them to come to me to be feeling the ball. And when you go short, though, you know, you make sure you get it right up there, or you go wide.
Anderson into Green again, who waits for this. It just comes back at him ever so slightly. It plays it from the crease and pushes into the covers once more. And Crawley does the fielding, hands back to him.
And you don't, let's be honest, over the history of the game, you don't see many very tall top-order players, do you? I mean, you would have been, Jeremy, as tall as most of the batsmen around. I know.
Around your era.
Clive Lloyd, number 4 usually.
I'll say Tony Greig, all-rounder.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin Peterson was a big batsman. Generally, they're all under 6 foot, aren't they? The great batsmen.
But then you've got Haydos. As Anderson is in outside your stop, doing deep but no run, and he's over 6 foot in all directions, isn't he, Haydos?
Only get bigger, big Haydos, isn't he?
He really is. We saw about it in Australia, in India, and what a presence. Seeing him come out of the gym, I thought, you don't need to bulk up anymore.
Yeah, maybe a bit more aerobic work. Less bench press, but he was such an agile fieldsman, Matty Hayden, for a big man.
Anderson into Green. Green is a thick, I say thick outside half of the bat rather than edge. The ball goes out into the offside, but quite square of the wicket. Which gives you the idea. It wasn't the full face of the bat on that occasion, but he's looking pretty solid here, Green. He's showing no ambition. He doesn't need to. There's 20.
Well, he's just defending, isn't he? England fields want him to go hard at those Fuller-type deliveries. 2 catches. Well, really, it's 3 catches, isn't it? I think with the wide mid-off.
Yeah.
Because when he hits the cover drive, they generally hit really, really hard. But if it's in the air, you take a risk.
How many slip catches have we had in this match? There's that one that we've seen from Travis Head, but not many.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that it? That is it. Yeah. Out of the 33 wickets to have fallen at Edgbaston. Doesn't seem right, does it? Anderson into Green, punches off the back foot and gets it through the infield. It's now being pursued by Duckett, who will get there, hold it back. Not great running, they've only got back for a couple.
I think Greeny could have got 4, and Usman battled to 2.
Yes, Green was sort of waiting there, wasn't he?
Isn't that interesting? Just a metre shorter, and Green can go back and punch powerfully.
That's how slow it is.
Duckett will be a bit annoyed with
That's
himself
safe.
there.
Nice shot.
Full face of the bat. Nice.
Seen on replays for tyre power. Indeed, Cameron Green nearly lapped Khawaja there.
I wonder if he could just run his own.
Anderson in, he plays with an angle back down, big space down towards the backward point.
We'll just keep
Picks up
crossing.
a single, end of the over.
Usman could just stand in the middle.
Yeah.
And he just keeps going. He just stay there, Usman, I'll run past you.
But Usman,
Cross each time.
But Usman has to call.
That's a good idea, actually.
Go hard, Greeny. One more.
Do you think cricket's laws should change so that you should be allowed to get 1 run if one of your batters at least runs 2?
Okay.
I'd never thought of that before, but being in your company, both of you, has rather sends me into unusual areas.
Well, one of the changes I think is not a bad thing. Well, it brings a different tactical one. Is the batsman that hits the ball in the air gets caught, even if they cross, the incoming batsman's got a face.
I like that.
So tactically, that used to be a play.
Absolutely.
Didn't it? And now, guess what?
Yeah, well,
incoming batsman has to face.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I don't mind that. Murray Nally's going to continue, so he's obviously, well, I think he's needed really for England because this is a pitch that ought to suit him. He's in. This is tossed up, driven into the offside, and it's not well fielded at all. Surprisingly by Anderson, uncharacteristic mistake there. Just a couple of little errors creeping in as Cameron Green once more laps Khawaja, who's scurrying back for the 3rd, puffing heavily, but he makes it easily enough at the end. 5 for 107.
For Longy, how many steps does Usman take to complete a run, and how many can Green?
We should keep an eye on that.
Yeah, the step meter. The step meter. We're on step meter watch.
I shall go on step meter watch.
Yes.
I do not have it in my book at the moment, but it will be there soon.
It's disappointing, but we can all improve.
Maybe it's on
in
Quick
all
Viz.
Yeah.
How many steps?
We can all improve.
Because strides. Greeny's got strides.
Khawaja faces and gets a short ball, which he hammers out towards the boundary, but it will be flung in. Is that Matthew Potts out there?
I think.
Just take a little look. I think we've got
I
ourselves.
think it is.
Yeah.
So who's missing? There's Root, there's Pope, there's Broad, there's Stokes,
Robertson,
there's Anderson,
Crawley's there. Duckett's there.
Is Bairstow there?
Bairstow's definitely there.
He's kind of there. Yeah, I think so.
Brooks at a very, very
Root is there.
straight, long
Ali
on. So that doesn't leave anyone, does it? Other than Robinson.
They've got 12 on.
No, he's worked away out. To
Talking about new rules.
Square, off the back foot. Little flick of the bottom hand. 1 more to the total. 5 for 172. This is good passage of play here for Australia.
For one session, you can have the 12th man.
Good idea.
Because, I think there just aren't enough laws in cricket.
Yeah. But we all agree, leg by, gone, banned.
No, give to the
inefficient.
batter. Give to the batter. Defended by Khawaja, and there's no run. No, because it's a disaster.
It's a reward.
No, if people...
Because you've made a mistake.
You know full well, Flem, what will happen. They'll just come charging round the wicket in a situation like this and throw it at your pads.
And then you use your bat.
If a bowler...
you know what I want? I want them to ban pads. Then there's no leg buys. I'll hit it then.
Moeen in, forward comes Khawaja, back to the bowler, and there's no run. I'll tell you what,
little legs.
I'll tell you what drives me mad.
I'll tell you what, Jeremy's
what drives me mad is his one-day bowlers, his T20 bowlers who bowl absolute filth down the leg side, and the batter's perfectly within his rights to have a little flick at it, goes off the thigh pad, down to the boundary for 4. I've seen that happen twice in the first over a game, and his figures at the end of the over are none for 5. His ball's worked into the onside, and Bairstow goes after it and collects. They will collect the single. Khawaja will keep strike at the end of the over. 5 for 173. Khawaja 52. Green 17. And some other poor bowler has toiled really well at the other end. He's a thick edge, flown over deep third down to the boundary.
That's fair enough.
And he's gone for 12. And the analysts are all going, oh, I like the look of this guy. He's only gone for 5 runs and over. And he's bowled utter filth down the leg side, which has gone for 8 leg buys.
They have a bat.
Bowlers have it easy.
They've
also got legs. What's wrong with the legs?
What about a play and miss? What about 3 play and misses and an over? Bad luck. Go.
No.
Strike.
No,
you're out.
No, you've already been shown how to get people out.
Yeah.
You've been told.
Particularly in T20 cricket, which doesn't happen often. But hey, the pitches are flat.
You're told where the stumps are, Flem. You're told where the stumps are. Bowl them. If you bowl down the leg side and he comes off his pad and goes for 4, well, tough luck.
I want bigger stumps in T20 cricket.
4 stumps.
You want it all, don't you?
4 stumps.
And smaller balls.
We've got some text coming in. I think we better allow our wise listeners to divert us into other areas. As Jimmy Anderson's going to continue. Jack from Melbourne says he's currently driving to the Sahara Desert in Morocco. Of course you are. Yes. How crazy. Loving listening to the commentary while soaking it all in. Dig in, Aussies. Here's Anderson start a new over, and languid Khawaja plays a lovely, elegant, flowing defensive push up to Robinson at mid-off. There's no run. Ryan in Margaret River can confirm we are still awake in Perth. Well, I should hope so too.
He's having a wine.
What's the time in Perth?
Margaret River's nice wine too, isn't it?
It's only
Just
11.
north of Perth.
It's only 11:15 in Perth.
North of Perth.
South.
It'd be un-Australian.
South.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It'd be un-Australian to go
Adam
to
Gilchrist owns it. Just owns Margaret River. Yeah. That's how
Gilchrist
rich
owns
he is.
the river.
Yeah, I think he might own the river. Don't know about Margaret.
Anderson said, pushed up to mid-off. There's no owning Margaret. She's unownable.
No, that's exactly.
Yeah,
Tristan.
Yes.
Tristan says, hey guys, I'm loving the call. Listening in from Ballara Station in the Exmouth Gulf.
Wow.
Those are just words to me, but you might be able to enlighten me. Come on, Aussies! And WinViz has it. It's all so exciting. England 49%, Australia 48%, and the draw 3%. You can forget the draw, barring a very unfortunate downpour. Anderson into the left-handed Khawaja, slips still in place, and he plays this really well. He guides a ball that's only just outside off stump, really. Let's, as you say, Jeremy,
wait.
Come to me.
That's how you play on these pitches. Others, rather than pushing out at the ball.
What Joe Root did in the end. Those are the templates.
Oh, Joe plays that shot beautifully.
Yes, just wait.
Yeah.
I'll have a single, thank you very much. You actually kind of need somebody on that shot. You know, saving one there. It's more helpful.
As opposed to,
for extra cover,
I think
perhaps.
Duckett actually is coming forward as he plays it with hard hands.
Yeah.
And there's slips there.
Cameron Green has a lot of fielders in front of square on the offside for him as Anderson is in to him and gets it on the pad, and they'll just amble through for a single. A well-deserved
dead
single.
ball.
Leg by signalled, quite right.
How
he could just lay his bat away.
That should not be a run to the team. He's missed.
It should be a run to the batter. He has made a run for his team there.
Lay his bat down, open up his legs, kicking for a couple of braces.
Why not?
Why not?
There's a lot of ways to skin a cat, Lemo.
Get rid of the leg by.
Bowlers, you're all the same. You want it all, don't you? You want it all.
Why not? You need 20 wickets to win a test match.
Anderson in, and that's short. ghastly ball, and it's really well played by Khawaja. He waits for it and then just plays a most controlled pull that goes fine down to fine leg, but fine leg is quite fine, so there's only one run.
And the frustrating thing when you're bowling to someone, that's the back of the hander.
Yeah.
A bit of T20 skills that just need to be 3 metres fuller. It's hard to get batsmen like Khawaja to come hard at you. VVS Laxman, Azraddin, you know, those classy type of players. So you got to err on the side of being full, and you've got to subtly change your pace.
Last ball of the over. Green drives in the air nicely, elegantly. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, it'll skip on to the boundary sponge. A dominant way to end the over from Anderson, and Australia are 5 for 180. Green has 21, Khawaja has 54. Just another 101 runs for a famous victory and a 1-0 lead in the Ashes. They can smell it. It's within their grasp.
Well, it's a good stroke. It's a little bit wide, but it's the length that Green likes, and he's used just the nice hands over it. There's no mid-off. There's more of a sort of an extra cover there, so it gives him quite an area. As long as he makes that, as I say, that's straight width of the bat, nice bat face going through the ball and up and over quite comfortably. It's a good shot to have.
Damien Fleming is left, and Jarrod's popping on.
Well,
Hello.
He's off on a peak, isn't he?
Yeah.
About the leg byes.
He's got to call the ICC. Yeah, and complain. I want to complain. Who do I complain to? Joe Root's into the attack, and Moeen Ali's blistered fingers a rest. Jarrod, what are your observations? You've been lurking.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I've heard is people being frustrated that Australia are batting slow.
Oh, really?
I don't really understand
that. I don't understand.
They're doing okay.
But
they're doing okay.
I would think they're doing fine. They're getting some no balls and the occasional short ball from Moeen, and
that's all they need to do. Plenty of time left in the game. 41 overs remain, 101 to win. 2.5 and over. Root around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who defends on the front foot. There's no run. Only Root's second over of this innings. We've still not seen Stokes. Stokes tends to bring himself on in extremis.
Okay.
And when do you think is extremis? I would argue it's now, but when do you reckon is extremis in the brain of Stokes?
200 for 5, 210 for 5.
Yeah. Root in, round arm. It's driven by Khawaja easily. He's in such prime nick at the moment. It's hard to see how he can get out. They've really got a plan for him. Run is accrued, and now danger for Root because he's got the right-handed Green. And I fancy this might be part of the reason for getting Root on, because I think Green might fancy a bit of this, which can be dangerous.
Oh, let's see.
It's when you fancy something that things start to go awry.
Gosh, look, he's right behind the bowler almost, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a lot. He's the longest, straightest long off you'll ever see. As Green plays round his front pad and works the ball to the onside. Stokes picks up at mid-wicket. There's no run.
It's not what the position's called, Dan. Would have thought you'd use the correct term, knowing you.
Oh, what is it? What's it
called straight hit.
Straight hit, that's right.
It should be called straight on.
Root.
Well, he's straight off, actually.
Defended. Back to the bowler, there's no run.
But there's no short straight hit.
No.
So when he was in the ring a minute ago, that position has never been named. I've seen it used for Cameron White quite a bit, and sometimes Kyron Pollard.
Yes. Kyron Pollard was what I was going to say. As this beats the bat of Cameron Green, lands down in front of him. I'd like to see that again on the replay screen for tyre power. And we're going to get the opportunity to. What's happened here?
He's just let it go. Oh, no, he's played it.
He's got an under edge on it.
Yeah.
He's lucky not to have pushed that back onto his stumps.
I think that was off the middle of the bat.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Just almost ran down the bat. So angled.
This ball is defended more solidly back to Root. So he didn't fancy having a go at that. Or he was just being sensible with 8 minutes to go till tea. Australia 5 for 181. And we've got another text coming in from an anonymous correspondent, a former Victorian, once a Victorian, surely always a Victorian, listening in from Vancouver, Canada. Here. Now, they're about 8 hours behind, so I personally think that it allows a lot more Australian to show the guts to be awake at 8:23 than to be awake in Perth at 11:23. I mean, 11:23 is a great time to listen to cricket. Ollie Robinson, not Ben Stokes, is going to come into the attack after Anderson's spell. So, makes you wonder. I did ask the question, when is extremis? And clearly, for Stokes, is not yet. Robinson is around the wicket with a slip in place. Khawaja waits and plays with an angled bat, square of the wicket, the offside, back with a square of the wicket as Pope scurries to his right eagerly. And they get a single, 5 for 182. Khawaja is 56, Green 21. We've got this over, I'd say, and probably one more before we get to tea. So at that stage, there'll be 38 overs remaining in the day, an absolute maximum. I don't think Australia are going to need anything like that, but just have to keep a little eye on this possible 6 o'clock shower, because then that might bring overs into play. We'll see. You've got your app ready. You could let us know. Robinson into Green, who defends very easily on this placid surface and just pushes the ball to the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, just having a look at the app, and this one's been pretty accurate for the rain up here so far, suggesting 7 o'clock, just
7,
just before 7. Wouldn't that be nice if just at the end?
Yeah. Well, it was.
Can you win in Mizzle?
It was Adelaide, wasn't it, in 2010-11?
The win vis is up.
Yeah, Australia have now got to 50%, and England down to 46. Robinson into Green, who's beaten on the outside edge. A rare play and miss. Went through pretty low to Bairstow. That was not far from the outside edge. It squared Cameron Green, and that's all it takes for the crowd to go berserk. We'll take a look at the replay screen for tyre power. Ooh, that is very mighty close to the outside edge. Or was. Not anymore. The seams scrambling around.
That's the dangerous batting on off stump, isn't it? That you get your bat coming across the ball.
Now, it gets turned around again a little bit here. Green playing a slightly shorter ball, but still from the crease into upward point. There's no run. We appear to have a whole slew of texts. I might have to read these all out in the break between overs. Oh, I've seen that someone's got a cat called Humphrey, and I thoroughly approve. Yes.
Of cats or Humphrey?
Actually, cats. I used to love your cat, Spartacus. He's no longer with us, is he?
Sadly not.
Did you get a Spartacus too? I'm Spartacus. I've said, this is guided. I made myself laugh there. It's guided to backward point. There's no run. You should have done.
Well, we could have, if we called the first one Spartacus, we could have called the next one I'm Spartacus, and then just keep calling them I'm Spartacus.
No, I'm Spartacus.
No, I'm Spartacus.
Yes. It's always fun in the vet.
The simple things.
Yeah. Spartacus.
Third generation.
Robinson, full, aiming for the pads, is driven up to mid. Oh, and there's a shy at the stumps, and Khawaja is a little dilatory getting there, is home at the non-striker's end. So, interesting over that from Robinson. There were a couple of moments of alarm. 5 for 183, Khawaja 56. Green 22. Let's get through these texts. There's some lovely ones here. Hey, lads, great stuff. This is Mitch in Melbourne having a Pinot Noir with my cat Humphrey. That sounds marvellous. My mate Scott wants your tip for the next race at Ascot. Is there a horse called Spartacus? If so, yes, lump it on.
Well, Pinot Noir
gamble.
Does the cat have a Pinot Noir? Drink Pinot Noir as well?
No, don't be silly. Cats like Riesling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Everyone
white
knows
one.
that.
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't got a cat.
I wasn't quick enough to think of a one called, like a Pernod Noir would be better, or a Meowsling. Dave from Wallan. G'day, lads.
Wallen.
Is that Wallen? Sorry.
Wallen.
That's
I hit the g'day quite well there, didn't I? As Root is in. And that's defended the offside by Green, back to the square. G'day, lads. As an overnight truck driver, there's no better time than when the Ashes in England comes around. Currently heading back into Melbourne on the Western Highway. Get up, Aussies. Yes, if you're in bed, get up. As Root in once more to Green. Green pushes in firm, watchful defence up to mid-off. No run. Hey, guys, superb call all afternoon already. Listening from Antwerp, Belgium, heading to London tomorrow. I come to the Lord's Test match. Was loving Flem's until the Margaret River comment. Come on, Flem. This is cut away to backward point. Can't beat Robinson. No run. Go Aussies from Tomsey. Usually of Brighton, but today of Antwerp. Lovely to have you with us, Tomsey. Charlie is listening in Italy, drinking a nice wine after work. Thanks for the commentary. Go! Aussies, it's not goo, Aussies. I think that's go.
No cat?
No cat. Root in. Reaching for this is Green. Fancies a single. Kawaja's having none of that. Thank you very much. With T fast approaching. Anne and Paul, hello. Listening to you as we drive from Brighton to Portsmouth. Is this in England? Yes, we arrived in England from Australia earlier today. Oh, bless you. Go Aussies. You'll be tired. It's not an easy drive.
Remember that trip of Aussie get up.
Root in, pushed into the offside, fielded well. At mid-off by Anderson. There's no run. Jake is listening while packing his bags for Glastonbury Music Festival.
Is that coming up?
Come on, Aussie, come on. Or come on, Aussie, come on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Come on. Root, last ball before tee, probably. Is pushed into the offside. Think of a single. It isn't there. 1 minute to go. Will they get another over in? The umpires have said no. Maria Erasmus is keen for a cake. And I can't say as I blame him. As the clock ticks over to 4:30 here in the UK. Kawaja 56, Green 22. Australia 5 for 183 need just another 98 runs to go 1-0 up in this year's Ashes series. They've lost the 2 wickets, just the 2 though. Scott Boland detained England for a while before he edged through to the keeper off Broad, little thin edge, and then the one moment of real encouragement for Moeen Ali when he squared up Travis Head. But speaking to Bharat Sundaresan behind me, I see the replay a couple of times. I felt that if he's on the back foot is the problem. Bharat seems to think he has a little problem playing the off-spin on the back foot. It didn't turn a huge amount. He might have come forward to it.
He played that ball very, very badly. It's almost why he didn't start in India.
Yeah, but nonetheless, you're picking him ahead of Renshaw anyway, surely. The players make their way up to their changing rooms with the score 5 for 183. Very quickly, I'll finish off your text. It's close to 1:30 here in Geelong. Or is it Geelong? You tell me. Well done. That is good work. And I'm terrified that the inevitable is going to happen in Australia. Lose a close one again. Loving the call, gents. Don't worry. Keep the faith. You'll be fine. Sam from North Frio is listening from Selva Gardena stroke Wolkenstein in the Dolomites. Cam Green chance to establish himself as the world's best all-rounder. Come on, Aussies. Very good chance of that. Joey from Tumut in New South Wales is my Brazilian boss. Knew I was listening to the cricket, I'd probably get the sack. Ashes is more important right now. Can the Aussies? Yeah, it's always more important than work, I can assure you of that. And hi, lads, listening from Guangzhou in China. I love the commentary. It only makes sense that if leg buys were gone, then overthrows would have to go as well. I think it should all stay, as it's what makes Test cricket quite literally a test. Otherwise, people can get lazy with their fielding or bowling. I thoroughly agree with you in Guangzhou, China. Thank you all, he says. So,
did you say Guangzhou with an Australian accent?
Guangzhou. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've been rightly informed my Australian accent's terrible, so I doubt it. But there are certain words like Guangzhou that sort of sound Australian in the mouth, don't they?
In the mouth.
Like Wallam. Like Wallam. Yeah. Macca's delivery of the day so far. What do you reckon, boys?
Delivery of the day. Ooh. I like Broad to get rid of Boland. And I actually thought there was a couple of the balls that Moeen had bowled to Head, not specifically the one that dismissed him, were quite good as well. Outside of the half-trackers and full tosses.
Can I go with that?
It was a mixture, wasn't it, really, from Moeen? But there was one ball, 2 balls earlier than the one he dismissed him with. It forced Head to play right towards, and it ran down for a boundary, actually. The Broad chased, couldn't save the boundary, but it was really thrusting towards it, so it just teased him enough to want to play it, even though it was wide.
I think my Macca's delivery of the day is the one that beat Cameron Green's bat from Anderson when he first got in. I thought there was a little bit of shape, a little bit of encouragement there, but with the ball now 59 overs old and pretty manky.
Manky ball.
It could well be. Well, I'm not going to say plain sailing, because there's many a slip twixt cup and lip, but there's a good chance here for Australia to pull off this victory in the last session of the 5th day. 98 needed. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with the actual cricket in around about 15 minutes. But to take you through the tea break, I'm delighted to say he's not in the Dolomites. He's not in Geelong, I don't
Guangzhou.
suppose.
Is he in
Guangzhou? He's not in Guangzou.
Okay.
He's in the studio. He's Paul Sebastiani.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. We're ready for one final session. Still plenty of time for Australia. 38 overs remaining. All of them need to be bowled. They require 98 runs for what would be a brilliant Test victory here at Edgbaston. Usman Khawaja, his vigil continues. 56. He's been out there for 159 deliveries, striking just 22 runs from 78 balls in that session. But it doesn't matter at the moment because he's doing what he needs to do. Meanwhile, Cameron Green down the other end, after a tough interrogation from James Anderson upon his arrival, is up to 22 from 54 balls. They've put on 40. A session worth 76 runs. They lost 2 wickets. Scott Boland, the night watchman, after batting for 35 minutes on the final day, was caught behind from the bowling abroad for 20. Did a great job. Then Travis Head in Moeen Ali's first over, caught it slip. Lovely piece of bowling taken by Joe Root. He made 16 from 24. At that stage, they were 5 for 145, and this pair took them through the last hour and 10 minutes or so of play before the tea interval. Adam Collins with you and Damien Fleming with me. It's been a fabulous Test match, an absorbing Test match across, well, now 4 days and 2 sessions. I feel like we deserve the grandstand finish, but from an Australian perspective, if they can have one more quiet half an hour, they might just take enough sting out of this game to walk it in. Who's to know?
Yeah, it's been a very composed partnership, hasn't it, between Usman and Cam Green. 40 runs. Green's footwork's been very assured. Usman unrushed as always. Interesting as the English walk out there, Ben Stokes is always warming up to bowl. But we don't see him at the bowling crease, and we know he's a magician with the ball.
Instead, it'll be Robinson starting the session. One slip, field spread to Khawaja, pushing down to mid-on. Just the start Khawaja wants right at the middle of the bat.
Yeah, if there's been one match winner for either team in the last 4 or 5 Ashes series, I mean, Ben Stokes' name's right up there, isn't it? And it's generally been with the bat, but he's made some significant breakthroughs with the ball, important top-order wickets. I just can't believe we could see Australia win this game without Ben Stokes bowling.
Immediately changes angle. Round the wicket now, Robinson to Khawaja, defending again out the middle of the bat, this time to mid-off like a centre wicket practice, and I could not agree more. Ben Stokes, as you set up beautifully in the pre-game, has the ability to swing the ball around, and you know what? They've done a pretty good job with the ball. One side of it is shiny and one side of it's rough. They've managed it well across that first session. They'll still get something out of the Dukes. What are we? Over number 60. And we know Stokes can bowl long spells. He's got a bung knee.
Yeah, but once he warms up.
He's got ticker.
And the warm-up, he was bowling, and I was looking for a limp. I was looking for any negative there, and he just seemed to be getting him through at really good pace.
2 back for the short ball, if and when it comes. Delivers here to Khawaja. He does pull him out to deep square. Along the ground, there'll be 1. Walks it through. 57 for him. 5 for 184 for Australia. Started the session well. No real activity in the ground. There's a sense that England needs something desperately now.
Yeah, that's Usman's happy place when bowlers aren't bowling. He doesn't mind full-on bounces, but that's just a half-tracker that's easily played out to backward square leg for a single. And Cam Green has been very good in defence, just blunting the ball. And when he's got the opportunity either on the front foot or on the back foot to hit through the offside, he has with power.
So Robinson was able to get one against the flow of play last night. That was Warner. Into Green here. First ball for him for the session. Back of a length and defends it. Right behind it. Played the ball under his eyes. It's like they didn't even go to tea, these two. They started where they left off.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you had a choice, Australia would have wanted to keep batting.
Yes.
Isn't it? It's England that sort of wanted a break, and that the 2 Aussie batsmen have to reset. But, you know, England got to keep in there. We know on English pitches, and particularly with the way they angle the seam and cross seam, there's still some swing. You know, something can just come out of nowhere.
Robinson, a bit wider on the crease this time to Green. On leg stump, though. Works it into the onside. Won't be a single. Good fielding, Ollie Pope to his right. 97 runs still left for Australia. So who would you start with? We've got Robinson this end. In all probability, a spinner from the far end. Root or Moeen?
Jeez.
Is Moeen a liability with that finger? He's rubbing dirt into it every ball. He's in agony.
I think you got to have a look at him.
Yeah.
First up, and then you go backwards from there. maybe to Root. Once again, we keep saying it. Stokes.
Really go with it. Here's Robinson. Again to Green. Outside part of the bat. Steers it down to deep third. One for him. Ends the over. Green 23. Kawaja 57. Australia 5 for 185. They are 96 runs rather from the finish line. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. The sun's shining. The Australian fans on our screen for tyre power. Your tyre experts, they're smiling as well.
Those blokes, Mervyn Hughes and Swampy Marsh, Jeff Marsh. What a great fella. Vice captain, opened a lot with his best mate, David Boone. Coached Australia for 3 years, winning the World Cup in 1999. And it looks like Joe Root.
There's a bit about winning Ashes series here as well. Jeff Marsh, 89, couldn't have been better.
Him and Mark Taylor when they batted through the whole day.
So it is going to be Joe Root, which is an early sign as to where Moeen's at. The last couple of overs, every ball rubbing dirt into the wounds. It's short-term pain for long-term more pain, it felt there, but just trying to give him something to rip off. Joe Root spinning the ball from hand to hand. Birmingham City ends to Green, slipping a short leg, delivers here. Green goes back. That spins a bit, but he works it well. Through the gap at extra cover. Running towards the rope to cut it off at the last. That's the sub Matty Potts. They come back for 2, 5 for 187. Good piece of fielding from a man we'll probably see at some stage through the Ashes series. It makes me wonder, is Moeen even out there? Get the binoculars on the sweepers out deep. I reckon he's off the field, you know. So if Moeen's not there at all, well, that tells that story as well.
Nice shot there from Green. You know, he manipulated the angle of the bat to miss the fielder at cover.
Composed to start. Root bowls and Green drives and gets it past extra cover. Potts there and down to long off for another single. 26 for the West Australian. 5 for 188 Australia. Target 281. You can hear it, can't you? Or more to the point, you can't.
More a buzz.
Yeah, the crowd are watching. They're engaged, but they're not on their feet. They're not roaring every delivery. They know as well as we do that this is drifting from England. Straight hit back in, albeit much closer for Kawaja. Root bowls, Kawaja in behind it in defence. And the psychology of a final session chase like this, a couple of wickets and of course it's game on. But
definitely.
This surface has been tough for all bowlers throughout.
It has, and there's been swing, but there hasn't been a lot of movement off the seam.
Some spin from this end. Can Root find it? Round the wicket to Kawaja. Bit full. Defends it again. Easy as you like.
Because that's what we were debating early, weren't we? That whether it's sweated under the covers and maybe a bit of moisture underneath. But no, all the moisture was overhead, which helps with swing bowling.
93 to win. Root bowls again. Kawaja across his stumps. Finds one. Quick single. Well played. Into the onside. Bairstow has to rush across to cut it off. Kawaja, 58. Australia 5 for 189, doing it in singles so far. Are we happy with that? The crowd trying to generate some activity in the Hollies. Singing The Great Escape. Well, might be The Great Escape soon enough. Back to Green. Slip, short legging close. Root bowls, last delivery of the over from the leg stump line, defends to mid-wicket. Over complete, 3 singles, batting nicely. 5 for 189 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Kawaja 58. Green 26 and 92 to win.
Are you looking for an incredible internet or mobile deal? Look no further. With Mate, you can try a new plan for just $1. Yes, you heard it right, just $1. Use promo code TRYMATE when you sign up for a new Mate internet or mobile plan and get your first month of standard service for only $1. Why wait? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online and sign up today. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
Our coverage is for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. That TV graphic we talked about earlier, Flem, it's 92 to win, not 5 wickets to win. That's always a tell from the TV producers. Robinson bowls short ball to start. That's not a bad one either. Kawaja sways out the way, then dances over to the offside. That gets the crowd involved, albeit momentarily. Daniel Norcross kindly passes me a cup of tea. Thank you, comrade. 5 for 189.
For Usman not to hit that through the leg side says that's a good bouncer. It was cross seam. It was a cross seamer as well. Bit of extra bounce. Cracker. Well bowled.
So he's got 2 there for the short ball. 1 at deep square and 1 at fine leg. Robinson away from us, operating around the wicket, delivers here. Kawaja down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. No real concerns there, though. Bairstow to his right.
So he's gone for the in-swinging Yorker where he knocked over Kawaja in the first innings.
Got some text coming through as well, as we have throughout the test. Been brilliant to hear from you all on 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. Thank God for the SEN app. A proud Victorian based in Cambodia. Get it done for my birthday, fellas. Pick more Vicks. Happy birthday. No name on the text, but...
yeah, happy birthday.
Many happy returns. Up the English, just finished work listening in Danaverke, New Zealand. Nice to hear Jerry Coney as well. Robinson round the wicket, bowls to Kawaja, underneath another short one in the over. Loving the call. Come on, Aussies. Absolutely freezing on the night shift in Melbourne from the major in Tullamarine. Enjoy the night shift. What time we got there? Nearly 2 a.m. in Melbourne.
I think it was 4 degrees in Melbourne this morning. It'd have to be around that mark now.
Got a listener in Munich after work. Go Aussies. Looking forward to Lords. 4.5 degrees, we're told, down the line in Melbourne. Mykonos, beers, cricket, sun. How good is my life? Well played, you, whoever that is. Robinson up and bowls to Kawaja, full and patted out to cover. Again, just good batting, taking any sense of emotion out of this so far. Just finished parking my bum on the couch. I think we may actually win this. Come on, Aussies. Aaron listening through the app in the Maldives. Some fairly nice destinations.
There is some people on holidays.
From Munich to the Maldives.
Good on ya.
And Tim from the Baltic, which must mean, well, that might actually be the Baltic near the sea. May not be Melbourne, might be a joke. Who's to know? Robinson here, bowls to Kawaja. He straight drives and he cuts it off in his follow-through. Robinson gestures as though he's going to throw it back at the stumps, but that would have been in vain. Stokes trying to fire up the crowd.
Yep.
He walks off from cover in the direction of the Hollies. He wants some energy here. And Tim from the Baltic here, loving the call. Asks about David Warner, but that might be a conversation for another time. Someone asking for jokes from Flemo, but yeah, that also might be for another time. We're in the middle of a compelling final session of a test match.
That might be day 2 or day 3 on a slower day.
Any test that reaches the 15th session with, well, arguably all 4 results in the frame, although I think a draw is the least likely. Stuart Broad goes up to umpire Raza with the ball, presenting it, wanting it put through the rings again. Done this a few times.
Yeah, see, I'm not used to this, Colo. You live over here and you see a lot of cricket. You know, generally Ashes series, the Dukes are fantastic and resilient, but they must be getting checked about 5 or 6 times a day.
It's a slightly complicated story. We'll come back to it next over. One slip to Kawaja again. He drives but picks out cover. Right out the middle of the bat, though. Kawaja, 58 from 170 balls. Green, 26. So require 92 to win. Australia, 5 for 189 on the Beaumont Tales scoreboard. Beaumont Tales, huge sale on now.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
Barry Burke Renault's end of financial year sale is on now, and you'll save with exceptional offers on Arcana, Captur, Koleos, Traffic and more. Think Renault, think Barry Burke Renault. Visit barryburkerenault.com.au. LMCT 7522.
We're at Edgbaston for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's. Jarrod to start a new over with that ageing Dukes, 62 overs old. Slip, that's Crawley. Short leg, that's Pope. The 2 catching men. Man out at deep square. And a very straight long off, more than a straight hit now. Jarrod gesturing to the Hollies as well. The bowler, as Cam Green backs away, gets a few boos. That might play into England's hands, actually. Now he's ready to go. Root delivers. Green driving and beating extra cover. 1 out to long off. Wants 2. Kawaja not up for it. 27. 91 to win. 5 for 190. A message in from Maurice Muldoon, a friend of mine in Melbourne, who's actually coming up to my wedding next week, saying he's turned the TV down, got it synced up with the SEN app.
I think I played golf with Reese.
That sounds
maybe
about right.
with Lima.
That's that is perfectly in keeping. Round the wicket route here to the left-handed Kawaja, defending, and it nearly gets through. We're behind Kawaja in our commentary position, and for a moment, the way that route went up, it looked like it might have gone through and hit the pad. Watch a replay front on for tyre power, your tyre experts.
Oh, it's
just went past the edge. That's a beauty. That is a beauty into the gloves of Bairstow.
He's better than a part-timer, Joe Root. He's got a very good arm ball as well up his sleeve.
And he's been a partnership breaker.
And he loves bowling.
Yeah.
Wants to.
Definitely been a partnership breaker in tough times for England, Flem. 47 to stand. Crowd cheering him on. Root from the Birmingham City end. Wide on the crease to Khawaja driving. Again, every time he hits that sweeper at deep point, a bit of pressure comes out of the air. Partnership 48.90 to win, 5 for 191.
Well, they're trying to manufacture it, aren't they? Yeah, the Hollies, Joe Root, Ben Stokes. They're actually looking to the members of the Holly stand to get up and try and get something out of nothing.
To be something of a 12-man for them. They need it. Gap still there at cover if Green wants it. Root bowls over the wicket to him and he drives and beats the man at cover comfortably. It goes towards long off. Bharat Sundaresan tells me at the back of the box, Moeen Ali's back on the field. Partnership is 49 and it's 5 for 192. Green 28 with 2 balls left in the over. So
one thing the Australians have been able to do with Joe Root's overs, that was a beautiful ball that beat Usman Khawaja, but they've been able to score, haven't they? It's a bit tougher against the quicks with the ring field.
So Root just again spinning the ball from hand to hand, trying to rip it to Khawaja here, who goes back and plays into the onside, no run. So the long story short on the Dukes is it's sort of a COVID problem where their balls had to be made offshore for a couple of years. They don't have the same production lines here in the UK that were available before COVID, and they've taken a while to get used to that. So this batch and last year's batch have been affected by that. Last ball from Root here to Khawaja, lunging forward in defence. End of the over, 5 for 192. Khawaja's 59, Green is 28. The partnership, crucially, 49, and that's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's, and McFeast is back at Macca's. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, joined by Peter Lalor from the Australian newspaper. Robinson away from us starts his third over of the session. Bowls here to Green, who's squared up a wee bit. Back down the pitch, no run. G'day, Pete.
G'day, Adam. A few nervous Englishmen around at the lunch break. English women too. They're also nervous.
Okay.
Here
I think if he drops short here, Green's going to take it on. Yeah, he has 2 out for Usman, but not for Cameron Green.
A nice big gap, and of course over the top of mid-wicket as well. Have you ever heard the Holly sing a song they're singing? They're firing themselves up over there. Will it work? Robinson bowls and Green leaves alone outside the off stump. Bit of shape, but after it passes stumps.
It's that confected excitement, though, isn't it? They're not riding the game. They're just trying to convince themselves. But needn't panic. 2 wickets, and the whole nature of this innings changes. Now, what's Robinson doing? Is he dropping another fielder back for the short ball?
Exactly that. Yeah, they can't snatch at this. That's the other side of the coin, isn't it, Flem? As the fielding side in a situation like that. 89 runs can be a lot, as long as you don't give away too many runs. So an extra man jumps over the mid-wicket, and the deep backward square
leg's a run-saving position. It's also a catching position.
So Robinson on his approach. Past umpire Raza delivers to Green. It's full and straight and dug out to mid-off, nearly towards mid-off, because Stokes cuts across from cover. Does the work himself with his right hand.
Inevitable. You put the men back for the short ball, you're always going to bowl a full one, aren't you?
3 degrees in Geelong, says Grappo. Grappo. We've got Dan in Texas. Come on, fellas, I'm mid-chef shift. So he's listening to us in the kitchen. Good on you. Ko Samui, Rob and Julie on holidays. Go on, Aussies, bring it home. John in the Adelaide Hills. Fire pit activated. Robinson delivers and Green chops on! And that is some celebration from the England seamer. Points to all 4 corners of the ground and gives it big. Cameron Green has done just about everything right to this point. Has played the ball outside the line of his eyes and has ricocheted back onto his woodwork. Green bowled for 28. And as we said throughout the test match, Damien Fleming, just when you feel like it's going in one direction, there's a twist. 6 for 192. Australia still 89 away. Alex Carey, next man in.
Yeah, 9 dot balls in a row from Robinson in this spell. He's bowled beautifully. He's bowled with variation. I wonder whether that dismissal of Cam Green is brought on by the change of field. It was just a normal swinging delivery from Robinson. Green, knowing that there was too many fielders in front of the wicket, trying to just ease it down to third man and get some runs. And it's led to his downfall. Big wicket for England.
And that's not confected out in the Hollies now. They believe again, as they would. 4 wickets away from victory. This is truly in the balance. A 49-run partnership, crucial. They batted for 113 balls together. Had it been 163 balls together, it'd be game over. But instead, Alex Carey, who was outstanding in the first innings, making 66, batting with Khawaja for such a long time, putting on 118 with him on days 2 and 3. What they would give for half of that right now. And again, Khawaja, the responsibility on his shoulders as the set man. He's been the set man all week.
All 5 days of his test match, hasn't he, Bassett?
Oh, man, he's the man for the crisis, isn't he, Usman Khawaja? Alex Carey, not experienced in test matches, but he's a very experienced first-class player. He's done a good job for Australia. And we need the best of Alex Carey here.
Edgbaston has woken up out of its tea time slumber.
Still surprised they don't have another catcher. There's only one slip.
Man back at deep backward point for that Carey cut shot straight away. He's got the slip, round the wicket he goes, and Carey in behind it, knocking it to cover, no run. You're right, Pete. Khawaja's batted on all 5 days of the test match. You don't see that very often in test cricket.
No, that's happened very rarely in test cricket.
Watching the replay back again for tyre power, Damien Fleming, talk us through it.
Yeah, it was just a stock ball really from Robinson, maybe a little bit of angled in. Not a great shot from Green, but as I said, I reckon it was set up by the fields, and he wanted to score, and unfortunately didn't provide a full face of the bat. Robinson, he's really getting through the crease now.
Delivers here, he's got a slip, full and straight and dug out by Carey, nearly got under. That is a top over, a wicket maiden from Ollie Robinson. That leaves Australia 89 to win, 6 for 192. Back to Usman Khawaja on 59. Carey yet to score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances using patented 6 Sense technology. Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Root delivers to Khawaja, 2 full to start, doesn't make the most of it. Just gets it past Stokes, they won't get a single. Extra pressure in the field as well. Coverage for Maccas. McFeast is back at Maccas.
It's lifted, hasn't it, the intensity?
It was always gonna. It was always going to be something.
Only a wicket away.
15th session of the match. We're going all the way here on SEN Test Cricket. Root bowls to Khawaja on the leg stump line, pushes it towards short leg where there isn't a fielder. Won't be long. One more wicket. We saw this in Multan where England bowled out Pakistan in the final session late last year. Multan where they had so little to work with on the final day. And Rawalpindi as well, where it was Anderson and Robertson in the final session. Here's Root, round the wicket again. Khawaja all the way back in his crease defending, as he did so many times in Rawalpindi and Karachi and Lahore last year.
Khawaja has now contributed 200 runs to the Australian cause in this test match. If he's still there, if he can get him over the line, they're pinning the man of the match medal on his chest.
Root bowls to Khawaja, who knocks it out on the pull to deep square leg. Eastern side of the ground. Robertson does the fielding. They get one. He is up to 60 after 141 the first time around. 6 for 193.
And the Australians need Carey to settle straight away. Use the gaps. Just build another partnership. There's been some handy ones starting off with Boland and Khawaja today. Green and Usman. And really, I feel like they need to knock at least half these runs. Carey and Khawaja.
Carey, the man in form. Half century at the Oval last week, unbeaten. Half century here in the first innings. Phil Long's with us as well.
Yeah, 201 runs in the match for Usman Khawaja and 500 deliveries faced.
Stunning stuff.
Yeah, he's been the one constant through the Australian innings. I think this pair have to get them within 20 runs, frankly, or even closer than that. And anything less, England will be all over that tail.
We saw Pat Cummins spend a long time in indoor nets earlier today, Flem. You know what it's like as a lower order player in a situation like this.
Well, you don't want to bat. I'm not going to lie to
you. 2 slips. Carey, first ball from Joe Root, gets forward defending out to cover. No run.
A couple of slips in place. They keep mid-wicket open if Carey plays across the spin.
He's a cool customer, Carey. Said he won't reverse sweep. There's a backward point anyway, just in case. Root bowls, Carey on the front foot. Again, out to cover. Nothing wrong with that. Oohs and ahs around the field. End of the over. 88 to win. 6 for 193 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge tail on now. Khawaja 60. Carey at the score.
The end of financial year event at Volvo Cars Berwick is on now. The choice is yours at Volvo Cars Berwick end of financial year event with exceptional offers on XC40 and XC60. Think Volvo Cars Berwick. Visit volvocarsberwick.com.au. LMCT 12099.
The new Bailey adjustable height platform step ladder gives you 4 platform heights in one simple and easy to use ladder. Lightweight and easy to adjust, Bailey's innovative design brings flexibility and efficiency to the worksite. Bailey Ladders, driving innovation on the worksite. BaileyLadders.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. The man who took the wicket in the session, Robinson, continues to Khawaja. Got a slip. Bowls here. Khawaja defends. Meditative.
If Khawaja gets his second 100 here, Australia win this match. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
We set this up before, didn't we, Flem, before play today? If Khawaja gets 100 and they win, it'll go down as one of the all-time greatest Ashes performances.
Robinson's lifting, though. A lot of dot balls. His follow through is metres further down than what it was on day 2. So got to watch out for that Yorker.
Sun shining. Robinson bowls, Khawaja defends. Down the pitch, he watches it onto the bat and all the way into the possession of the man at mid-wicket.
Nice day too.
Bowl a lot of pies.
Sun's out.
Hey, bowls a lot of pies, Robinson, but once he's up and about and he pulls that occasional delivery that's just as good as it gets. Khawaja's the man for this situation. He's just so calm. I mean, if you go out there, your heart's going to be racing if you're at the other end. But you look up at Khawaja and he's leaning on his shovel, isn't he? Having a smoke day, basically.
Another factor is they need to go at about 3 and over to win.
Coming over the wicket.
Over the wicket, change of angle. So you've got to get the ball ticking over as well. In addition to consolidating. Change of angle, Robinson bowls, Khawaja defends into the onside. I only mentioned that because 98 overs when we got here this morning, that got reduced to 67. I mean, it's unlikely to become a major factor, but it does inform the way these two will have to play.
Carey gets on with his work. Carey's not a conservative batsman. If Carey's out there, those runs will be no problem.
Get the feeling all eyes around the cricketing world are on Edgbaston right now. Plenty listening to SEN as well. 2 back for the short ball. Robinson over the wicket to Khawaja, flicking into the onside, gets it past mid-wicket, but they've got protection at mid-on. No run.
It's a good skill, this, coming over and around the wicket. You can bowl the same ball, but it's a different angle, posing different questions. And that's probably what Jimmy hasn't done. Anderson's generally stayed around the wicket. Same thing every over. Another change. I like it.
Coming around now.
Trying to keep Khawaja thinking. Second change of angle in the over. Back around the wicket, 2 balls to go. Field remains the same. Bowls here, Khawaja. Response remains the same. Coming forward, defending.
Khawaja says, yep, I might look like I'm pretty relaxed out there. He said, but inside, the mind's racing. What are they trying to do? How are they trying to get me? Where can I score?
Well, there's not a lot of scoring options because he's bowling so well.
Back to that quiet hum as we head in the first half an hour of play today.
Bringing everyone in.
Yeah, last ball of the over. They're going to bring in the deep third. The square leg. They'll keep fine leg out. That's Moeen Ali, who's back on the field. And the wall that we've seen
they've
so
got the
often.
smile.
Yeah, the smile is back. We've got 2 catching mid-wickets and 2 catching covers. So change in approach for 1 delivery only. Robinson bowls and Khawaja short ball sways our way from danger. End of. Robinson, maiden again, bowling well. 6 for 193, 88 to win on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now with Khawaja 60 and Carey at the score.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. 3 successive maidens for Robinson. His partnership worth 1 from 14 balls, so the squeeze is on again. That won't mind Khawaja, but Carey does like to get on with it. Wants to get that on ball. 2 slips. That's Root and Stokes, the engine room of this England team. Stokes in really close. Catching cover as well. Root round the wicket, city end. Bowls here. Forward is Carey. Up at balloons towards short leg. No man in there. Unclear whether there was an inside edge, but either way, they're yet to really crowd in the new man. Get a second look for tyre power, your tyre experts. Did he hit it, Flem?
Yes.
He did?
Yes, he did.
Thick inside edge. We're behind Carey at our end. Root towards us as well. Bowls here, Carey forward defending down the pitch.
Isn't it funny? Robinson's bowling beautifully, got up, got the wicket. All of a sudden, Joe Root looks more threatening.
Well, I think together they dried up the runs, and they put the pressure on Green. Green played a poor shot, frankly.
Roots up, bowls here, Carey across the line, swinging out to the onside. Plenty of room to work with there. Doesn't get all of it. Robinson around from deep back with square, cuts it off, but they do get a couple. Carey off the mark with that too. 86 to win, 5 for 195, but he wasn't in control of that shot entirely.
No, that was an interesting shot. Ooh. That was a I want to get off the mark shot from Alex.
Very much the inside part of the bat. Root again to Carey. Bowls and Carey, straight blade to cover. No concerns there. Singing for Joe Root in the Holly stand. They did so on day one, an unbeaten 118. 46 yesterday to get the party started at England's second dig. Can he get a wicket here? Let's put the pressure on again. Root bowls, Carey leaves. That's spun.
Yeah.
That is spun into the gloves of Bairstow. Good lead from Carey. Just a little bit too short. Get one to turn like that from the...
And Carey wants it shorter so he can play the cut. Yeah, field changes.
He called it, Flem, for that ball. Out goes Duck at the deep point. So 1 ball left. Root's bowled 6.5 overs, none for 12. He's doing a job holding up an end. Finishes here to Carey, who's forward defending the cover once more. So just the 2 runs from the over. We'll have a change in commentary. We're all jumping out. Norcross is jumping in with Australia. 6 for 195, 86 to win. Khawaja 60, Carey 2.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, featuring leading experts with decades of experience in the game, bringing you the in-depth stories that matter. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
Don't miss SEN's #1 athletics show, House of Aths. Thanks to Chemist Warehouse. Join former Olympian track star John Stephenson as he chats with emerging athletes, wellness experts and more as we approach Paris 2024. House of Aths, only on SEN this Thursday from 9 p.m.
Test cricket on SEN with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. How are your nerves, Australia? How are you holding up back there from Perth to Melbourne at all points between Cairns and Darwin and Hobart and who knows where? This is, as Alex Ferguson so famously said, squeaky bum time. 6 for 195 the score. 86 more required to win. And with 13 overs to go until a new ball might become available, well, would become available if Australia haven't won it in that time. Moeen Ali is coming into the attack, so he's going to bowl in tandem with Root. This is interesting. Robinson's just taken a wicket. Are they trying to hold back Broad and Anderson for a new ball burst, perhaps? I wonder.
2 left-handers?
2 left-handers, yeah. There's that as well. But Moeen has not bowled. Am I right in saying, do you keep a tally on this? Has he bowled from the pavilion end before?
He hasn't.
Is this the first over spin in the match from this end? His Moeen is in, and we get to see him for the first time properly. The ball's clipped away by Khawaja out to deep mid-wicket. Carey wants a second. Khawaja is slightly dilatory in his running, if there's one criticism I'd make. of his stellar performance in this match is that he's not been the most fleet of foot.
Well, he ran a 3 to start the day with Scotty Boland, and I thought, oh, it's a whole new world, and we're going to see the new... No. He's gone back to what he does. He hit that, and I'm sure he said 2 and then didn't run it himself. It was Carey. It was running through in the end. Anyway.
6 foot 196. Carey on strike on 2. The field is not as aggressive with Moeen bowling as it is with Root, actually. Only one catcher, the one slip, that is Root. Moeen in, and it's played off the back foot by Carey, a bit too short. Moeen struggling with this injury, not quite landing. It's pushed into the covers. There's no run.
Carey's one of those batsmen who likes to bat on the ball, doesn't he? He plays quite assertively, as he did in the first innings, you know. Goes hard at spin.
Moeen alley in, forward comes Carey, plays back to the bowler. That's the voice of Jeremy Coney you can hear. He's alongside Jarrod Kimber.
He pushes at the ball for forward defensive strokes, and the bat gets right in front, and that means that if you can land it in the right place, it brings slip into play and even a gully as well.
Moeen in. Carey waits. Short, horrible, ugly, smashed out over deep mid-wicket. Has that gone all the way? It has gone for 4. Out towards the covers. It's a drag down from Moeen. I'm concerned for Moeen when he's bowling like this. What have you seen?
200 up.
200. Oh, thank you very much, yes. When he drags one down, or when he bowls the full bunger, it's usually when the finger's so sore. It's a bit of a gamble here from Stokes. He's not bowling himself. He's bowling Moeen. The target now just 81 away. Just the 4 wickets in hand, but don't forget one of those is the night watcher bowler.
He was about to come in there, and he's just come over to speak to Stokes. I think it's tactical rather than injury, or he wanted longer to put the ball back in his fingers.
I'm being badgered by everybody here. Oh, it's Phil. We'll come to him in a moment. Slow, loopy delivery, defending the offside, no run.
That was just the 7th 4 of today.
There you go.
You made all the noises there.
I did. Slip in play still. That's tossed up, driven firmly up to long off. And Robinson has to run round to his right and pounces on it. Makes a huge divot in the ground. Prevents the boundary, you can tell from the noise that the crowd are making. So 2 off that with the 4. 6 off the over. 6 for 202 at the end of the over. Khawaja 61 and Carey has 8.
Just 35 minutes from the CBD, the stunning landscapes of the Sunbury wine region invite you to explore Marnong Estate. This historic 1,200-acre vineyard offers an experience like no other, with its panoramic views of Macedon Ranges. Your wedding, corporate retreat or social event will be one to remember, with cellar-door tastings of their estate-grown wines and authentic Italian dining experiences at Cucina 3064 and signature restaurant La Vetta. Celebrate your next event at Marnong Estate. For bookings, visit marnongestate.com.au.
Test cricket for SEN with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie as Root starts up. It's driven. First ball of his over for a single into the offside. Root won't mind that because it brings Carey onto strike. Good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text on Jeremy
88 and 33.
8833. Yeah. Stereo Coney.
Yeah,
Did you want to make a full harmony of it, Jarrod? Would you care?
Would you like me to be involved?
Brooke and Labuschagne. Brooke and Labuschagne.
Brooke and Labuschagne.
The numbers on their shirts.
Great way to work it out. Root in. Carey drives up to mid-off. There's no run this time. It's hit slightly too firm. Goes straight to the field and out. Is Potts back on? Has Moeen gone off again? No, Moeen's at mid-on. Moeen's at mid-on. We're trying to keep an eye on the comings and goings here. There's a lot going on. Root in. Carey comes forward, defends on the front foot. Back to Root. This is the 69th over of the innings.
Root going into that little gully, isn't he? Stokes himself.
Root in. Carey drives and is stopped That short extra cover. Panic not, Australians. That was a crowd catch. They're a fun crowd here at Edgbaston, but they're not necessarily a knowledgeable one. Hit into the ground, bump ball. Calm down, you're fine. Root. It's in, and this is worked into the onside, up to mid-on, where Moeen does the fielding. And there's no run. You can get in touch with us, of course, on your texts, and we will tell you, and we will read out whatever it is that you're feeling as somebody else is over my shoulder pointing at things. Root is in. And this is pushed into the offside. Think of a single. Not there as far as Khawaja is concerned. End of the over. 6 for 203. Khawaja 62. Carey has 8.
Do your existing tiles meet the Australian standard required for slip resistance? Avoid potential injuries with anti-slip tile treatment from TileSafe. We make tiles safe and test all areas after completion to verify our results. Call before you fall. Visit tilesafe.com.au.
Bring. Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Cooking Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 40 gigs for $25 a month with first month free. Talk about a bargain. CookingMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. McFeast is back at Maccas, and Stokes is back at the crease. He's got ball in hand. He's finally decided that he's going to have to bowl with 11 overs to go until a new ball becomes available. He's been in a similar situation before. Famous test matches that he's kind of almost, well, not one single-handed. Is that very long spell, of course, in the famous Headingley test match to drag England back into it a bit. And then there was a Cape Town test which featured an incredible parried catch by Zach Crawley. Incredible catch at fourth slip. So Stokes is bowling. Here he goes. Round the wicket, just the one slip in place. His first ball is tucked away down to deep backward square. Looked rather innocuous. And it goes down for a single. Another run, ticked off. Khawaja to 63, 77 more needed to win.
So, a couple of interesting things here. The first is that Ben Stokes, it was only his warm-up ball, but it was 78 miles an hour. The other interesting thing is that we may not see Moeen Ali bowl again.
No, he's taken his place, hasn't he? He's had a quick little look to see.
He tried.
Are you able to? I think he's made the decision you can't.
He's just really rolled the ball, hasn't he? Out of his hands, and it's not there for him. Here comes Stokes. In forward comes Carey, inside edge and pad. Ball rolls out into the offside. It's so tense a situation here. It's a really 50-50 game. For Australia, they would dearly love. They've never at any stage been one of those people who suggested they needed to get on with it, but they would like to be going at least threes for the next 11 overs to get to under
the
50.
new ball.
Get well under 50 if a new ball becomes available. Stokes is in. Carey on strike. Carey pushes off the back foot. Back to Stokes. There's no run. He's not wincing. I'm having a look here on our replay screen. Our replays with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. He's not. Well, there was a little wince there, actually. Yeah. It's a micro wince.
Winsometer. Who's our sponsor for the Winsometer?
Winceviz. That's what we need. Or as they would say in India, Winceviz. Or Vinceviz, actually. Because they do the W's and the V's the other way round. As Stokes comes in round the wicket to Carey on the pads, rolls out square of the wicket. Bairstow has to make a bit of ground to his right. They'll get through for a leg by. Another one ticked off. Another run that Damien Fleming doesn't want Australia to have. 6 for 205. Brings Khawaja back on strike. As we say, batted all 5 days, and he batted for, was he the 8th out in Australia's first innings? It feels like that.
Also interesting that Stokes is bowling around the wicket when both of these batters prefer that.
Yeah. Interesting, doing some heavy lifting there, Jarrod. Stokes is in, and this was clipped away down to deep backward square. There'll be one more as Duckett runs in off the boundary to field. Throws a horrible throw in, which Bairstow doesn't 100% appreciate. At the keeper's toes, 6 for 206.
Well, I think it's interesting that all tests, they've decided to go with their bowler's strengths over the batter's weaknesses just on that one tactic. In every other way, remember the straight hit fielder, that completely stopped Khawaja from hitting boundaries. That's why we've only had the 7 boundaries today, because he can't go down the wicket and hit the spinner back over his head, right? So they've in the fielding positions, they're more than happy to do that, but not when they're bowling. And I think it's been a weakness.
Stokes in to complete the over, and Carey clips this, but a brilliant piece of fielding. Diving to his right at mid-on. It's Jimmy Anderson, the old warhorse, prevents the 4. 70th over bowled. At the end of it, Australia on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale, a 6 for 206.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN test cricket with Maccas. McFeast is back at Maccas, and we've... Speaking of Maccas, it's going to be a cracker, says Brenda. If this is a taste of the series ahead, well, we always thought it might be, didn't we? Root starts a new over, and defending is Khawaja into the onside. Bairstow just has to trot round from behind the stumps to field.
It's quite a good position, that one, that man who's virtually behind the bowler, isn't it? He's obviously in the batsman's eye line. That's the first thing. Secondly, he's always in play if you do go down the ground either side. I think it's quite a good position.
Root in, and this turns Khawaja round. He gets a thick edge, and it squirts the Root at backward point.
I think they put him in for Khawaja, but it works for a lot of different batters, if you think about it, because no one's going down the ground. And for Root, it does cut your options.
A little bit of turn. Root here, 8.2 overs, none for 13, with just the one maiden. That gives you a good idea of the control he's got going on here. He's in. And this is, hits the pads. It's flicked away onto the onside. Pope's quick to the ball. Fires a throw in that nearly decapitates the former England captain. But there is just one more to the total. 6 for 207. Has Root been hit for a boundary in this innings then? Probably not, looking at those figures. Or has he been hit for one? Phil, long.
I don't think he's been hit for one. It's a bit of a consultant.
That ball didn't turn. It just...
Yeah, no boundaries.
No boundaries off Root. And I mean, that's a bonus for England, isn't it? Do you think Australia should be trying to be a bit more proactive against him, perhaps?
Well, because of that fielder, I'm not sure what their options are. They don't want to cover drive out of the rough. And he's
they've got to wait for the short ball, don't they?
And
really?
he has more problems usually with his line than he does with his length. Today, his line's been pretty good. At that last ball, weirdly, he half appealed for it. Maybe it was one of his bigger errors, but it was quick, wasn't it?
Yep. Slip in place. He's into Carey. Carey lets this go outside the off stump. No run. To a degree, England won't mind these dots as they get closer to the 80 over mark. So there's so much at play here. It's a lot to think about. Carey waits. Now drives firmly in through the gap at mid-off to that man who's now moved to wide long off to take the ball. One more to the total. Carey's a 9, 6 for 208. One ball left in the 71st over.
Slightly overpitched, that one, wasn't it?
Just slightly. Wasn't an aggressive shot, just a push drive. In forward comes Khawaja. Defends into the covers, end of the over. Just a couple of runs from it. And on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia a 6 for 208.
Roofers, plumbers and builders, are you fishing for a great flashing supplier? At Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre, they make flashing products for the roofing, plumbing and building industries. Curves, tapers, chimney and window flashing, barge, vent ridge and more. They turned over 500 tonnes of Australian steel into custom flashing last year alone. Drop them a line. Visit rscentre.com.au. That's rscentre.com.au. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
SEN Test Cricket from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. The lights have come on. I don't think they're needed yet, but there might be a reason for them coming on now. Stokes starts a new over. He's worked into the onside. First delivery. Can't beat a diving, tumbling stop from Harry Brook. And there is no run. We were expecting that there was a chance, 30-40% chance of some rain at 7 o'clock. So they might be just anticipating that, as of course rain tends to come with clouds, they might be anticipating those clouds building up. So they're just getting those lights warmed up.
It's too dark. Let's get off.
But the light is currently absolutely fine. So nothing to fear, Australia. Stokes in, clattered into the offside. Another great piece of fielding in the ring. A shy at the stumps, misses, but it actually hits, but it hits the batter. And they get through for a single. That's very good work in the field.
Well, it was a great stop, but Crawley took way too long to work out which end he needed to throw, and there was some confusion between Carey and Khawaja there. I think if he threw straight away, he might have had a chance of a run out, but it took him a long time to work out where to go and turn. He was on the wrong side. And
Stokes into Khawaja, who defends and just keeps a little low. There's deadness in the field. He goes into the offside, no run. I mean, I think that's pretty quick thinking for Lurch, myself.
Well, he's a slip fielder. He's not used to being out in the ring, is he?
No, he's got agoraphobia out there. 6 for 209. And it's a little bit like seeing your aunt at a rave, isn't it? You see Crawley in the outfield.
He's not a fast twitch athlete.
No.
Can he be slow twitch?
I don't know.
Twitchless.
Stokes in. Khawaja guides this ball into the offside with all the time in the world. Straight to Crawley. A little bit shorter again. Stokes, to me, doesn't seem to be bowling for wickets. He seems to be bowling for economy. Would that be fair, Jeremy? There's sort of bashing out a regimented
I think he's just left. I mean, I thought if he came in early, the ball would be in a much better state for him to use his skills, which is swinging the ball the way that he's bowling at the moment. I mean, he's just bowling length deliveries at the moment. He would be more pitching it up with a better ball to work with.
That's Fuller, and is defended back to the bowler. So comfortable, Khawaja. He's got the pace of this pitch. You'd expect him to after how many balls now, Phil?
Khawaja.
Yeah, we at 500 yet?
Yeah, we're into 500. We've gone past all the Bradmans.
All the Bradmans?
All the Bradmans.
Oh, the whole family.
All the single Bradmans. All the single Bradmans.
Brett's a Bradman?
Right, Stokes comes in. Last ball of the over, the 72nd of this innings. Oh, sure.
Fold him! He's dragged on. Khawaja is out. Well, it's extraordinary. It was a limp, lifeless shot to a ball outside the off-stump. And it's just come back under the stump. It never looked like happening. Khawaja's defence has been rock solid. And the golden arm of England's skipper, well, it's an interesting delivery. We'll talk more about it. But it's another drag on. And Stokes doesn't even celebrate. He just looks exhausted but moderately pleased. England and the Holly stand and everybody in this ground, bar the Australian fans, are in delirium. Australia lose Khawaja. They're 7 for 209.
Leg cutter. I mean, it's just not something you see very much from Ben Stokes. It just got stuck in the wicket a little bit, and he just pushed at it. We know he has hands that do that. Just that lack of pace, maybe a little bit of movement that came back in. Earlier in the over, I thought that Stokes was trying to get one to keep low. Then he pitched one up. He's just trying everything, and eventually something he tried worked. That's what he does.
It was a slower ball, I think, as well. And again, that's the second drag on in the last 2 wickets, isn't it? That one, I think probably Khawaja was beaten a little bit by the movement off the pitch. It went from the middle of the bat, moved to the inside edge, and went from there onto the stumps. I thought Green's dismissal pretty similar, a little bit of indecision. Am I going to punch it? Am I going to run it down? And he tried running it down in the end. And I thought that was actually a strange stroke from Green, because he's more of a power player, I think, than a touch player. And that's really what he's trying to do with the run down. So, but Khawaja is a touch player. I think just beaten by the movement off the surface of the pitch. They needed a wicket, England, before the new ball. Now they've got 2.
They have. And looking at that shot again, you see, I mean, Khawaja does play the run down very well, but that's not really what he's playing there, Robert. He didn't actually have the bat horizontal enough to play the run down. And it wasn't properly vertical either, which was his undoing. It was halfway between, it was like a crooked tooth, unfortunately. That allowed it to take the inside edge, and clatter back onto the stumps. And now the caption doesn't read Australia needs 72 runs to win. It reads England need 3 wickets. I still think we're in for a pulsating, nail-biting climax here. Pat Cummins has come to the wicket. England will have gone ahead on wind viz, and there's no doubt about it. But this partnership, there's still potential there. Aussies do not leave. Carey and Cummins at the crease are capable of doing this. But England will now feel they're 1 wicket away, and with a new ball around the corner, burst through.
Australia have fought so hard, really. They've been always hanging on to the coattails of the English side, really, in this match after they made 400. And they've been made to work so hard because their 2 main playmakers have failed in 4 innings. And it's very hard to make that up.
Root starts a new over. Carey comes forward and defends back up the wicket. Now there's oohs and ahs every ball. This will be alarming for you listening across Australia, and indeed Australians listening across the world. But Fraser does have to ride with it for the next however long until they can silence the crowd. Root is in. Forward comes Carey, pushes into the offside. Can't beat cover. There's no run. 7 for 209. 72 more needed to win. Root bowling to Carey, who has 10 from 30. Cummins yet to face a ball. Root in, and there's a big swing and not a miss as such. It's a bit of inside edge onto pad. It's ballooned out. I'd need to see that on our replay stream.
He made a very late decision to play a very attacking shot there. He's got stuck in his crease, and he's almost hit it onto the back of his foot, has he?
I think that is exactly what we just saw that on the replay with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. His Root is in, and he decides to play from the crease this time and pushes it into the offside rather frantically. There's no run. There's no way they're going to play for a draw here, I wouldn't have thought. But the required run rate is now virtually 3 and over. It doesn't seem like a lot. Root in, forward comes Carey, plays back to the bowler, no run. But the one result we thought, no chance, just starts to... If there was going to be a draw, it'd be like this, wouldn't it?
I thought you meant a tie.
No, that's a tie.
You're happy with that? Yeah. Like, that's still a big chance, right?
The tie is a very small chance.
No, I think once you're 7 wickets down at this point, I think that brings tie into it.
Oh, the tie's there.
Yeah,
but the draw is more likely.
Yeah, okay.
I would say.
Well, I mean, Cummins...
In fact, there have only been 2 ties in the history of Test cricket.
With also that. I think there's going to be a few overs of spin here. We know that Cummins doesn't particularly like that. How he bats is very, very interesting. So draw is 1%, it's saying. Do you not feel that draw should be higher?
I think it should, yeah. Because the rate is almost exactly required rate 3 and over. Now, field has come up to try and keep Carey on strike. It's a ring field, basically, with 1 slip in place. He goes for the reverse. The Bairstow takes it. Root inquires. Carey doesn't care. Umpire Murray Erasmus is bemused by all the excitement. It's the end of the over. 73 in this innings have now been bowled, and Australia is 7 for 209.
It's time for some bedroom post-analysis. Was your performance impeded by erectile dysfunction? Or did premature problems bring an early end to the evening? Whatever the stats, let AMI improve your bedroom game. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer-lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080 and have a proper consultation with an Australian registered doctor. Score big in the bedroom game. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. And Stokes is going to continue to bowl. In his last over, we saw him take a wicket. Our wicket celebrations of a Tobin Brothers funeral, celebrating lives. And, well, husband Khawaja didn't have any lives, so to speak, but he did. He did bat quite magnificently until not necessarily a brain fade. I think I agree with Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber. That's a good bit of bowling, slower ball, did something with it, but it just looked like an odd dismissal. As Stokes starts into Cummins, his first ball gets a thick outside edge, it rolls into the gully region. Duckett does the fielding, Crowder up for it, no run.
Khawaja was missed at slip.
Oh yes, obviously, yeah.
It wasn't a drop because no one got their hands on it, but it should have been a drop at the very least.
First over, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very early, wasn't it?
Yeah. So well, we're going to have to come to Phil and get the final figures for Khawaja. because he is our leading run scorer. The DSE Transport delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. Stokes in. Oh, another thick outside edge. And that flows to where a gully would be. There's a deep gully. And I wonder if Stokes is going to ask this field to come in, Ben Duckett. That was in the air for a while. I would say it was almost catchable height. No, he's just staying there at the moment. So plays 2 balls so far, Cummins. Not yet been convincing. Stokes into him, right arm over, and defends strongly on the front foot. That's a better shot from Cummins. That'll make him feel better. Phil Long.
Yeah, Khawaja 65 off 197 with 7 fours in that innings. Means across his first Test match he faced 515 balls, which is the 11th most across all Ashes Test matches by Australian batsmen.
The 11th most across all venues ever.
Home and away.
Thank you. Stokes is in, has driven a full ball on the bounce back to Stokes, and there's no run. That is quite the effort, wouldn't you say, for a man who never had got a 50 in England before. I mean, he's had 2 pretty poor tours, and then he turns that around with 100 and a really battling half-century.
I mean, this is a less English conditions than he would mostly face, but you can't take anything else away from him. He's been extraordinary.
Stokes into the right-handed Cummins. Full defended, well defended into the offside. Cummins is now starting to move his feet, find his groove, but Australia are not scoring any runs. I didn't think that the new ball would be available for England at a time when it could do much damage, but now that dynamic's changing, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, one more wicket, then you're really into the tail, aren't you? I mean, some people would say that Cummins is part of that.
Stokes in outside the off stump, goes through low to Bairstow. That is the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Adam Collins and Damien Fleming.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
New over begins, route round the wicket, defended into the offside by Alex Carey. Adam Collins in with Damien Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan. The Maccas celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Deep breath. That's got to be the message for the Australians right now. They can't win it in the next 20 minutes, but they can lose it. Root bowls off the stumps, carving away Carey. Shout for lead before. Was it pad first? Ball ends up at backward point.
I mean, Joe Root's the one that's going to have to dictate this DRS.
Well, Joe Root's the bowler. Oh, out goes Stokes. So we're behind Alex Carey. So we were not sighted. We're out of sight for that. We're going to require a replay here for tyre power. IMR sting here because we're going to be doing the IMR insurance. The tradies may call 1-3 IMR. Here's the DRS.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMR.
Oh, it's pad first. It's pad first. Carey's in strife here. If that's going straight on, we've got the side-on angle here. First angle here. Well, might be missing leg stump.
Might be missing leg, yeah.
Might be missing leg stump on with the arm. It's going to be all about the trajectory of the ball. Ball tracking. Here we go. It'll be 2 greens to start, and it is missing. It's missing the leg stump.
So
they lose the review. It's a good decision. It was a good review in a way because it was pad first.
But not if Aramis knew that hit the pad and knew that it was going down leg.
Of course he did.
So
under pressure.
Carey's intent is to score, and if Australia are going to win, they certainly need that intent. Someone's got to score.
Root is 11th over. Bowls to Carey, using his feet, can't beat mid-off. Good work there from the captain. Stokes in the game everywhere now. Under lights here at Edgbaston. Joe Root has bowled 10.2 overs, none for 15. They've let Root bowl to them.
Done really well.
They've let Root bowl to them.
Well, he went for runs the first couple of overs.
Root bowls here, and forward is Carey. They might live to rue this. We're in the 75th over. We're 5.5 away from the second Newey, and guess who's got that? Broad, Anderson.
That's why I wouldn't mind Cummins facing a bit of Joe Root, trying to find the boundary.
England need 3 wickets. All the lights on now. Bowls here. Carey using his feet. Hits it at Root, drops it. It was a bullet.
That's nearly taken him out.
It would have taken the umpire out if Root didn't take pace off it. Erasmus was wheeling away as well. They stick or they don't and all the rest. 11 for Carey with the single, 7 for 210. Another look here for tyre power, your tyre experts.
Murray Erasmus was running for cover. He smashed it.
Absolutely clouted it. And it's hit him on the right mitt, the dominant hand, and just spat away. Got a good look at it, Flem.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
But no reaction
time.
Not
much reaction time, no.
With Carey dancing as well. Maybe that's the intent.
But good, Carey. Don't leave anything. If you're going to go hard.
Cummins turn 2 out on the leg side. Around the wicket, Cummins defends into the offside. No run. That'll complete the 11th over for Joe Root. None for 16 doing his bit. 7 for 210. Cummins yet to score. Carey on 11.
When it comes to joist hangers, strap bracing and metal connectors, Pazload's cordless positive placement nailer owns the job. It's fast and accurate. For quick wins on site, get onto Pazload's new PPN Master.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Ben Stokes beneath us at our pavilion end. Just his 4th over, but already in the book. One of 2 drag-ons in the session. Green and Khawaja for 28 and 65 respectively. In here to Carey. Bowls. Oh, it's nearly another drag-on. He balloons it up. Has the presence of mind to knock it away. I think it was missing the stumps anyway. But that was a close run thing. This slow, dead pitch is now working for England. Cross-seam delivery.
Yeah.
Off the thigh pad as well. Didn't need to knock it away in the end.
It's the Game of Thrones, isn't it? There's drag-ons everywhere. Could have been a third.
Stokes in. Bowls. Carey using his feet across the stumps. Shout for league before. That won't be given. League by taken. Can't imagine they'll be reviewing that. No, Stokes happy with the decision. Trending down the league side. 7 for 211. So they're still 80 runs away. Sorry, make that 70 runs away from the victory target of 281.
Yeah, Alex Carey's decided he has to take it on. He's been frustrated. England have been outstanding in the field in the last half an hour or so. They've cut off so many boundaries. The infielders, Ollie Pope's been diving around. And Carey's getting frustrated. But also he realizes if the runs are to come, they have to come from him.
Stokes over the wicket to the captain, Cummins. His opposing number. Bowls here. Cummins goes back to an off-cutter, puts it out to cover on the bounce. No run. No, I think there's an important piece here with experience in 4th innings. Now, England have had to bowl teams out in the 4th innings quite a bit recently and win games with the bat as well when they've been tense at the end. Australia, not quite so much with the bat. Bharat, you're looking into this yesterday. They haven't been acknowledging indoor was a tight chase, but only after about 100 odd. They've not been in this situation too often in recent years. As Stokes gets to Cummins, bowls to him here. Short ball, takes it on, top edge. Pope running back with the flight, won't quite get there. For a moment when it was hanging, it looked like the Surrey man had enough time to launch and dive towards the hollies, not to be. Cummins off the mark with the single. Stokes has his hands on his mouth. 7 for 212.
Yeah, it certainly feels that's where Pat Cummins feels he can get a boundary, but the problem is when you're playing horizontal shots on day 5, the bounce is unpredictable. But yeah, 4th innings experience. I think it's only the 2nd time Cam Green's batted in a 4th innings. Have you said that? Yeah.
Back round the wicket to Carey. 2 left in the captain's over. Stokes bowls. Carey makes room and swings an inside part of the bat onto the thigh pad. Carey's signalling his intentions. And look.
No, and it might lead to a horrible dismissal, but it can change the way that they bowl and set their fields. Because I don't think we can survive 22 overs blocking.
I was going to say, I reckon Australia might have reached that tipping point where they've realised the overs remaining well.
I think we're going to get bowled out.
They're neither here nor there. They're going to have to get the runs. They're going to have to chase the runs. Bat bravely. 2 out for the short ball if and when it comes. Stokes' last delivery here. It's full. Carey goes over, mid-off. Gets enough of it to beat Ollie Robinson. Down towards the rope it goes beneath us. They'll get 2. So it doesn't make the journey. Carey still into double figures, showing intent. He's 11, make that 13. And that completes the over. 7 for 214 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
do you go for really good advice on renting trucks?
I'd start with the biggest. They've got to know a bit.
And who are the biggest?
Budget. Budget are the biggest. They're the specialists.
And the prices?
Jump on the website. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
So, a fair price plus good advice.
That's a poem, that is. Fair price, good advice. Nice.
Head to budgettrucks.com.au or just drop into your local budget for a chat.
There's one over there.
We know.
Joe Root to continue, and why wouldn't he? 11 overs for 16. They need 67 to win Australia. 4 overs until the second new ball. 21 left in the test. He bowls here, and forward comes Cummins defending into the offside. No run.
Perhaps the intention also is Flem to make as many runs as they can in the next 4 overs before that second new ball. Go extra now.
Root in, close to the stumps. Cummins over his head and gets plenty of it. 4 runs. It skips into the advertising boards. So the first time that Cummins has had a chance to really unfurl the arms, and the first time they've taken on Joe Root for a long time. Cummins 5, 7 for 218.
And brought the man in too. So, you know, mid-off and mid-off, they're going to put the man back there. But it was open. You had to back himself. It got outside his eye line, but that was in his hitting zone. Now there's a bit more to think about. But I think he generally doesn't mind hitting it straight over mid-on. There is plenty of room there.
Root bowls, Cummins goes back and defends. So this game of cat and mouse. We've seen it from, well, the first 10 minutes of play back on day one. Flem feels like a long time ago, where the boundaries are hit, the sweepers follow. So much of this game about preserving runs on a flat track. Root bowls, Cummins across the line on one bounce to mid-on. Again, he doesn't get much of it. James Anderson fielding in that position. There is a cow corner as well, or a deep mid-wicket. Broad's going to go back as well, I reckon. The deep backward square on the fence. They're very straight, long off, we mentioned already. Slipping a short leg to catches.
No, he's looking to go over Jimmy's head. You know, there's a big gap.
All quiet as Root bowls to Cummins, who goes back and watches it into Bairstow's gloves. Well outside the off stump, not a lot of turn on that occasion.
Yeah, Pat Cummins is not much of a slog sweeper. You're right, Flem. He likes to hit in the wee or wide, long on more than deep mid-wicket. So Jimmy Anderson's now dropping back.
And deep backward point and cover for the one. They're willing to give Cummins the single. We're playing that game now. 19 balls until the second new one. Root to finish. Cummins defends. Plays the percentages. Back to Carey. 7 for 218. 63 left for Australia in this final session. 20 overs left. 7 for 218 the score.
It's time for some bedroom post-analysis. Was your performance impeded by erectile dysfunction? Or did premature problems bring an early end to the evening? Whatever the stats, let AMI improve your bedroom game. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer-lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080 and have a proper consultation with an Australian registered doctor. Score big in the bedroom game. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080.
Ben Stokes has the ball. With Carey on strike, the field spreads. This is the game we're playing here now. There's a deep square leg. Mid-on or mid-off are back far enough to take the one, but certainly not back on the rope.
All gaps now.
Deep backward point, deep point. A slip, and now a deep square as well.
Hit the ball hard, into the gaps.
So singles anywhere he wants. Stokes bowls here. Carey glides and takes the one. Wants 2. He's weighted it pretty well, but not well enough. Brook does the fielding. Single from the first ball. Carey's up to 14. 62 away from the victory target.
I think something very interesting happened at the end of the last over. Ben Stokes was walking back to his mark. He started signalling at the dressing room and asked for someone to come back onto the field. And Moeen Ali has run back on. Don't forget, he's been off the field for the last 45 minutes or so. I think he wants to give him an over at the other end. Now that he's seen what the Australian batters want to do, take on Joe Root, it'll be just 1 over.
Stokes was on his hands and knees after that ball. Fell into the turf in his follow-through. Bowls to Cummins here. Cummins defends from the line of the middle stump.
And give it to the frontline spinner. It's just 1 over. Get me that wicket. Let's see if Cummins and Alex Carey maybe falter in trying to going after the better spinner.
How quiet it can be, then how loud it can be here at Edgbaston. Fluctuating emotions for all involved. especially the 13 on the field. Stokes bowls to Cummins, and he wants one. Sent back by Carey. Out to cover, the ball went. Wouldn't be taken on Harry Brook. Good decision from Alex Carey to send his captain back. That would have been disastrous.
Might have been that slow leg cutter again that dismissed Usman. No run there.
That's nervy from Pat. We saw Pat spend a lot of time in the nets earlier today for a situation just like this. 2 back for a short ball. Stokes delivers. It's full and dug out. Block hole. Root takes a knee at slip, puts his hand on his head. The former captain so close with Stokes, willing him to one more wicket in this spell. Presumably it'll be Stokes' penultimate over, at least in this stretch, because the second new ball is due.
Just keep getting forward, Pat. Thought he batted really well in the first innings. Good start here in the second.
During 14 balls time. Stokes up, bowls here. Cummins full again, driving better. Stokes puts his arms in the air as if to suggest that wasn't far away from getting underneath the blade as well. An important spell. I wonder if they had their time again whether Stokes might have bowled before tea.
Just looks like he might only have one spell in him, and he saved it up all day.
Might it be he only has one spell in him, full stop at the moment. You know, across test matches, that knee, we know how troublesome it's been. Last ball of his 5th over here, charging into Cummins. Bowls here, short one. Cummins rides the bounce out towards cover point. Won't be a single there. Maiden from Stokes. Sorry, 1 run off it. 7 for 219, 62 to win. Cummins 5, Carey 14.
Imagine a brilliant blend of tech-powered, human-centric experiences in a Hyundai SUV. Like advanced engine technology to deliver an effortless drive with superb fuel efficiency. Well, the future is here. Hyundai's range of SUVs from the midsize Tucson to Santa Fe and the premium Palisade are available for delivery before June 30. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom to test drive tomorrow's SUV today. T's and C's apply. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Our Macca's I'm loving it moment of this final session. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. Was absolutely Ben Stokes knocking over Khawaja. One of 2 moments where the ball's been dragged back onto the stumps after tea. Green put on 49 with Khawaja, and then Khawaja out for 65. Marathon effort, 197 balls. Root bowls here, 12th over starts. Lapping his Carey. Was it pad or bat? Root thought pad. There was bat as well, and it's 4 runs. And it's been given not out, and it's been given off the blade as well. That might inform any prospective decision about going upstairs. So Carey up to 18. We're 58 runs away now, Australia. 7 for 223, and he still wants to just check it out. 3 seconds left on the timer. They'll let it run down to 0. So off the bat, 11 deliveries away from the second new ball. And if you like these kind of things, 58 to win for Australia from here. Kaspovic and Lee put on 59 for the 10th wicket in 2005.
Perfect.
Root ran the wicket to Carey on 18 now. He drives to cover. Doesn't beat it. Oh, he does. Carried away. So good piece of fielding in the end, but also nice running. Carey was on the balls of his feet, ran on the misfield. That was from Anderson. 7 for 224. Carey, an important hand so far. He's 19 down to 57. We'll do it in ones.
They've fielded well, haven't they, England? They've stopped a few potential boundaries. No runs. Even there's just a single. What's Pat going to do now? Just that man straight over Root's head on the boundary.
Root bowls here. Cummins forward.
Yeah, good.
Smart. There's a single there as well to backward point.
Yeah, he left one outside off stump in the last over, and I just thought with that field, just play it.
Yeah.
Just play a forward defence and open up the face. Get a single.
It's all about ones right now, and we get into tight chases. That famous quote, we'll get them in singles, Bharat. Around the wicket, Root bowls, Carey pushing into the onside, gets another single. Well played, 7 for 226. He's 20. It's the Manchester Test of 1902. 15 runs to get. Wilfred Rose, George Hurst. We'll get him in singles. And so they did.
But it's funny how things work, right? The moment Alex Carey and Pat Cummins changed their mindsets, tried attacking the ball, suddenly they're in a better mindset. They're picking off the singles. They're playing at balls that they were leaving and just defending.
Root over the wicket. Probably 2 balls left in the spell and past the inside edge of Cummins, who was defending from the crease. No footwork there. And on a slow track, it's just gripping enough. No real turn, just a little bit of grip. That went straight on. Past the outside edge we see on the replay screen for tyre power.
Stokes is only sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary now.
Tyre experts. Last ball for Root. His 13th over to Cummins. Drives it straight back at him. Off the hand, gets one. To the man at straight hit. That's Stokes. So 55 left for Australia. 7 for 227. With Carey 20, Cummins 7. And the new ball 1 over away.
It's time for some bedroom post-analysis. Was your performance impeded by erectile dysfunction? Or did premature problems bring an early end to the evening? Whatever the stats, let AMI improve your bedroom game. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer-lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080 and have a proper consultation with an Australian registered doctor. Score big in the bedroom game. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080.
10 past 3 on the eastern seaboard of Australia. You might be waking up for this. You might have been up all night. You're certainly not going to miss a ball from here. 10 past 6 local time. Light may yet be a factor because the cloud cover's returned. All the lights are on at Edgbaston. So the second new ball and over away, but don't discount that being something we discussed with 18 overs left today, Flem.
They're just running everywhere, these England fielders. Packing that offside. So are we going to see a bouncer barrage?
Yes, indeed.
Old ball.
Stokes on one leg. Still, I'm sure he can get through 1 or 2 good bounces.
So for Cummins, fly slip. Fine leg, deep backward square, square leg, short leg set deep. He'll go over the wicket to Cummins. In all probability, his final over. Bowls here, Cummins, short ball, ducks it, knows it's coming. Good batting.
Yeah, Cummins did play that pull shot, an attempted pull shot that just went over Ollie Pope in the last over. Will he take him on? You think at some point in this over he will.
He'd love to get a short one well outside off stump. He can flay that, no problems.
Stokes still charging. Bowls here, Cummins. Outside the leg stump, back of a length, gets out the way of it. It may actually be a run preservation measure, this as well. With the field set back, Cummins mindful of the situation they're in with England needing 3 wickets to win and the tail not being long.
Get the over rate. The run rate required up, won't it?
It will. It will. It's a factor. With 17.4 overs to go and they still need 54, it's not for nothing that they need to keep moving. Stokes up here over the wicket to Cummins, back of a length again, defends. Out to mid-wicket, played with 1 foot off the ground.
It's a funny pitch. It still looks like you still have to make a mistake to get out. Run scoring though, not quite the same, and Australia have climbed back up on win whiz.
I'm more interested in 1% for the draw. It's not for the draw, it's 1% the tie, I reckon. If you're going to compare the two. Stokes up over the wicket, short again, but it nearly threatens to keep a little bit lower, but Cummins is equal to it. Riding the bounce out to cover. I'd say the tie's more likely than the draw from here, Flem.
I think just on before that, Stokes' bounces are getting lower and lower. First one was high.
It's Broad next
over.
over.
That one's stump high.
Broad next over with the new ball straight away. Do you think, Flem, or do you go Stokes one more?
Oh, Holly stand. I think they want Broady.
Yeah. Stokes, 2 left in his 6th over. To Captain Cummins, Ducks. Second time in the over, he's picked the bouncer nice and early, not on target either.
They're awful bounces. Awful ones. But if it's dot ball pressure he wants, if he's going to bowl an over like this, I can't see him getting the second new ball.
He pointed at Ollie Robinson. He signaled to him that he might be bringing him on from his own end. We'll see if he gives Robinson and Broad the new ball.
Clapping Stokes to the crease. Last ball here, bowls to Cummins. Lets it go again past the leg stump. That's a wasted over from Stokes in terms of threatening the stumps and threatening the Australians, but no runs from it. 7 for 227. The second new ball is due and the 4th umpire is coming down the steps. Cummins 7, Carey 20.
Blunston is bringing you the new standard in steel safety. Our Rotoflex steel boots are built for whatever you throw at them. Packed with next-gen features, they combine stability and safety with flexibility and comfort. They're our toughest, most advanced boots yet. So no matter what you do or where you do it, there's a Rotoflex boot for you. Rotoflex by Blunston. Put our innovation to work. To find out more, head to blunston.com.au/Rotoflex.
Between overs, Ben Stokes consulting, James Anderson and Stuart Broad, a long conversation, and where they've landed is they're not going to yet take the new ball. They're going to go to Joe Root one more time, presumably, then a choice of Robinson or Broad from our broadcast end, the pavilion end, and surely Anderson eventually from the city end. Second new ball is due. Fascinating. One more with the old one. Root bowls round the wicket, Carey forward defending. Will Carey try and take Root down here? Will he see this as an opportunity, Fleming?
Yeah. It'll mean risk. Broad's warming up significantly as well.
Mid-off and mid-off up for that if he wants it. Do you want to use your feet? You don't do it here. That's gone past the outside edge. Root's still getting it to turn. Seeing here, Webb behind Carey, but that's just a conventional off-break that's given a real puff of dust as well.
And that's, yeah.
Carey following it with his blade, lucky to survive. Bowling again, using his feet. And caught bowled! Carey's caught bowled! He smacked it straight back at Joe Root. That's a half chance, dragged in. The former captain. It could be match-winning. It should be match-winning. Alex Carey against the old ball, takes him on, slaps it back after using his feet. He's gone for 20. Australia 8 for 227. They're still 54 runs away, and that is a super effort from Joe Root. They stick or they don't, and that one's gone right into the mitts, Damien Fleming.
He actually dropped it. He had a second. He took it on the second opportunity there, Colo. Third time an Australian batsman has hit it back at Root. 3 times they haven't been able to get elevation. So Alex Carey was looking to be proactive before the second new ball, and well, this makes it really tough now for the Australians, doesn't it? In a winning position. Not to say that Nathan Lyon, if he scores, he doesn't score quickly. But Joe Root has he's worked beautifully. He batted beautifully in both innings, and now with the ball, he's been a real trump card to hold down one end, now get a wicket, and let the quicks attack from the other.
Masterstroke, Ben Stokes delayed the new ball, gave Joe Root that one extra over. And if you notice at the end of the last over, I don't think Joe Root expected to be bowling this over. And he called Joe Root over, tossed him the ball. Like you said, Damien Fleming, he had one chance, second chance, third chance. He didn't make a mistake. It went straight at him. He expected Alex Carey to jump out of the crease. Joe Root won so many test matches for England with the bat over the years. He might just have done it for them with the ball.
Having to stand in for Moeen Ali with the injured finger. And put in a shift after tea. 13.3 overs, 1 for 28. A precious wicket. Alex Carey, the last recognised batsman. He was dropped, caught and bowled a couple of overs ago. A similar kind of shot. Didn't quite nail that quite to the same extent. It gave Root a fraction of a second longer, and he made the very most of it. Nathan Lyon in at 10. It gives Stokes the chance to squeeze. Root's clapping towards the Hollies. 2 catches closing on the leg side and a slip. Root bowls Lyon forward defending. And I agree with you, Baz. I mean, that's a calculated punt from Stokes, not to go straight to James Anderson with the second new ball. And boy, how it's paid off.
Yeah.
Knowing Carey would in all probability attack it. That's the half chances on days like this. Root in, bowls to Lyon, leaving alone a ball that spins from outside the off stump. 54 to win. That feels like a long way. Didn't at tea when they were 5 for 183, but they've lost 3 wickets since then in a busy 80 minutes of play. Root bowls to Lyon, who defends out to extra cover where there is a gap. So they'll take one. 8 for 228 the score. That'll be the end of the over as well. 53 to win. Lyon off the mark with a single, back on strike. Cummins on 7. A successful over for England. Carey gone for 20.
The countdown is on. Mercedes-Benz Berwick's end of financial year event is in its final days. With hundreds of vehicles for delivery before June 30, Mercedes-Benz Berwick has both tax time savings and a Mercedes-Benz with your name on it. The end of financial year event is not to be missed at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer, Supersite just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. At 518 Princess Highway. Licence 578.
SEN Test cricket for Macca celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, Damien, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan with you for one more over before we change up here as well. And it's going to be Stokes with the old ball too. Maybe they want Root to keep going with it. That might be working just fine. Short balls to continue. Field spread. Bowls to Cummins. Bowls the line, I should say. Takes it on a deep backward square single from the first ball of the over. Loves to hook. 8 for 229.
Baseball's just not about playing gung-ho cricket. It's about expecting the unexpected. That's what Ben Stokes has been talking about. That's what we've seen from him in the last 12 months. Everyone expected England to go for the second new ball. Even Stuart Broad expected to be running in with the second new ball.
Stokes likes to keep it chaotic. It's working a treat. 3 back on the leg side. A fly slip as well, making room as Cummins. Then getting down on his hands and knees to get underneath the ball. Thought about having a swat at it. Thought better of it. He's smiling at Stokes.
I actually like it from Pat Cummins, but he just went too early. He telegraphed it. He actually shimmied to the offside, and he didn't need to do that. I think he just needed to back away.
So again, they'll clap Stokes to the crease. His 7th over. Cummins on strike, back of a length, defends out to cover. Stokes racing across, does the fielding with his boot in front of Stuart Broad. Didn't need to, making a point. He wants that extra touch. Cummins 7 from 31.
It's a limping chase, isn't it? He's limping.
Shot to the Australian dressing room on our screen for tyre power, your tyre experts. Labuschagne, Head, Green, all been and gone. Boland as well, Warner too. Left in the hands of the bowlers. Cummins, the captain. Facing Stokes, short ball. Outside the leg stump, gets his bat and body away from it. Outside the leg stump, into the gloves of Bairstow.
It's interesting, isn't it, the Stokes ones? They're just bowling bounces. He's getting dot balls, but he really doesn't look like getting a wicket. Now, Pat Cummins might have a brain fade and have a real crack at it, but it's actually decreasing the balls they've got to get these last 2 wickets.
Stokes up. To Cummins again. Gets out the way of another short ball. One thing I'll say for this Australian team, that they've been well behind in this test a number of times and scrapped themselves back to parity. They've never really let England thrust home any advantage. Now, this might be where they need one more of those efforts. One more rear guard. Dig deep and still be there in half an hour's time. Yep, the run rate required will go up, but they need to give themselves a look at this.
Well, then they think about drawing the game, and they're 2 experienced players out there.
It's a good point. Still 15 overs after this. It'll be the final hour. Stokes bowls here and defending into the offside. Quick single. They'll get through. And it hits Cummins as well. The throw from Stokes who rushed across. So that'll be the end of the over. I suspect drinks are going to get brought out onto the field. They have been called for now, so there'll be a change in commentary after drinks. 8 for 230, Australia. They're still 51 runs away from the finish line, losing Khawaja, Carey and Green in that stretch of time. Cummins still there on 8, Lyon on 2. Ring the bell. We've reached the final hour of the Test match. Thrilling stuff on SEN Test cricket. Do not miss a moment. Back with more with Daniel Norcross after the break.
Paslode's cordless positive placement nailer is the ultimate workmate. It's fast, accurate and solid as. For quick wins on site, there's no going back. Paslode's new PPN Master.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
In the walls and on the roofs of houses and businesses all over Metro Melbourne, Yarra Valley and Mornington Peninsula, you'll find Crowell's Electrical and Solar electricians going about their business. And they don't just service, supply and install air conditioning and solar power systems for both domestic and commercial customers either. They also do batteries, EV charging and all general electrical work, and Crowell's Electrical and Solar strive to offer the best service around. Visit crowlzelectrical.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram. REC 22623.
Enhancing your driving experience with Berwick BMW just keeps getting better. Do you have an existing BMW service inclusive package? You can book your next day service with Berwick BMW. With complimentary loaned vehicles and a premium customer lounge area, maintaining your BMW is hassle-free. Experience the ultimate servicing journey with Jason and his amazing servicing team at Berwick BMW. 6 Coventry Road, Narre Warren. Book today by calling 87634500 LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. We are in, as Adam Collins would say, the final stanza. The final curtain will come down at some point. Will it be in 15 overs time, or will either of these two sides somehow manage to get themselves over the line? And our producer back at the ranch reminded me of something during that drinks break. But England lost their 8th wicket at 229. Had they been rolled over at that point, Broad and Anderson had a fairly sparse returns over the last few years. Were it not for Anderson's first double-figure score in 26 attempts, England could easily have been setting Australia 240, which would be 10 runs away, and the game would already be over one way or the other. But they didn't. The final hour, the tap on the wrist from Murray Erasmus. Here we go. Lights are on. It's pretty gloomy, getting gloomier. There's also rain to factor in. There's everything. It's what a game. What a game this has been. And for some reason, Root is bowling to 2 right-handers. And his first ball is tucked into the onside. Picked up a forward short, laying on the bounce. There's no run.
Part of the reason is that Pat Cummins is not a particularly good player of spin, and I think if he's going to attack it, they think they've got a chance. But if he stops attacking, then they have to take the new ball, surely, right?
I think. Root in, and Cummins lets this go outside the off stump.
Oh.
Goes through to Basto's gloves.
A leave, Jeremy?
How long would you need to see before you realised that you had to take him off? That didn't turn at all. That incidentally from outside off stump.
4, 5.
Root in. Now he's gone. Hard. High in the air. Back over the bowler's head. Has that gone all the way? Wait to see the umpire signal. Murray Erasmus, is he going to raise those tiny little arms? He's thinking about it. He is. There they go. They don't extend much above his head. But what you can see...
How does he put his hat on?
I don't know.
They've got someone for that.
8 for 236. Cummins is still going for it. And he cuts at this, and he's getting it through the, I say, infield. There's nobody there, really. And they'll get a couple of runs. This is the peril of Root. And Cummins has done well here. He's picked up 8 runs and reduced that target now to just 43.
I think those are both risky shots, though. I don't think England's upset at either of those.
Would you have the fielder that's behind Root?
On the offside?
A bit deeper and on the offside.
Well,
yeah.
off spinner.
Root in, goes again, and he's hit that over long off. And well, once again, it's gone all the way. It's a second 6. Australia are right back in this. They need 37 to win. Root is going downtown. The draw is becoming less and less likely.
So much for all the draw that was going on the back of the box a moment ago.
Oh, I know. They're so funny because they're absolutely certain, aren't they? No, it'll be a draw now.
Yeah.
That's
the best they can do.
That's the only thing they can do. So it can only be a draw. The certainties
might get him this
that
over.
Our experts have. There's 1 ball left. And Cummins defends back to Root. Root's over has gone for plenty there. 14 from it, and at the end of it, Australia now 8 for 244.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
SEN Test cricket from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. You probably heard, or maybe you didn't quite, at the end of that over, somebody shouting, "New ball," as if Stokes, A, doesn't know, and B, they think they know more than Ben Stokes about how to captain a cricket team. I mean, I think one thing we can say about Stokes' captaincy is that it's not going to be influenced by anybody in the Holly stand screaming anything at him. It's not.
It might have been the Pope. He's in there somewhere today.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm Donald Trump. A cluster of bananas.
bunch.
A bunch, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my favourite world leader was a Zimbabwean president called Canaan Banana. They had a wife called Janet. Yeah, genuinely, they were a lovely bunch. Here's Broad. We think he's got the new ball. We'll check for you shortly. And the first ball is defended back up the wicket. There's no, I've not seen it paraded in front of any cameras yet.
It didn't bounce like a new ball, and it didn't shine like a new ball. I'm going to say it's not.
Yes, if it doesn't quack like a
Exactly.
duck, doesn't walk like a duck, then it might be a goose.
If that is the new ball, then they got nothing out of it. Throw it back and get the other one.
Why not take the new ball? Can you help me with this?
Oh, this is warm up just to have a couple, I think, isn't it?
Just a couple, you think?
Yeah.
As a fly slip and a fine leg. Lyon goes for it. High in the air. What a catch! Oh, drop. What a drop. What an amazing near catch. Right, it's Stokes about to pull off an extraordinary catch. A deep square leg. I'm so sorry, listeners, if it's freaked you out while you're in bed. The ball was pulled by Lyon out of deep square leg. There was Crawley on the deep square leg boundary. There was Stokes in front of him. And it's come high off the bat, and Stokes, a little bit like the catch at the Oval in the World Cup, it's behind him. He's gone behind, he's got hand on it, and he's then tried to parry it into his own hand, and he should just about have been able to cling on, but he didn't. Had he left it, would it have reached Crawley?
I don't think so, no. I think he had to go for it. He's taken those catches before. He got his hand on it.
He's about two-thirds of the way back.
It's so
Crawley's
weird,
all the way back. It's a mad field. They're almost in a line. Forward short leg, a deepish forward square leg, and a very deep square leg. Broad is into Cummins, who gives himself room, hits it in the air through gully, and now Anderson's got to scamper after it. There's more runs here. Lyon got a run off the previous ball, and Cummins is going to pick up 2 here. Cummins is contributing with the bat.
I love
for 247. He's moved to 24.
I think keeping Nathan Lyon away from the strike. I think he's such an impulsive hooker of the ball. I mean, it's just going to go in the air all the time. And as you say, he's got 3 men in a line for whatever distance it goes from the bat.
Broad thought that catch had been taken just like I did, because it was behind
He's
Stokes,
twisted, yeah.
and then he's missed it. Stokes got a head on hands. Here's Broad. He's into Cummins, who gives himself room, slaps it through the covers for 4. What a shot! That was a magnificent shot, giving himself room, and he has hammered it to the boundary. The 250 is up. Just 30 more needed for Australia. So this probably isn't doing your heart any good at 3 o'clock in the morning.
The timing on that shot was incredible. Wow. I think they kept the new ball so they could bowl short for a little bit, and then with Broad and maybe even Robertson at the other end, and then they'll take the new ball when they want to pitch it up and try and get something in. So this is on purpose. They've almost got a wicket already, but Cummins looks a lot better at it than Lyon does, if we're being honest. And they're now putting someone in the offside to stop that slap. Anderson's back.
A wonderful field. There's no forward short leg. That's gone. Anderson's back at deep backward point. The fly slip's still there. The fine leg's still there. And a long leg. That's crazy. Broad in to Cummins. He gets up on his toes and pushes it into the onside. Lyon wanted a single. And Broad fielded up his own bowler. There's no one anywhere near Broad. He's having to do all that himself. The field is, as ever, a mad patchwork quilt, a sort of a hobo's vomit on a horrible night of people in strange places. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg.
What a vision.
Leg. Deep backward point, a cover that's 6 pitch widths away. Now there's a conclave.
Well, he's having a conversation with the only people within 80 metres of him. Actually, I say that. Stokes wasn't, was he? Stokes has gone about 75 metres to have that conversation.
What are we doing? His knee any good? Yeah. Last ball of the over. Cummins on strike. They're going to give him a single by the looks of it. As Broad is in. He bowls a short ball, which is slapped up to Robinson at mid-off. End of the over. 30 needed for Australia here on SEN Test Cricket. You cannot keep your eyes off this. 8 for 251.
Enhancing your driving experience with Berwick BMW just keeps getting better. Do you have an existing BMW service-inclusive package? You can book your next-day service with Berwick BMW. With complimentary loaned vehicles and a premium custom lounge area, maintaining your BMW is hassle-free. Experience the ultimate servicing journey with Jason and his amazing servicing team at Berwick BMW. 6 Coventry Road, Narre Warren. Book today by calling 87634500, LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie, and it doesn't get really any better than this. 30 to win, 2 wickets in hand. Old ball, are they going to stick with it? Root is out of the attack after taking better punishment, 2 sixes in his previous over. There are 13 available overs. The draw, I think, is highly unlikely. Oh, Bharat still sticking by his prognostication. We shall see. I don't think they have taken the new ball.
No,
Robinson is going to bowl. He's going to bowl to Lyon, and so there is a very nakedly obvious leg trap. it's telegraphed enormously. Suffice to say, there are a lot of fielders out on the leg side boundary. 1, 2, 3 of them, and one a little bit halfway back. Robinson into Lyon, down the leg side. Did it take any glove? Bairstow takes the ball. I don't know if it's bounced just in front of him, but there's
I think
no
it bounced.
Yeah, just bounced in front of him.
I'm not sure he hit it, but it definitely bounced.
Let's take a look. He did. He got a bit of glove, and because of that glove,
slowed it down.
Yeah. And it's bounced just in front of a tumbling Bairstow. So it's alarming for everyone involved in this game, but thrilling, tempestuous, amazing stuff. Test cricket, bloody hell. Robinson into Lyon, who thinks about bowling, misses. Well, misses, leaves, I should say. And that's
is that a wide?
No, it's not a wide. It's the one over the shoulder.
Okay.
They looked at each other. Someone wanted it, but it wasn't there.
8 for 251. The score remains. Cummins 28, Lyon 3.
I don't think Lyon can get through out an over without at least playing one hook.
He's certainly going to play it. I don't think he has it within him to hit a 6.
No.
With the old ball at this stage, with this pace of bowling.
Here is Robinson. He charges in. Oh, short! And it comes off a glove or helmet, I think. Maybe helmet. And it's half parried by Bairstow. The ball runs down fine to Brook. It's leg by, so it's off the helmet. It would have, you know, there is cover for Bairstow.
Definitely the helmet. They've just called on, so we're going to have a break here. They're going to have to ask Nathan Lyon some questions. Mother's maiden name.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
password.
Right. Don't ask him who the British Prime Minister is, because that's extremely confusing from week to week. 8 for 252 with that single.
It wasn't a big glance. Sorry, it was more of a glance, I should say. Than
he's fine. He's absolutely fine. Let's be clear about that. But they will have to go through the protocols, quite rightly too. And he's being spoken to by the physio. Still no sight of a new ball. Isn't this extraordinary? You know, England needing 2 wickets. And yet the field is spread all the way back. And that's partly, well, no, it's almost entirely a reflection of the pitch, of course. But added to that...
And the batsmen.
And what they do.
Quite hard to hit those bounces too, because they're actually very loopy things. That was actually coming down as it was a sort of a glancing blow on the helmet rather than, you know, hitting it hard, flush.
I mean, they obviously have so little faith in this pitch being responsive to a new ball. They didn't just grab the new ball with 50 needed and go, right, let's get the slips in. There's been no slip catch off a quick bowler in this match. There's been one that's missed, but there's been none taken. Robinson is into Cummins, who comes forward and digs a ball out that's full on the toes. Out of the offside, there's no run. There's 2 balls left in the over, but the field's still spread. England will want to bowl at Lyon, but they're giving Cummins a single here, because we've had one for the over.
Well, Lyon will hit a 6. I mean, Lyon won't, but Cummins is quite capable of hitting a 6, isn't he, to the leg side.
So Robinson trudges lonely back, no one anywhere near him, and runs in from the city end. Cummins waits. And that's a short ball. That's
Can they get 2?
Offside. They're thinking of 2. They're coming back for it, and they're going to get there. 2 more to the total, down to 27 needed for Australia. One ball left in the oval. What do you do, Captain Coney? Are you keeping this field? Because it's an easy single for Cummins.
No. How many to come, please?
In, one to come.
Oh, no, you bring them. You've got to beat them.
They've got to come in.
Yep.
But they're not coming in. No, they are. Stokes has said come in. And Stuart Broad, who's played quite a bit of Test cricket, might have been wise to that. But
well, to be fair, he just allowed a 2 because he wasn't running in as quickly as he should be.
Who does he want to bowl to? You know, surely he wants to bowl to line.
To bowl at both ends with a new ball.
Yeah, that's possible. So 3 have now come up in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Robinson, I guess, will bowl another short one here with the field back on the leg side. He's in. No, his ball already full delivery, which is dug out to Moeen Ali at mid-off. End of the over on SEN Test cricket from a cafe. Australia need another 27 to win. They're 8 for 254.
Looking to save against rising energy costs? Then step into your comfort zone with an all-electric Rinnai EnviroFlow hot water heat pump. Rinnai EnviroFlow heat pumps feature smart, innovative technology to extract heat from the air and efficiently create hot water all year round, all while using up to 75% less energy. Check out the Rinnai EnviroFlow range today to save energy and still enjoy trusted and reliable Rinnai hot water. Visit rinnai.com.au.
SEN Test cricket from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. If Cummins stands on his stumps, I'm turning this off, says a texter, referring, of course, to Shane Warne here back in 2005.
New
ball has been taken. As Tom Waits would say, the new ball has been taken. And so what do we do? What do we do? What do they do? What does anyone do?
Well, we've got a slip. We've got a slip. Here you go. Take a breath. A single slip at the moment.
It'll be a funny time to get a catch and slip for the first time off a pace bowler in this match, but this is a crazy game of cricket we've been watching. It's just been amazing.
Well, they're not going to go as short because we don't have the men out on the leg side. We still have a third, so that's for the edge, Jeremy, rather than, you think the uppercut or just the outside edge off the new ball, maybe?
Or to save the boundary down there.
And then we've got a ring field, don't we? Short wicket, maybe a catching short wicket, just a ring.
Broad. It's not yet wound up the crowd. They've wound up themselves.
Orthodox field, really.
Very orthodox. Into Lyon. And Lyon gets in behind this and defends it. The draw back on now, Bharat. Oh, no, he's not here.
He's gone. Nathan Lyon's feet, I think the further this game goes, the more open his stance gets. He's going to look like Shivnarine Chandrapal. His leg's almost a square leg at the moment. His eyes were so wide for that ball. Good bounce, but nothing special.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon's feet. That's what we're...
Look, it's ridiculous.
They are crazy. They're in a strange place. One's perpendicular and one's not. Broad into Lyon, who plays and misses it on the channel. Bairstow thinks it's out. Broad doesn't it? If Broad doesn't, it sure as hell isn't.
He's got, if that's a legs ball outside of stump, he's got to do more than just hang his bat at that. He's got to have a bit of a swing at those ones.
Take a look at this on the replay stream. With Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Lovely ball. It's miles away from it. Miles.
No risk whatsoever.
Good carry through to Bairstow.
Well, it's a second slip. You look at that, don't you, really? It is good. Good carry. Reverse cut from Bairstow.
Deep third still in place. Long leg. 3 in the ring on the off, 3 in the ring on the leg. Broad into Lyon. And Lyon defends stoutly. Good on you. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Got right in behind that. They've taken a lot of criticism, this Aussie tail, but they're showing some ticker here. Boland did earlier today. Batted really well last night and today. Now, deep square goes out. Lurch, Crawley goes out to the Holly stand. They've given chances. Cummins has given chances. Been perilously close to being out on a number of occasions.
I'm not sure Lyon saw that, by the way.
No.
Fielder went out.
Broad. Is he going to bowl the bouncer? No, he bowls a full ball, which is driven. It's going to go all the way up to the boundary. It is. It's 4. A sumptuous shot. 8 for 258, and it's just 23 needed.
It's a good stroke too from Lyon. It's not as if he really propped onto the front foot. He allowed the ball to come to him and just played it very powerfully, actually passed to the left of the bowler and on the inside of mid-off. Couldn't get there either. That's Robinson.
Lyon has 7, Cummins has 30. Cummins' second crucial contribution with the bat in this match.
Merv Hughes applauds wildly with the strangest hat I've ever seen.
Fifth ball of the over, Broad's in. Bowls to Lyon. Lyon goes for one outside the off-stump, a horrible shot. Oh, he's giving all the Aussies acute angina here as that ball nestles in the gloves of the keeper. There's no run.
I don't know how you feel, Jeremy, but if he's trying the back foot drive, unless he absolutely times it, he's not getting it through that ring. If he gets some width and some and that length, he's better off just trying to carve it away.
I mean, he's not Michael Atherton either. Then Michael Atherton played that shot rather well.
Yeah.
It's a hard shot to play.
It's not an easy shot to play at this time with the new ball, with the pressure. Change of field. Move them out. They're trying to get him back on strike.
Long on, long off have gone out. Deep point has gone out.
Yep, give him one.
Deep square is out. Deep mid-wicket is out. Broad in. And that's wide of the off stump. And too wide even to tempt Nathan Lyon. That's the end of the over. Australia are creeping ever closer. They just need 23 on SEN Test cricket. It's 8 for 258.
The 2023 Hyundai Palisade. It's first class for you and your kidults. Our premium large SUV features a stylish and spacious cabin that comfortably fits whatever they're into. From surfing one day to drumming the next. They'll even love the impressive connectivity and premium tech. Plus a 5-star ANCAP safety rating gives you extra peace of mind. Connectivity T's and C's apply. Find out more at Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Test cricket from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Thank you to Beaumont Tiles. Tiles for being with us throughout this series. It reads 8 for 258, a target of 281. 23 more runs, another classic Edgbaston Test match.
Robinson, not Anderson?
Yes, that's what I was just thinking. I guess there hasn't been loads of swing, hasn't there? And certainly not from Anderson.
Might keep lower from the taller bowler as well, or bounce.
And he can do both, can't he?
Seam. Slip in place, Cummins in place. He's ready and waiting. Robinson is into him. He bowls and he pushes out to the offside as Cummins takes the easy single on offer that brings Lyon on to strike. Cummins to 31, 22 needed to win. 8 for 259. It's 6:45 in the evening on the 5th day of the first test. We had a suspicion this might be quite a good series.
Started well.
It started well. Whatever happens here, started well. We're going to have fun this summer, I think.
Oh,
lads.
this is a good game of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good game of cricket.
Lord's next. We are blessed. Here comes Robinson. He's in to Lyon. Lyon flicks this away. Fine. It's running away towards the boundary. Moeen Ali runs round. And stops. One more to a total rapturous applause, but only 21 now needed to win, and Cummins is back on strike. Lyon, crucially.
Yeah, and Robinson just losing his line, getting it just back of the length. The length was okay, but the line just on leg stump, and Cummins is into that.
Don't bowl
Thanks
there,
very much.
Don't bowl there. Now, there was talk of a shower at 6:45. It is now 6:45. I don't want to throw that spectre in. I see no sign of a shower. I think it should be fine. But, if anyone wants to check any apps, Crawley's going out to deep backward points from the Cummins carve. Played a brilliant one the other over. Robinson is into him, slips in place. Goes after it. Oh, and flies past extra cover out towards the boundary, being pursued by Crawley, who dives on it and has fluffed it. It's gone for 4. It was perilously close to Pope at extra cover, and Crawley should have stopped that. He got round and he got a hand to it, and it's gone into the boundary sponge, I think. Well, the score's not updated. Didn't they need 23?
They're having a look at it, but yeah, it's definitely a 4. I think he had it in his hand when he hit the sponge.
He slips badly, and then it's 4.
Definitely hit it.
It's 4 more.
Well, it's a slippery. We talked about how slippery it was near the Holly stand. It still is. It's 4 runs.
8 for 264, 17. It's under 20 to win.
How close was that to Pope?
It was close.
Was it? Yeah.
It was an incredible dive, wasn't it?
He went right-handed to his left.
Yeah, he didn't go for his left hand.
Oh, Robinson in to Cummins, who drives beautifully, crisply, but straight to mid-off.
timing on that.
No run, wasn't it? Gorgeous.
Timing to mid-off.
Yeah.
It's like an opening batter on the first morning. Where are we? But the one he hit in the air, and a couple of times we saw with line as well, when they're trying to hit straight, they are scooping it up a little bit. The ball is just stopping in the surface. It's almost easier for the sloggier shots than it is the conventional ones here.
Really try a short one.
Australia
Because the
now.
drive isn't working quite so well from here, and Cummins is looking quite comfortable.
Good. He's looking
Yeah.
very comfortable. Field still spread. Robinson into him. It's a short ball which he pushes out to the offside. There aren't many fielders close by, but there is one, and that's Ollie Pope. He's able to collect it, no run. Now Stokes is trying to get the attention of Lurch, which is never easy. Lurch, come in, come in. Can you hear me? Yes. Deep point comes up to point. Must be quite frustrating when you have professional cricketers. They ought to know. If you were poor old Stokes, enough on his plate without having to teach Zach Crawley how to count to 6. But
one ball left in the over. You think you'd be thinking of that?
Well, you would. 17 to win.
What is it? Just a wide? Is it a wide one that you can't score from?
Robinson into Cummins, who moves across his crease and tucks this away fine down to Moeen Ali. He'll keep strike. It's 8 for 265. At the end of the over, on the Beaumontel scoreboard, Australia just needs 16 to win.
Do you need your office furniture removed? Sustainable Office Solutions is the office removal expert where you can earn cash for your quality second-hand office furniture. They focus on ethical social governance, helping achieve environmental sustainability through reusing and recycling your used office furniture. You'll receive a purchase offer or a removal quote, after which furniture is stacked, packed and ready for its new home or recycled. For office strip-outs, refits and removals, visit the Circular Economy experts at sustainableofficefurniture.com.au.
265 here. Australia 16 more. Apparently WinViz has still got England as the favourites. I would say it's at least 50-50.
I'll tell you about WinViz though, it's not very good for the end of test matches when they're close, because we've had so few in the history of cricket. So we don't. WinViz is basically going, look, something could happen here. Which is,
fair enough.
I feel where we all are.
Yeah, I mean that's basically how I'm summing up the game. Something could happen here.
Look at his feet. Why is he standing there?
Kimber, Jeremy, Coney, and Daniel Norcross with you here. Broad is in, and Cummins defends a foolish ball, no run. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, Damien, Fleming, all waiting in the wings.
Limbering up.
Change at the end of this over to save my ticker.
Fleming's running, doing his, he's through his bowling. Get through your action, Flem, come on.
I'm off to source the defibrillator, and we'll take it from there. Broad is at the top of his mark. England now desperate for the breakthrough. This has been a great partnership. 38 they've put on.
Good field.
Broad in to Cummins, who pushes in defence into the offside. They go through for a quick single. And Stokes didn't let go of the ball. That means Lyon is on strike with 15 needed to win.
I don't think that was the single I would have taken, because he's hit that to the right hand of Stokes to take it off. And I think if Stokes was slightly more alert, but Stokes didn't want to throw it because the fielders were out. He didn't want to give away a possible overthrow, and he's also got Lyon on strike.
Yes, he's quite happy.
So in many different ways, I was thinking that's not what I would do. I mean, it's Cummins who is scoring. Lyon looks like, especially since the new ball's come, Lyon hasn't looked as comfortable.
Yeah.
But
played a nice drive.
He did hit that one nice drive. A couple of plays and misses on either side of it.
Yes.
Broad is into Lyon. And Lyon drives again, but this time, despite the dive of Broad, he can't beat Robinson, who's deep enough at mid-off to be able just to move to his right to field.
Broad trying to hit the stumps there, isn't he? That's that length. He wants to try and just get a bit of movement to get in between bat and pad.
3 balls left in the over.
Mid-off and mid-on, just a little bit deeper and a little bit straighter now. If he's going to have to hit it, he's going to have to hit it very well to get past them if he goes along the ground.
You've been in a situation like this, Jeremy.
Yes, I have.
With
several
Chats.
times.
You and Chatfield. But with the bat, have you been with like that? There's a captain in the field. Broad into Lyon. Lyon drives again. He likes it there, but he again can't beat Robinson. They've still not tried the short ball on him with this new ball. They liked it with the old ball and nearly got him.
It's going.
No movement.
No.
No movement, either from the seam or in the air. Just nice gun barrel straight. That's That's really, I think, giving Lyon some confidence. Somehow the bowler is going to have to break the rhythm of this.
Also the length, it's over-pitched. If he, maybe knee roll is the better length here.
LBW.
Field goes back. Long on, long off, go back. 2 balls left. 15 needed to win for Australia. Lyon waits. It's curious stance. Broad rushes in. Lyon is beaten on the outside edge. So close to the edge. And Broad is looking at him like a man infuriated at the fortune of Lyon, and he doesn't feel that he in his entire life, with his 580-odd wickets, has had the same fortune.
Better length. Not sure it moved that much away, but it was a better length that made him play on the up. It's good bowling there.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad's never played missed when he bats at number 10.
Never.
Crowd.
Here's the crowd again. Broad takes a deep breath. There are 9 overs remaining, but that's not important right now. 15 more runs is important. Broad in to Lyon, who works us out to deep mid wicket. They take the single, so Lyon will be on strike. It's just 14 more to win this incredible test match. This, I promise you, is the final stanza. It will be Adam Collins, it'll be Bharat Sundaresan, it'll be Damien Fleming and Phil Long to take you through to the end of this test match with Australia 8 for 267.
Tax time is ending soon at Bunnings Trade with less than 2 weeks to go. Get in quick for an amazing deal on the Makita 18-volt 9-piece combo kit with carry bag, 3 5-amp batteries and charger for just $1,999. That's over $3,200 worth of tools for just $1,999. Plus, purchase before June 30 and get a bonus Makita 5-amp battery valued at $189 via redemption. Don't miss out this tax time at Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
SEN Test cricket at Edgbaston, 14 to win. The first thing we said this morning was that history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And boy, oh boy, has this rhymed with so many moments across the great history of our sport. Damien Fleming, the last international match you played at Birmingham was a tie. 1999 World Cup. The last match we covered together was a tie. The 2019 World Cup final. Bharat, you were part of our call there as well. Do not rule it out with 14 to win and 2 wickets to go. We have got the grandstand finish. Do not go anywhere. Robertson in. Nathan Lyon takes on the short ball. Doesn't make contact. Cummins wants a single. Don't take the leg by. Not there, you don't. Not with Robinson charging down.
What's intriguing about this partnership is it's 2 tail enders who are very experienced Test cricketers. And what changes the dynamic, and it's working beautifully for the Australians, is normally there's a recognised batsman out there and the opposition captain, you know, you're trying to stop the singles or you're allowing them for the tail ender. But also with the batting here, they're just taking every run.
Yeah.
And they can afford to do that because they have trust in each other.
And the English are attacking both. They're trying to get both out in similar fashions.
They're not,
So up comes backward square leg about 10 metres inside the rope. Fine leg, conventional square leg right on the square, deep square leg behind him. The short ball barrage will continue to Lyon. 14 runs left. Robinson bowls, short ball it is, helps it down off the thigh pad. That actually helps.
Yeah.
Doesn't reach the sweeper. Bairstow does the tidying up. It will be a leg by Australia, don't care. 8 for 268, 13 to go. David Warner throws a ball from one hand to the other on the balcony, as Alan Border did at Adelaide in 1993.
They haven't panicked. They played very normal cricket, sensible cricket. Yes, Nathan Lyon has attempted a couple of pull shots here and there, which you would expect him to.
Runs given there.
Runs given, inside edge.
Always take that.
And like Damien Fleming said, they've just taken every run that's been on offer. In a field like this, there are a lot of singles to be taken.
Well, they've really yet to pull that lever, have they? The draw is, of course, still there if they were to lose a wicket. We saw Josh Hazlewood on our monitor jumping around as well. It could be Mackay and Klein. It could be Lyon and Payne at Dubai in 2018 doing as they did deep in. Very similar situation from here when Nathan Lyon walked out that evening to get a draw against Pakistan after Khawaja laid all the groundwork as he did today.
Or it could be Pat Cummins' Test debut. Nathan Lyon did not want to come out to bat.
perhaps the best comparison of them all. The last time Australia chased a tally this high was Pat Cummins' test debut. A dozen years ago. He's on strike on 37, the skipper, facing Robertson, defending out towards mid-off, no run. And Flem, that experience, I know we talked a lot about a lack of fourth inning experience for Australia's chasers, but these two blokes have played so much cricket.
Well, you just mentioned that. How long ago was Pat Cummins' debut and Nathan was playing in it? So
just more generally, like they've batted so many times for Australia. They're not two kids.
They just know each other. I think we mentioned that just at the end of our last stint here. Good communication. They know each other well. It's been a superb partnership.
All the Australian fans over to our right. Eyes fixed on Cummins in a short sleeve jumper. Robinson, City End, bowls here. Cummins, shout for leg before Erasmus walks away. Leg by more than likely. They get through for a single. Leg by it is, 8 for 269. That's 12 left. They came together with 54 to go when the draw was on.
Yeah.
When defence may have seemed like the conventional option, but it's not been that kind of week.
The 2 sixes and an over from Pat Cummins just got them over the run rate required. So runs weren't as big a factor.
Yeah. How many reviews remaining for each team, Longy?
3 and 2. 3 for Australia, 2 for England.
They didn't send that upstairs, of course, but that might be a factor as well. Robinson up to line, open stance, bowls here, line, gets inside the line, push the mid-wicket, he wants one, Cummins doesn't, they think better of it, and fair enough. No need for a quick single here, they've reached that point, and the fact is, Flem, they're 8 down, not 9 down. The psychological edge that provides as we get closer
Certainly
and closer
helps.
to the line.
Yeah, that you need a double breakthrough. Even that there with Gaz thinking about the single, Paddy knocks him back. They don't need to go down and talk to each other. You know, they're experienced. Nathan just doing a bit of gardening. Paddy's just sitting on his back. He's just reflecting on his life and just debriefing a little bit. And now he switches on.
So Robinson's last ball, fielders everywhere on the leg side. Just a cover and a deep backward point on the offside. He bowls here, line, takes on the short ball, gets through to Bairstow, swings after passing the bat. End of the over, 8 for 269, 8 left. Australia need 12 runs, England need 2 wickets.
Looking for the best way to efficiently heat your home? Then step into your comfort zone with a Brivus gas-ducted heating system. Brivus gas-ducted whole home heating is the ultimate solution when it comes to performance and up to 6-star energy efficiency, delivering a rapid flow of natural heat throughout your home that won't dry out your eyes and skin, making it the perfect choice when winter bites. Check out the full range of Brivus heating systems today and get comfortable. Visit brivus.com.au.
All the lights on here at Edgbaston, where we've been for 5 magnificent days of Test cricket, in spite of a surface that's given nothing, which helps inform as well, Bharat, why these lower order players are able to score so freely against the second new ball.
We've seen the wickets that have fallen today have been when the batters have tried to attack or made a mistake. And it's not the kind of pitch, a day 5 pitch, where it's difficult to get your eye in. You can survive. And again, if you bat sensibly like Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon have and used all the experience in the world, they've shown that you can still hang in there and still make enough runs.
Broad resets. No more ads on SEN Test cricket through to the end. Stick with us every single ball. Broad's got a slip. 2 back on the offside, 4 back on the leg side. Bowls here. Cummins rides the bounce. Out to cover. So much time in their side suddenly, Flem, as well. They don't need to force the agenda. Yeah, the singles are everywhere.
And Stuart Broad is bowled beautifully in this Test match. He just looks like he's overstriding too much now. And there's less behind the ball. Plenty of discussions, isn't there? Stokes, Robinson, Broad. You wonder what they're talking about. And for the Australians, coolers, cucumbers here. Nathan Lyon just swaying at the other end, leaning on his bat. Paddy ready to face the next ball.
So Broad encourages the Holly stand on at the top of his mark. There are 7 boundary riders. They desperately want another look at Nathan Lyon. Cummins 37 facing up. Broad delivers. Cummins beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was the in-swinger, and he's played the wrong line. Perhaps luckily so.
What a reaction from Pat Cummins, though. Stuart Broad just stood there staring at him. He just looked back at him like Steve Smith and said, yeah, the ball just did a little, just beat the bat.
Oh, wobble seam too.
Yeah, it was a wobbled seam on that one.
Just look at Pat Cummins' reaction. Smile on his face. He's loving it.
Respect from one, brilliant quick to another. Stuart Broad has bowled the defining spell of 3 Ashes series in England. The first going all the way back 14 years.
He's cranking them up. The Holly stand, Stuart Broad.
He wants the Hollies on their feet. They are now. 8 for 269. 12 to go. He bowls to the captain, Cummins, who turns him from middle stump to deep backward square. What a good shot that is. Lovely timing. He's really played himself in. Cummins 38, which is the score he made in the first innings.
He's had a great game, the Australian captain, hasn't he? Questions about his batting coming in. He batted really well in the first innings, and this has just been a class knock. Hopefully setting himself up for a big all-round Ashes series.
And taking the responsibility as captain. When leaving Stark out, he would have known that he had to bat one spot higher than he normally would. 11 runs away.
Okay, they're having a bit of a chat now, Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon.
3 balls to go.
Is there no one out on the hook shot? Okay.
Just the fine leg. They're going to give Nathan Lyon all the space between Moeen Elliott fine leg and long on and say, if you're good enough, you can have the hook shot.
I think he goes.
Or the pull shot. So 3 balls left from Broad. When does the short one come? Fly slip as well for the top edge. Bowls here, full. Lyon over the top of mid-wicket. That is a magnificent shot. It goes for 4, a couple of bounces. The viewing room are on their feet. Nathan Lyon. What a cricketer he's turned into. The man least likely. He's nearly got 500 test wickets, and he's playing shots like that. One of the best of his career, and in context, surely the best of his career.
You just said what a cricketer he's turned into. He's turned into Sir Vivian Richards. That is, he's borrowed Viv's little flick over mid-wickets.
And you can see Stuart Broad as well, kind of give that shake of the head. Fair enough.
Yeah,
if you can play a shot like that, and we know the short ball's going to come, so Zach Crawley drops.
Okay.
So we reset here. They've gone full, picked the wrong ball to go full on.
Yeah.
Lyon picks it with the flick. Now long on drops, deep backward square, drops 2 balls to come. 7 to win. Over 7 overs to go. 8 for 274, Lyon 14 of the best. Can he keep going? Broad up here, wide of the crease, back of a length, turns it into the onside to the sweeper. Gets 1, gives a strike back to the captain. They are 1 blow away from victory, staggering. This partnership advances to 48 from just 56 balls.
I mean, it's these 2 men who brought Australia back in the game with the ball yesterday when England were trying to take it away from them. 4 wickets each. Outstanding bowling. And what a partnership. And you're right, Damien Fleming. Ask Nathan Lyon to take that helmet off, put the cap on, throw a gum in his mouth. Give him a night out, yeah.
They can win with 1 shot now, the Australians.
1 blow away, in theory at least. And for Pat Cummins, he's the kind of guy who's made calculated punts before in short form cricket. There's a fine leg, there's a fly slip, but it looks like this is the point where Stokes is almost duty-bound to bring the field up, Flem. You can't give a single. You can't let him keep the strike with 1 ball to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been an interesting dynamic. Without having a real dominant partner, Stokes hasn't felt like, oh, we'll give a single here and all that. He's actually allowed them both to rotate the strike, and they've batted so well. There's been a couple of play and misses, but they've been decent balls, and they've played some astonishing shots.
And the change of plan has kicked in. So Stokes has sent deep backward square back and long on back and long off back. So they're going to give Cummins a single.
Wow.
This is really interesting from the England captain. They want Cummins, I suppose, to take a 1 if he sees fit to do so. But maybe not to cover where the captain's prowling, or mid-wicket where Ollie Pope's sensational. 6 runs to win. Broad away from us at our pavilion end. Delivers here to the captain. Cummins across his stumps, turns it down to deep square. They walk a single. Why wouldn't they? 5 runs to win. What an over that has been for Australia. Brilliant. The Lyon boundary, the Cummins manipulation of the field. They're 15 and 39 respectively. 8 for 276. 5 away from victory in 7 overs. Still long.
Pat Cummins goes to his highest score in England, 39, beating the 38 he made in the first innings here. Captain's knock.
Give him that number 8 back. And what a response it would be to Baz ball if Cummins finishes off the 6. Oh. Take that, Ben Stokes.
I think, like I said to you, Fleming, we went off commentary about 45 minutes ago. Well, how amusing would it be if Australia had a draw out against the Baz ballers and all the rest? Little did we know that was never in Cummins' blueprint. And look at the conflab going on here.
Everybody's there.
Now, let's go through it. Anyone that's played about 20 test matches is there. Anderson, Root.
You got to
Stokes,
move on, boys.
Broad, Moeen and Ollie Robinson is taking his cap off. So it's going to be Robinson. I'll tell you what, I'll give it to Jim.
I would give it to Anderson, yeah. Why wouldn't you give it to the man who's...
Just quick look at the crowd. People are starting to leave. They've lost belief.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable. How could you leave a test match with 5 runs to win? I do not know, but that's
have stayed, though. Yeah,
another conversation for another day. So Anderson will not bowl.
Gone to the walkabout.
Can Ollie Robinson take 2 wickets in all probability and over? It's come down to that. Ollie Pope's called for the lid. He'll be fielding it forward short leg. The field's still fairly spread. Stokes just hasn't been in a situation like this in Test cricket.
Well, you just feel like if you don't take on the short ball, if you don't fend to the short ball, everywhere else is runs.
Exactly. Just dip and run. Like you saw that last ball, all he had to do was just come across and clip it into the massive space that you saw in square leg. This is bizarre.
So they're giving Cummins a single. Now they're giving him another one. 1, 2, 3 back on the leg side on a deep backward point. And the infielders are set back apart from short leg. Weird. 5 to win. Bowls to Cummins. Gets inside the line of it. Lets it fly over the top of his gloves and his bat and his jumper. He's done that many times. When he walked out, Flem, they bombed him. And he wanted none of it. Got out the way of everything. Then he took the moment. Then he grasped the opportunity. And you're right, the crowd have been filtering out.
Oof.
This is unusual. It's going to be one of the closest finishes in Test match history, one way or the other. And the tie's not out the equation either. The partnership worth 49.
Tell you what, a little tickle down the fine leg. They do. It's quite fine. It'll run quickly.
They've actually got someone at fly slip beneath us in line with first slip.
That might be that.
Robinson bowls to Cummins. It's back of a leg. Oh, it's a bouncer. And he's got the gloves inside the line. Sharp and a good one, as you say, Flem.
And that's 2 for the over as well.
Was it 1 or 2?
I'm pretty sure the first one was...
First one was short as well when he went down the leg side, so...
Pretty sure that's the second bouncer of the over.
It's only 1.
One? Just one?
Oh. Well, that's a good one.
That's the kind of bouncer that can kiss a glove. We saw Robinson bowl England to victory earlier, late last year with 10 minutes to spare. Well, he might have 3 minutes here. He might have 3 or 4 balls at most. How will Cummins play it? Big gap through the onside, through mid-wicket. A short leg, the only catcher. Robinson in, Cummins ducks another short one. That'll be the second bouncer. So the gaps, Flem, cover mid-wicket. Go for your life.
Didn't call it.
Yeah, you haven't called it.
Oh, come on.
That is a bouncer.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go again. So the fly slip, the deep backward point. Fine leg, deep backward square. A man right on square. Of course, only 2 allowed behind square on the leg side. Square leg, short leg, mid-on. And let's call Stuart Broad cover point. Nobody else.
Just another short one, you'd imagine.
Got one more to play with.
How does Robinson execute his plan? Can Ollie Pope get busy at short leg? He delivers to Cummins. 5 to win, making room, digs out a Yorker out to mid-on.
He hits it too well.
He was trying to slap that through the offside, making room. He was about to clear the front leg. Robinson saw him coming, I sense. Trailed him with a Yorker. That could have crashed his middle stump out of the ground.
Some interesting cricket there. There's no... Paddy was lining up a length delivery or a short length delivery. He actually went up and down twice with his back swing. And then he hits it well enough that he can't get a single to mid-on.
Modern cricket, modern Test cricket, infused with the best of short-form cricket on days like today. The graphic on the screen says 5 to win.
Does he give himself room again?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, he would.
Away from the city end. Needs something here, Robinson. Down the leg side, short ball, and Cummins senses it. So he's already moving over his stumps, bat and gloves way out of the way. 1 ball left in the Robinson set.
Surely you cut off the single now. Surely you don't let Pat Cummins keep the strike.
I think they're just going to... Well, they've only bowled 1 bouncer.
Yeah.
He'll bowl another bouncer here.
Just Cummins go for it.
Just a whole over of them.
Yeah.
Well, they don't need to. There's plenty of overs left, isn't there?
Yeah, 6 more to go to this.
The crowd are silenced. They're not being whipped into a frenzy. Another wicket and they might be, but for now...
Thing is, if Paddy keeps his shape and he goes another Yorker and gets it wrong, it's going to be a 4 to mid-off.
Last ball of Robinson's over to Cummins, 5 to win. Ducks the short ball. Cummins has played that well. Didn't get an opportunity to really swing. Still 5 to get. Robinson 2 for 39 from his 18. 8 for 279 Australia. And it's going to be Ben Stokes taking the ball.
Had to be.
I mean, Flem, if it's going to be anyone on the field right now who changes the course of history, it's going to be Ben Stokes.
He is not at his peak as a bowler. He's got slower. He's got a sore knee, but we saw again.
Oh, no, he's changed his mind.
He's going to change
his mind.
But Stokes has just got magic, hasn't he? Come on, he was limping and he's still got Usman Khawaja out. Broad's been their most impressive bowler throughout this test match. So I don't mind him retaining the ball.
An England fan with her shirt over her face, you can't watch. So no Anderson when it's mattered most at the end either. Who would have thought second new ball? And Stokes, after taking his cap off and walking to the umpire, has had a conversation with Stuart Broad, who's got 3 for 62, took 2 in 2 yesterday in the final hour of play. Well, you'll need 2 in 2 here as well.
Looks like similar methods, isn't it? Like it's just going to be short balls. But if he errs, there is so much room through that offside.
4 back for the short ball, a deep mid wicket as well. An amazing field with 5 to get. Broad delivers line, short delivery into the onside, but doesn't reach short leg, not even close, set a long way back, about 2 pitches over. A conventional short leg might have had a chance of diving in there, and Broad knows it, hands on his head.
It's been hit on the fingers.
On the finger, yeah, he's in pain.
Well, I hope it's not his bowling finger.
Looked like his right hand, unfortunately.
Ooh, yep, line's been whacked on the right hand. Watching the replay for tyre power.
He's okay.
Yep.
Just gave a little high five to Pat Cummins. If it doesn't get up and you can just ride it through that square leg area, that's a pretty safe shot.
So short leg stays broadly where it was, maybe a little bit further in front of square. The field really spread for the short one. Broad in, delivers to line. Line gets inside the line. It goes past short leg. Quickish shingle. No, not a quickish shingle. It's gone out to square leg where the captain collects it. They get a single. Line 16. The partnership now reaches 50. What a partnership this has been. Coming together with 54 to get, and it'll be recognised by many people around the ground as well. They will know just how phenomenal these two have played. Line watching it back on the replay screen. Oh, Pope ducked. Pope ducked because Line was shaping up, and that was within. He would have needed a good dive to have reached it, but the first replay.
But he's not really close. You know, when you're that far away, I think the call is you got to keep watching as late as possible.
And also, he moved further forward. Previous ball, had he been standing where he was the previous ball, that would have gone straight into his breadbasket.
And that's one of the reasons he's standing that far back, not in a conventional position.
So 4 to win for Australia. Another maybe half opportunity for England they've not been able to grasp in the final session. Cummins waiting for Broad. The captain Stokes moves himself around into square leg. 6 men back with a boundary to get. Broad bowls short, back of a length. Cummins lets it hit him on the thigh pad. No concerns with that at this stage after getting his bat and gloves out the way. Not quite Slasher Mackay wearing Wes Hall on the chest, but the same kind of idea.
It's that one I reckon you try and get bat on. And, you know, as long as you take silly mid on out and just get it fine, it's a single every time.
Yeah, and if you hit in that gap, you might even get 2 if you don't make great connection.
Yeah. I mean, Robinson tried 1 Yorker and 5 short balls. Is Broad going to try 1 full delivery?
So it's brought away from us. Halfway through the over, into Cummins, 4 to win. Hits him on the body again. Lands in front of Pope. He's been busy at short leg in the over. That might have been off the elbow as well. Nasty length there from Broad, but they're simply not going to let them win this with a 4. Deep point, fly slip, a very fine leg. Deep backward square, almost a long leg. Square leg right on the square, so not to have 3 behind. A conventional square leg for the one that gets bobbled up in the air, Ben Stokes. A short leg, a deep mid-wicket, 10 yards inside the rope, and a deep point. Stunning.
Those last 2 are hittable balls, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're just hip height, angling in.
Cameras trained back on Jeff Marsh and Merv Hughes. They've been on them most of the day.
He was the most nervous watcher of cricket, our former coach, Jeff Marsh.
4 to win for Australia. Facing up is Cummins, and he defends. Broad a bit fuller on that occasion. He spreads himself out, lays on top of the ball. Broad's such a competitor, he will not lay down unless it's in the service of his side.
Jeff Marsh was jumping up and about a while back. Clem, in this part, Pat Cummins hit those 2 sixes.
Very passionate man, but geez, he used to chew on his fingernails, I tell you.
I'm guessing he was chewing on his fingernails back in 1999.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple of days ago. Went out for dinner with Merv and Jeff Marsh. He was a bit more relaxed during the final.
Yeah, maybe not as relaxed as that viewing room. The Australian viewing room, they're all on their feet. Couple in the front row, anxiously biting their nails. Australia is up and watching. Can Cummins finish it with a boundary? Broad here, he won't. Into the onside, there's a single though, because Brooks set way too far deep at mid-wicket. I will never understand the complexities of this field. Cummins to an even 40, 3 to win. The end of the over, 8 for 278, their target. 281, our coverage is for Macca's, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
I hope you're enjoying it back home or everywhere around the world. It is finger-biting stuff. I mean, it's just been... Once again, it's been a wonderful test match. You know, we talked about the counter-punching from both teams when they're behind and just muscled their way back in and actually had some ascendancy. When we lost Carey, wow, that's going to be real problems for the Australians. And the captain went, no, I've got to keep going hard. And those 2 sixes against Joe Root, so significant. Because for me, I went, unless we get bowled out, we're getting these runs. Before that big over against Root, I'm debating whether we can score quick enough.
Yeah. You can see it in Stuart Broad's eyes. As he walked back to cover, he shut his eyes the whole way there. He can't believe they're in this situation. So it's going to be Robinson again, not Anderson. Deep backward point, only 2 out on the leg side. Correction, make that 3. 3 to win. Cummins on strike to short leg nearly. Pope diving away to his right, cutting off a single, wasn't catchable.
And that's that shot I'm talking about. Robinson's a little bit bouncier, so they're harder to ride. Those broad deliveries that were only going hip height, that was actually shoulder height. So that does bring Pope into play there at silly mid-on.
He played it really well, though, Pat Cummins. Straight to the ground, away from that fielder.
I just still feel like there's just runs even on the leg side, unless it's a really good bouncer.
So Cummins on 40, just 3 to go. Big gap on the offside. Robertson to him here. He rides the bounce again in defence. He's in no hurry. He needn't be. There are still 4.4 overs remaining if required, but only 3 runs. So they're going to wait for the ball, wait for the moment.
And it looks like England have decided there's only one way of getting a wicket here, which is with that short ball and either Cummins or Nathan Lyon hitting it to Ollie Pope. Or them.
It's getting a lot of dot balls, but it does rely on the Australian batsman playing a shot to it.
Yeah.
An aggressive shot or just a little bit of a spar that can go to silly mid-on. Every other time it gets bat, there should be a single.
Huge gap through the offside. Robinson to Cummins, steers it down to third man. It's got plenty on it. Will it reach the rope? They'll get at least a couple. Dive in. It's 4 runs.
No!
It's knocked over the boundary rope. Pat Cummins drops his bat and helmet and wheels away in celebration. As he should. Australia, where they fell 2 runs short on this ground in 2005 due to a stunning unbeaten stand of 55 here this afternoon for the 9th wicket. Cummins and Lyon have led Australia to one of their greatest Ashes victories by 2 wickets. Cummins not out 44, Lyon not out 16, to have the courage of their convictions, to play the way they wanted to play against the Bazballers of England, to fall into a hole in the final session of the compelling, pulsating, riveting test match, and to win the match at 7:20 on the final night. Truly one of Australia's most memorable victories. Damien, Fleming, you're related to.
Oh, just absolutely pumped and well called, Colo. It's hard to see down there, so I'm going, at least they're going to get a tie and then it gets through. But Well done to both teams. You know, this is going to... It's been built up as it's going to be a super series. It's going to be better now that after we've had this first test match. Real class from the English players here. Round of applause for the Holly stand. The fans have been sensational, the Aussies and the English here at Birmingham. But for Australia, for the captain, Pat Cummins, you know, what a partnership, what an innings, what a victory. Some interesting things at selection. Bowling probably not coming in fit form, but he willed himself into the contest, firstly with the bat in the first innings, bowled beautifully in the second innings, and now he's got his country home with his great mate, Nathan Lyon. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon, Bharat, have enjoyed a hug. You said it this morning that Pat Cummins would hit the winning runs as he did on Test debut the last time Australia chased anything like this in the fourth innings. And those two men have been through a lot. The roller coaster that was the last 6 years in Australian cricket. Cummins, the captain, under so much scrutiny when taking the armband a couple of years ago, especially when they replaced the coach. Well, they've won the World Test Championship last week. They're 1-0 up in an Ashes series in a test where they were so far behind the 8-ball after day one, and indeed at 2 for 29 early on day two. They're going to enjoy this celebration tonight. Pat Cummins, what a phenomenal individual performance, and Nathan Lyon as well. 16 not out at the end after taking 8 wickets in the test match.
The ghosts of Edgbaston in 2005 have finally been exercised. Rest well, Michael Kasparovich, wherever you are. And you're right, what a performance from Pat Cummins. He brought his country, his team back into the game yesterday with the ball when Joe Root and Ollie Pope were taking it away from him. And with 54 runs to go, at the moment Alex Carey gets out, a lot of people in Australia would have given up, maybe felt it's time to hit the bed. But he's kept them awake. He's kept Australia alive in this game. And he's finished it off in style. They won by 2 wickets, don't forget. And it had to be Pat Cummins. It had to be Pat Cummins hitting the winning runs at the end.
Flem, to try and put ourselves back in where we were sitting and how we were observing this test match. At 8 for 227, Carey thinking maybe one more over against the old ball. Takes on Joe Root, smacks it at him. Great catch. The Holly stand nearly collapsed. The celebration.
Great catch.
Said at the time it should have been match winning. And it's not. And England will review that, and not least the way, despite Stokes having the golden arm in so many ways and the magnificent way he's led this side, and this has been a truly great test match because both sides have been up for the scrap, but they were left wanting at the end when it came to their tactics.
Yeah, definitely. So I think they ran out of ideas, really, but a lot of that was put down to this experienced Australian pair, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon. Yes, they are tail enders, but I just thought their composure under pressure, their partnership batting was fantastic. Cummins just sensing the moment. All of a sudden, momentum's lost with Carey's dismissal. I'm not going to try and wear it back to get the momentum. I'm actually going to go bang, bang, bang and do it in 1 over against Joe Root. And then tactically, that put Stokes on the back foot because all of a sudden he wasn't giving a single to the preferred batsman because they're both tail enders. And Nathan Lyon did his job as well, didn't he? He scored, he rotated the strike, he was composed throughout. And what a privilege to be here for an Australian victory that we'll be talking about for decades and decades to come.
I'm just trying to catalogue it in my mind. I mean, it'll go down as one of the... I mean, really it will, won't it, Bharat? You go back through and you think about your historical markers. To win by 2 wickets like that, in those circumstances, against an England side playing with so much vim and vigour and all the rest of it, who have endless belief in their abilities, who had taken a first innings lead into the second half of the match, who felt like at stumps last night they knocked the top off Australia. I mean, they were skiing downhill at different points today, especially when Khawaja fell. That takes real guts. That takes courage as well. This Australian side's made of tough stuff.
It felt like Australia weren't coming here to face England. It felt like Australia were coming here to face a revolution. England said we've reinvented Test cricket, and they said we'll change the world. Australia said, hang on. Pat Cummins has said, hang on, we're not done yet.
Bharat, you've got to jump out. Magnificent work from you. Go down and grab whoever you can, and we'll get it on the program through the course of the afternoon. Damien Fleming's going to stay with me. We might grab Jeremy Coney in here in a couple of minutes. Just you and me, Flem, for the time being. Now, we've got Phil Long as well, who I'm sure will have more than a thought or two about what's just happened. You just put your thumb up when you're ready, Phil. and then it'll be the presentation, and on we'll go. The leadership of Cummins, leading from the front. The copped pelters last year when they changed the coach and Andrew McDonald came in, and we all know the circumstances around that. What a side he's led since. Winning in Pakistan, winning enough test matches in Asia through the course of last year and early this year after the devastation of Nagpur and Delhi to make the World Test Championship final, to seal the deal against a very strong Indian team last week, and to do that, how good?
Yeah, I mean, he's brought a lot of composure to the Australian team, a lot of class. Besides his actual physical skills, I think he's galvanised the team. Very handy to have someone like Stephen Smith, the ex-captain, in the slips to help him when he's fielding there at mid-on. But I thought, he was just going in the first innings with the ball. Very worried about him batting at number 8 coming in with no Mitchell Starc, and he batted beautifully to score 38, and he almost took that confidence into his bowling in the second innings, and it was the pair at the end, Lyon and Cummins, who got us back in the game with the ball in the second innings. So experience counts. Winning first Tests of Ashes series counts, but also for the Australians, taking on Bazball. What are we going to get? Are we going to be able to ride the punches? And I think they did that really well on a pitch that I reckon suited, obviously, England's batting more than the bowling teams on both sides there. So, but for Pat Cummins, this will be obviously a highlight of his captaincy career. But there's a lot of this squad at the moment, Colo, who haven't won in England. Okay, the Australians haven't won since 2001, and you can just see, you win a T20 World Cup, tick. Can we win in Pakistan, tick. Now they want to win in England, don't they, the experienced players? Because most of them won't be coming here again. So to be 1-0 up already is going a long way to being able to hold the Ashes, but to win it here for the first time since 2001.
Yeah, that word legacy. You've actually spoken quite a bit about it this week in terms of your own career and what John Buchanan brought to your dressing room after winning the World Cup in 1999 and striving to do something different. Well, so it is for these guys. You're spot on. 2001's the reference point for a lot of them, as it should be.
Yeah.
I mean, a historical
and
benchmark.
they were big on winning that Test Championship. They felt the overrates killed them a couple of years ago. Particularly Nathan Lyon, who hasn't won World Cups in white ball cricket. He wanted to say, well, I'm a World Test winner, champion. So they've ticked that off. But that, and also gave him a great game to come into this. But, Smith, Warner, Khawaja, Hazelwood, Starc, all legends of Australian cricket. The one thing on their CV that's not there is to play in a winning Ashes series over here in the UK.
Just going to juggle some commitments here. Phil, I'll grab a thought from you. We'll take some ads. We'll come back for the presentation shortly.
Very quickly, we mentioned yesterday England's second innings dominated by good scores, not great scores. Every player got into double figures, bar Zach Crawley. Australia today, every player bar Stephen Smith going to double figures. It was what was needed to win this game. And as we mentioned, Pat Cummins, best test score in the first innings, bettered it in the second when his team needed it most.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Phil Long, you've been absolutely sensational. Flem, I think that's probably where we'll say goodbye to you as well. We're going to take some breaks on SEN Test Cricket. Back with a presentation soon. The news from Edgbaston at the end of 15 extraordinary sessions of cricket. Australia victorious by 2 wickets.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
If you're looking for a chance to eat, drink, play with your workmates this end of financial year, then tee off at X Golf. X-Golf state-of-the-art simulators will have your workplace driving the fairways of the best digital courses. Plus, fun modes like putt-putt. Then, your boss can shout finger-licking food and drinks at the 19th hole. X-Golf. Eat, drink, play. Teeing off all around Australia this end of financial year. Book now at xgolf.com.au.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
So Cummins on 40, just 3 to go. Big gap on the offside. Robertson to him here. He rides the bounce again in defence. He's in no hurry. He needn't be. There are still 4.4 overs remaining if required, but only 3 runs. So they're going to wait for the ball, wait for the moment.
And it looks like England have decided there's only one way of getting a wicket here, which is with that short ball and either Cummins or Nathan Lyon hitting it to Ollie Pope. Or them.
It's getting a lot of dot balls, but it does rely on the Australian batsman playing a shot to it.
Yeah.
An aggressive shot or just a little bit of a spar that can go to seal him mid on. Every other time it gets back, there should be a single.
Huge gap through the offside. Robinson to Cummins, steers it down to third man. It's got plenty on it. Will it reach the rope? They'll get at least a couple. Dive in. It's 4 runs.
No!
It's knocked over the boundary rope. Pat Cummins drops his bat and helmet and wheels away in celebration. As he should. Australia, where they fell 2 runs short on this ground in 2005 due to a stunning, unbeaten stand of 55 here this afternoon for the 9th wicket. Cummins and Lyon have led Australia to one of their greatest Ashes victories by 2 wickets. Cummins not out 44, Lyon not out 16, to have the courage of their convictions, to play the way they wanted to play against the Bazballers of England, to fall into a hole in the final session of the compelling, pulsating SEN Test Cricket for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I can see Mike Atherton downstairs, who'll be hosting the presentation. For the first time since the moment that was, you just heard then, I've got Daniel Norcross with me. I've got Jeremy Coney as well. I'll start with you, Jerry. I mean, you've seen Test Cricket for, 50 plus years. Have you ever seen a finish quite so absorbing and memorable as that, I suppose?
Oh, it was a compelling game, wasn't it? And Australia, I felt, was just slightly behind the whole game. When you think of the fact that their 2 main batsmen, the number 1 and 2 ranked players in the world, what did they total? Maybe between 30 and 40 of their 4 innings, and yet to still keep coming back on the coattails of England and just hanging on to it, really. And, a couple of points, I suppose. The pitch, I think I'd like to say a couple of words about the pitch. It's not my favourite pitch, I've got to say, because what it actually ends up with is having a lot of short pitch bowling. Those kinds of surfaces, I think, that you end up just bowling all that short stuff with 6 men on the leg side, which I don't think is a great spectacle personally. And I'm not trying to detract from the game at all about that. I think that's just that's what was provided. And that's what happens because of it. Just a great, that partnership was just outstanding, wasn't it? Cummins, outstanding as a captain. They looked calm together, he and Nathan Lyon. Good mates, apparently. Cummins, straight drive for 4 on the offside. And then, what Nathan Lyon's pick up through over mid-on for a boundary as well when it wasn't expected. Just got the best out of each other. I mean, sport does this, doesn't it? And it's you get so close that someone's going to win, and the other one, sport is quite cruel in those moments as well. But I mean, I think we've just witnessed one of the great Test matches.
Well,
actually,
it's a great sign for Australia. Of the 10 matches that have been played between the 2 teams in the last whatever it is now 50 years, where one side has won by fewer than 25 runs. England have won them all. They tend to win those tight ones, and this will go down in the pantheon for Australia as a genuinely brilliant, epoch-defining win. I will also say that if you're an England fan you would look at this and remind yourself that Australia went 1-0 up at Trent Bridge in 1981, that they went 1-0 up at Lord's in 2005. These things can happen, and you can come back, and a 5-test match series is ripe for it. But what I would also say is, isn't it amazing what this sport does to us, what fools it makes of us? We started all this with, how are they going to get Smith out? How are they going to get Labuschagne out? Khawaja struggles in England. They won't have to worry about him. Warner gets out to Broad. He's got him on toast. The tail's rubbish. Australia's tail's rubbish. Cummins has got poor form in England. Well, English pitches are varied, and this wasn't a pitch that was a normal pitch. It was one in which the guys that thrive on playing the ball late, watching the ball onto the bat, that like slower pitches, like Usman Khawaja, played fantastic. There was a difference between the two sides. England will look back on it and they'll think, well, we had a lot of chances that we let go. Johnny Bairstow particularly will think about that. Their fans will question the declaration because they'll go, well, why have we given away another victory? Ben Stokes has done that before.
Okay, we're going to pick up, my apologies, Daniel, we're going to pick up the presentation thanks to TV. Here we go.
Game of cricket. Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie, I was absolutely shitting myself for the last 5 minutes there. It's so heart-wrenching. Like, when you're playing and you're in it, you're fine, but when you're watching it from up there, I can only imagine how the fans felt. But that was an unbelievable game. I watched 2005 Edgbaston as a young kid on TV live. I stayed up late. I was there when Stokesy played that unbelievable innings at Headingley last Ashes, but this has definitely got to be, one of my favourite Test matches I've ever played in. Just take us into the Australian dressing room there for those final 50 runs or so. The old superstitions about nobody moving seats, presumably, and all that. A little bit, yeah. I couldn't really watch it with the guys. There was too much nervous energy out the front here, so I was in the change room watching it under delayed vision, so I could hear everything that's going on, and Marnus walked in and said, you cannot move. So I had to stay there, so that's, I guess, old habits die hard. And of course you played your part in it absolutely. 8 hours and more in the first innings, 5 hours and more in the second for 100.5 century. Where does this game rank in performances for you? Look, I think it's right up there in the context. As I said, I think personally for me, even now, I've never felt like this after a Test series. It's in Ashes. We've had some hard times here. I know it's only the first Test, but the ebb and flow of the whole game, the way England came out and played, it was no one's Test match until right at the very end when we won. So for me, this is probably my favourite Test match I've played in so far. And yeah, it's been awesome. And doubly special, I suppose, given the struggles that you've had here in England in the past, in 2013 and 19, when success was hard to come by. Yeah, I was young punk 2013. I was learning my craft. Actually, I think Swanee played more nightmares to me in that series than the fast bowlers. And then last Test series was pretty tough work for the batsmen in general, unless you were Steve Smith. So that was tough work too. So it's nice to get on a good start this one, but 4 more Ashes Test matches left, and we can only hope they can be as good as this one. Absolutely. Many congratulations. Well played. Thank you.
And as always, a word with the two captains. We start with England's Ben Stokes.
There is a cruelty in sport from time to time, and standing here is a cruel place to be at the end of a game like that, but you must be very proud of your team.
Yeah, very proud to take it to the end of day 5 like that, and have all the emotions of it was literally like a roller coaster. It was just so up and down, and yeah, that's another one of the games that we'll never forget that we've been a part of over the last year, and that's what we want to do. We just want to be a part of some great moments, and if we've not sort of kept people on the edge of their seats throughout the whole day, then I'll be very surprised. And hopefully we've managed to sort of attract the attention for more people in England and in Australia to follow the Ashes for the rest of the 4 games.
Was there... Do you feel doubly hurt in the sense that your team made the running for most of the game?
No, not really. I think, a loss is a loss. We stuck to our guns in terms of how we said we were going to operate in this series, and carried on from the last series we played. Losing hurts regardless of what you've done. Winning's always a great feeling, and But, you know, a loss is a loss. But, you know, we're going to continue, keep coming at Australia in the way that we did. We're going to keep trying making sort of moves when we feel that the time is right. And if we end up on the wrong side of results, but all the games sort of go down to the wire like this, then there won't be too much to complain about.
There's always a reflection on decisions made as a captain in a test match. Any regrets over the declaration first time around?
No, not at all. I seen that as an opportunity to pounce on Australia. You know, we had no opening batsman likes to go out for sort of 20 minutes at the back end of a day, and you know, I sensed an opportunity to potentially take 2 wickets and then start day 2, you know, really on top. But you know, who knows how it could have worked out? Joe could have got out, and then Jimmy could have got out straight away, so we'd still be in the same place anyway.
And how hampered were you by the injury to Moeen Ali and his spinning finger on a day like this on a wearing pitch?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been great to have Mo there, but I think Rooty came in and did a fantastic job there. You know, he's sort of adding to his, you know, he's obviously a world-class batsman, but I think he's sort of grown with more responsibility I've tried to give him with the ball. You know, I told Mo to tell me if his finger was sore, and I sensed that it was even before that. So for him to come back into his first test match and operate in the way that he did and really put sort of himself through the pain barrier for the team, you know, I've got no complaints over that.
A word for Joe Root, who played quite magnificently for you both times.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, you know, for your senior batter to, you know, go out and particularly play the way he did yesterday, you know, that really got us off to a roll. You know, the game was massively in the balance there, and to have the bravery to go out and, you know, play in the way he did in that first half an hour was unbelievable, and it sort of got our momentum into the game. And, you know, 280 runs is a lot, especially when you're chasing. You know, the pressure of chasing down a total and 4 things is always hard, but got to give credit to Australia that they always stuck in throughout the whole game, not just in that last innings. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a great series.
Yeah, and there's a reasonable break before the second game, which looks as though 1 or 2 of your players might need. That took a lot out of everybody.
Yeah, thankfully. I mean, look, the efforts and energies that Robbo and Brody put in there in the end in particular was incredible. That's all you can ask for of your big seamers, to put shifts in like that. And, you know, running in the 3 lines in your chest can always, you know, get you through any sort of, doubts whether you can bowl another one. And, you know, just Brody's just up there absolutely cooked. He just got his head in his hat. He's absolutely exhausted, and, you know, he's really put his body on the line there for England. So long may it continue.
As did all your players. You've played a full part today. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
And now for a word with Australian captain Pat Cummins.
Pat, many congratulations. That's a nice sight for you. A word for your supporters.
Oh, they've been huge all week. I think they've been outnumbered. Us Aussies aren't great at chants and songs, but they stuck in there. So, yeah, thanks, everyone. Been brilliant.
72 to win, I think, when you came to the crease. How strongly did you rate your chances at that point?
Honestly, pretty good. You know, that wicket didn't have too many deems in it for a day 5 wicket. Kez was batting nicely down there, so, yeah, I thought it was well within grasp.
And Nathan Lyon, when he popped that one over mid-on for 4, what did you say to him then?
I said nothing. I looked at him, and then he walked past and he just looked down and said, "Nice shot, Gary." So I think he was pretty happy with it.
Let's go back to some of the tactics. It's been an interesting talking point, the contrasting styles between the 2 teams. England playing a more aggressive game, Australia less so. But do you feel that vindication has come in the end?
Yeah, not too sure. You know, I think both teams spoke a lot about playing your own style before the game, and I think it's just one of the beauties of the series, totally contrasting styles. I think we both played to our strengths, and yeah, you don't necessarily know which style is better, but it makes for a good entertainment.
Wanted to pick out performances of a couple of your players. Usman Khawaja, obviously, who's just picked up the Player of the Match award. He was quite outstanding both innings.
Yeah, he was. Incredible in composure, you know, both innings. Just, you know, played at his own pace, played his own method, didn't get caught up in everything else, and just been a class player the last couple of years, and for have someone like that out the middle that we could all bat around, yeah, just really happy for him.
And was that the plan before today, for him to kind of play at his own pace and everybody to bat round him?
The plan was for everyone to bat at their own pace. You know, obviously having a big first innings himself, I think he had a good feel for the wicket, but you know, everyone chipped in, everyone played their little role. Yeah, I was happy to have my pads on up there doing a crossword with the other boys, but unfortunately I had to go down there.
And we talked about Nathan Lyon's batting, but his bowling was significant for you, when you would have been in trouble without him in the first innings, when he held up an end on a first day with not much help.
Absolutely. He's huge. Both innings, you basically just put him down one end and you forget about him. He takes key wickets. No, he's just an absolute superstar. He's played, I think, 120 tests. He's just calm. He goes about his work. He's a captain's dream.
And does this win make up, in some respects, for that agonising defeat at Headingley 4 years ago?
No idea what you're talking about, mate.
Many congratulations to you and your team.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Oh, Pat Cummins there with a huge smile on his face, and why not? Gosh, Mark, we're just still getting over the excitement.
Now I pick up the broadcast here at Edgbaston, where Usman Khawaja, quite right, 141 in the first dig, Daniel, and he finished today with 65 in the second. Pause here. We're going to take a break on our coverage. We're going to return to sum up what we've seen, that in some ways is scarcely believable that Australia have won this test match at Edgbaston by 2 wickets. But we'll take a breather. Pat Cummins and Ben Stokes have spoken. So is Usman Khawaja, the player of the match. Our coverage is for Mac Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. What a test match. Adam Collins with Daniel Norcross. We've only got a couple of minutes here, Daniel. We're going to move quite quickly. Yep. Our post-game show for Australia Made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. And we'll start with our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the day. Daniel.
I'm going with Nathan Lyon's wonderful shot down the ground. It was still in the balance there, and he's come out and he's played this incredible shot. In doing that, it kind of eased a lot of pressure as well.
It didn't feel, I think Flem said, Viv Richards.
Yeah.
It looked like Viv Richards. That is the best compliment we can possibly offer. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's for the I'm Loving It moment. The Macca's delivery of the day, Daniel.
Tough, really tough. Is it Moeen Ali's one? Is it Ben Stokes? It might be Ben Stokes getting Khawaja because it was a moment of invention and it cut a little bit low. I know he dragged it back on, but Khawaja looked like no one could get him out, and a man with one knee managed to do it with a bit of T20 trickery.
Macca's order via delivery on the My Macca's app. Yeah, the delivery of the day. I mean, in a way, I want to say the catch of the day. Joe Root to take Alex Carey with one thump back at him. I mean, there are so many little mini passages of play as well. The fact that there was 2 chop-ons straight after tea. It's the kind of test match I think we're going to spend a decade or more ruminating over.
We are. It was just a privilege to be here for it. And it's funny how a pitch that you can say is completely dead, that doesn't make for a great spectacle of ball v bat. Let's be clear about that. The ball wasn't whizzing past the bat, with only one catch taken at slip, and that was off a spinner. It wasn't like that. It was that the situation was spectacular, and both the way Australia scrapped, the way England attacked. It was like the Foreman Ali fight, the rumble in the jungle, with England being Foreman, just punching and punching and punching, and Australia absorbing these punches, and then from being dead and buried, just rising up from the canvas, bang, 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 and taking England out. It was superb.
It is our post-game show for Australia Made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo. We're in our last 90 seconds or so of our broadcast today. We should thank a lot of people. We've had a great set of Summarisers, haven't we? Damien, Fleming, back together with us on SEN Test Cricket.
The doorway of departure for Usman Khawaja.
What a line that was. Jeremy Coney, who we've got with us throughout the Ashes series.
All series,
yes. Jeremy Coney with us all the way through. We've got Phil Long, the scorer, still with us here. Longy, you've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you for all your contributions through the course of the week. We've got Pete Lalor from the Australian, Bharat Sundaresan, my vice-captain on this broadcast from place to place, week to week, country to country. He's always there as my right-hand man. Who am I missing? Jarrod Kimber, who's done a splendid job on all the analytical stuff that you and I don't quite understand.
No, he's marvellous at all that, isn't he? He's extremely helpful, adds to our understanding.
And then back in Melbourne at home base, we've had John, and we've had Paulie, and we've had SEN's head of cricket, Mitch, who've all done a wonderful job.
They look after us superbly.
And not only this week either, last week at the World Test Championship, which was not easy either. And that is where we will start to say our goodbyes as well. Adam Collins and Daniel Norcross, it's been a thrilling test match, a memorable test match, a test match that was in the balance all the way until the 15th session. The Bazballers hit hard on day one. They fought hard. They contributed to the victory for Australia at the end, perhaps with their tactics, but Cummins and Lyon, absolutely brilliant. Australia by 2 wickets.